Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Valorant Oceanic Tour for 2021. We are in the closed section of Stage 2, and we have a new fella on the broadcast tonight. But first, my name is Dion Komodo Perotta, and joining me today is Mitch Pilski-Pilipowski. How are you doing, brother?
I'm always doing good when someone pronounces my last name pretty perfectly. So already big pat on the back for you. Already doing an excellent job, my friend. I'm feeling really good. I'm looking forward to some Valorant action. I unfortunately missed out on some of that Order Nova stuff going on because I was on some kind of crazy sleep schedule. But I'm sure it was a blast. I'm sure you had fun doing it. How did you find it?
Yeah, had a bit of fun going on through that one, of course, and ready to get back into the action in more Valorant. Of course, a little bit of what we're going to be going through towards this tournament, though, of course, to start on off. Right now, as you do see it, we are in the closed qualifiers 2 area, so kind of rambling through this to make sense a little. We've already had that open area in number 1 and 2, the closed in 1, where it was the 4 eliminated teams in that got kind of injected into this area, and then some new teams through the open quals to get into it. And everyone here is fighting for the points to try to get in the end overseas.
That's what they're all aiming for. Obviously, we've already had one team go overseas and just win a bloody tournament, so not doing too bad, the old underdog OCE boys, but always good to get back to the home region, see how all of the teams are progressing, and we've definitely got some good ones that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and many of them will be seen tonight.
No, that's exactly correct. Of course, we know, in the little background and everything, the sort of top teams to be keeping our eyes on, and it is going to be up to the other teams to keep interested and keep making sure that they are focused in to try to take over the powerhouses. But as we do trickle on forward as well, we do note that there is a bit of a prize pool to be seen in the regional finals later on in the year. $4,000 for first place, trickling down to fourth, taking home $1,000. But these are only a little bit of the extra things, as we've already mentioned. It is going to be down to that overseas slot that these teams are going to be fighting for to prove that they also have it, likewise of the Sonics boys.
Yeah, it's something we talk about all the time. You've got these, prize pools, and money's nice and everything, but what these guys are really playing for essentially is the experience, keep themselves match ready, and most of all, they want to try and go overseas. They want to try and test their mettle against what the rest of the world has to offer. So that's what all these teams have their eye on. And this is kind of, I always think of these domestic tournaments as a bit of a training ground to get the boys ready for what they're going to experience over there. So it's always going to be a good chance to get your eye on some of these lads to see how they're performing.
Now, I certainly agree with you on that part, and the individual prowess of some players as well as what we are going to be keeping our eyes upon in the region. So not only is there this bonus prize pool for teams, there is also the Vodafone MVP award for star individuals who will be taking home a little bit of extra cash into their back pockets as well, which can always help.
Oh, absolutely. You'd love to see MVP awards because, the best player or the best performing player is not always on the best team. So it's always good to spread the awards around a little bit or just have that little extra incentive for a bit of individual excellence, which is always a big part in these tactical FPS games. Of course, there's the strategies, but if you're going around, having big impact, banging everyone's heads off, why shouldn't you get a bit of a reward for it?
Exactly right. And we saw a lot of banging heads in yesterday's matches. Of course, starting off in the bracket is where we do see ourselves situated right now, Pilski. Of course, yesterday we had those 4 BO1s be played out here on the mainstream and over on that secondary stream as well. We did see the Direwolves and the Straight out of the Zoo matchup, which if you do look at it down there, a little bit of an upset in my mind, as we do see that the Direwolves are our first eliminated team.
It's an interesting one. I don't know, like Direwolves, it's hard to get a good read on them. Obviously, they are a pretty strong team. They've got some really great individuals, but, you know, I feel like Straight Out the Zoo, a very, very sort of dangerous team, very talented players on that squad, and very aggressive and loose individualistically. So, you know, if you're sort of slacking a little bit or you're not bringing your best game, you are liable to get upset there. And I guess you could call it an underperformance for Direwolves. You could call it, you know, Straight Out the Zoo overperforming perhaps, but end of the day, they got the upset and they've been making their way into the upper stages of these tournaments time and time again. So you really can't be discounting them or counting them out. They will definitely put you to the test.
Yeah, and of course, they're going to be running the gauntlet in the lower area where we will see which team is going to be meeting them later on this evening, of course, because we have 2 best-of-3s that are going to be played out here on this stream, and they're going to be some exciting matches. I'm expecting them to be quite close. We're going to start off with Wildcard taking on Mindfreak, and then later on we do go over to Order taking on Bliss. And if we do look at it, you know, we are looking at Order being that number 1 seed and number 1 prospect to, again, take home the big points at the end of this stage.
I think you'd expect them to, but I don't know. I'm not getting super convincing vibes from Order recently in terms of these Valorant tournaments. You know, I sort of view them as, you know, the royalty coming in from CS, boys with a whole bunch of experience and a whole bunch of talent, just an absolute star-studded roster, but then not really playing like it. I think that a lot of these games are quite close. They're looking quite mortal when I would expect them to blitz the competition. So I'm wondering if there's, you know, a couple of screws loose, or there's more potential for them to improve and step up even more, or whether, you know, it's just some of these teams really performing quite well in the region.
I think one of the big wake-up calls for them as well would have been the scoreline that they did see themselves in that grand final the other day, right? We saw it was on a different area, but looking at the statistics, Mindfreak, you know, it was a best of 5 in the end. Order did have that 1 map advantage, and Mindfreak took the first 2 maps. So if that was a normal BO3, Mindfreak take that 2-0, and it was pretty clean from them as well. So for Order to be able to bounce back, yeah, the longevity works out for them there, but that really got them, you know, riled up, and that tested them.
Yeah, I think maybe they need a bit of a kick up the bum. So perhaps it's a good thing, can motivate them to play a little bit harder and see how they perform. But you did mention Mindfreak, obviously pushing them to the test, and this is a team that we're going to be seeing a little bit of today.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be starting off with Mindfreak and Wildcard of first in this first matchup. Wildcard, you know, a bit of a rejuvenation in amongst them as well. We don't see Wizard currently in their lineup due for some problems outside of the game. So hopefully he is all well and rested, and we'll see him fighting back later on. But we saw Noz pick up the slack and be brought in toward this roster. Yesterday, he was picking up the Astra, and it was a big shake-up on the roster as well. We know we saw Swirl picking up the Sova. Ninim is back on toward that Jet. RDW back on toward the Cypher, and Infrequent on toward, you know, the Rays instead of the Omen that we sort of seen him picking up a little bit previously. So it's great to see that they're sort of changing things up to see what works out for them. And we also heard in the interview from Swirl that he is absolutely loving the Sova because he gets to kind of nerd out on all of the different things you can use with those trajectories on the arrows.
Dude, I love my Sova. It's this character that, like, it almost feels like you can never have enough, like, little nerd lineups and little nerd nades and stuff like that. And that's what I was all about in CS, just having that extra pop flash or having that cute little smoke and stuff like that. If you're someone that loves the server work and loves putting in that extra effort, you'll definitely be rewarded for it.
Yeah, and of course, we do move over into the second team that we're going to be seeing in this best of 3. It is none other than Mindfreak, another team that are trying to prove themselves and try to get a besting over the Order boys. Still yet to win in an official against them, but we do see Lakers, Watt, Norson, Scroll, and Pex, and they got tested yesterday against Paradox. 13-11, as close as you can get it in the regulation, in the mirror match that we did see of those agent selections. So a little bit of sloppiness to be able to fight back in, and up against Wildcard today. Hopefully we do see some close matches be played.
It's interesting that you bring that up because that was the closest match out of all the matches so far in this tournament. I don't know what the hell is going on, Dion. It's just 13-5s, 13-4s, 13-7s all across the board. Everyone's smashing each other, you know, basically just taking turns, punching each other in the face. And then a match that you don't expect to be as close between Mindfreak and Paradox goes all the way to 13-11. So I'm really hoping now we step into some of these best of 3s. There's going to be close score lines and there's going to be some exciting matches because, at least for this stage, I'm only here for one cast, so you better make it a bloody good one.
And it's going to be the familiar territory, isn't it, in the best of 3 scenarios instead of the BO1s where anything can happen. And of course, our little head-to-head that we'll be bringing in forward for this matchup is going to be none other than the Jet players in Ninim and Lakers. Of course, Lakers trying to get out the operator where possible because sometimes the rifle can be a little bit shaky for him. But we know that Ninim is going to be absolutely fluid on those blades. When he gets out the Blade Storm, it is a scary thing to go up against.
I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I think this is kind of sacrilege for me to say this, but I haven't seen Ninim play yet, at least in an official game. I haven't been keeping my eye that closely on Wildcard and their matches. But I do distinctly remember when I was grinding the ladder and playing him on his ult or whatever it's called, like 333 something, and just getting absolutely destroyed. So I've experienced it firsthand, and I'm keen to now lay my eyes on it. And then going up against Lakers, it's the judge man himself, judge and operator and some blades is this guy's bread and butter. And I've seen a couple of not so great games from him, but at the same time, when he's on, he's a big win condition for Mindfreak, and he's very consistent when he's feeling it.
No, certainly so. The win condition for Mindfreak today might just be looking at that team dynamic instead of the individualities of these players, because, I mean, you bring it over towards yesterday in that matchup where it was very close. We saw some big things to come through from, Lakers in the end on that score department. But Norson, I was really impressed with him coming into yesterday's matches. I mean, he's one of the players that kind of goes under the radar a little bit, but he's usually just consistent. The amount of clutches that he was able to bring on back in toward that game and the balancing factor between, him compared to Nation back on the Cypher yesterday, it was a match to behold. So I guess on the back of that as well, we did actually get some words from Watt going in toward this matchup.
I'm Lewis Watson, aka Watt. I play for Mindfreak, and I'm the IGL for them. Should be a pretty chill game. Like, Paradox have got great players on that team, but I think we can take them down quite comfortably. We've been practicing real hard lately, especially in this new 20 that we've just been playing in. Pretty good form going into it, so hopefully we can carry that over. If we play our own game and just focus up, we should be able to take it pretty comfortably, but at the end of the day, Valorant is it's a bit RNG. It's like if they have a pop-off game, like, they could surprise us, but just gotta show them a bit of respect if they start pulling rounds and just play our own game. Whenever we verse order, it's usually pretty close. I feel like we had a decently easy run to the finals. Didn't really, straight out of the zoo surprised us quite a bit. Besides that, it was pretty chill. And then going into the finals, like, we were already super happy, like, getting top 2, because top 2 is where the main points are. You get, like, quite a lot. We're yet to beat them in an official, so hopefully next time around.
Big thing to note in that yet to beat order in an official. It was something that I touched upon a little bit earlier on. And as we also said, if that was a BO3 in the grand final the other day, instead of the BO5, they would have taken it home and they would have been able to best them for first. So some things to be able to go back in towards in that one and review. And likewise of yesterday's match against Paradox, whether or not they have reviewed things going up against Wildcard, we'll only figure that out if we talk to them.
It's just so great to hear from Watt. He's made such a good development coming into Valorant. I think the kind of players that he's playing up against in this matchup, if he was playing them in older editions of Counter-Strike, hell, he might have even played them before in Counter-Strike. I'm just going to say it, like, he wouldn't have had a chance in hell at winning this game. But now, you level out the playing field a little bit, you go into a new game, and the man's rejuvenated. And it's good to see him slip into that IGL role, because you can see he's a very low-key, very level person. That's a good sort of, plane to be on as the IGL. You don't want to be on the highs and lows when you're trying to keep the boys steady.
Well, let us see if it can keep them steady going into this matchup. But of course, we need to know where we are going to be going towards. The veto, the maps that we're going to see. Banned off is Ascent and Split. So we are going to go over to Bind to start off by Wildcard, Haven for Mindfreak. And if it gets to it, we go to Icebox, which I'm actually really happy about because I like Icebox and that might be a bit of a rarity.
Well, Icebox is a good map. I don't see any problem with it. I do definitely enjoy watching it. And obviously, any new map that gets introduced that's a little bit wacky, got a bit of a different dynamic than some of the other maps. It's the same thing as in Counter-Strike when, you brought the Overpass in and stuff like that, or you bring the Vertigo in. It starts to become a pocket pick. Some of the top teams start picking it up because they want a bit of an advantage in the veto. And eventually it just gets worked in and worked in and worked in until we're starting to get to the stage now where you've got to play it. And it's only a 5 map pool. It's not like Counter-Strike. So it's not too hard to get a good handle on all of that if you're getting some good practice in. So, there's no real excuse to not play Icebox at this point, really.
And the biggest thing about Valorant as well is the combinations you can come through with the agents, right? So it's taken a little bit for teams to kind of figure out what works and not to follow the herd. I always like teams that, deep dive in towards their own strategy and what they want to get on out of it. We see the recent updates with, the Viper and everything, and her pick rate has just skyrocketed, where we saw her kind of in the beginning of Icebox, she died off, and now she's just extremely back because of that update. So, I mean, looking in toward that next map that we're going to be seeing in toward the game, Breeze, there's been some leaks around it and everything. It is going to change it to a 6-map pool, and we're going to hopefully see, different deployments of agents. And I do kind of wonder, Yoru, we've not really seen Yoru anywhere apart from Korea so far. Are we going to see that picked up? Is it going to favor him potentially?
Oh, who knows? I don't really know. I've got a bit of a theory about like a way that Yoru could be really good and a map Yoru could be really good on, but I'll save that for the Pilly Strap book of things that are never going to work against anyone half decent.
Well, we will have to wait and see if that does come back out if you get back in toward the game, because you had a run in amongst this tournament once ago as well.
Yeah, I had some time off of uni, and in the break that they give you between semesters and stuff like that, and I tried to give it a crack, and did okay, but at the end of the day, it was not really going to go anywhere when I can't aim in a straight line, and back to full-time uni and full-time work. So got to go back to what I'm only slightly less mediocre at, which is casting. So always a little bit easier to be a caster and just have that armchair perspective rather than being in the game and actually have to do something.
No, it is great to have you back on here, of course, and great to get back into the game, which is exactly where we are going to be starting off in right now. It is time to get started, everybody, into the Oceania tour. This is Valorant, of course, the game that we are all witnessing, and we are going to bind.
Looking forward to it. It's one of my favorites. I like the map. I like the teleport dynamic. It makes for interesting breakdowns in the mid to late round when you're taking map control on the attacking side. You can just very quickly switch up where you're going to be going and what site you're going to be hitting. So that's always good to be watching. Keen to see what kind of agent comps we're going to get out of both of these teams as well. Whether we're going to get what we're expecting from them or get something a little bit different.
Yeah, we saw Bind, of course, be played yesterday from Mindfreak and Paradox, that 13-11 at the end, the mirror match, as I did say. But for Wildcard, we saw them go over towards Haven. So what are we seeing on this one? It is actually the same deployment that we did see from them over on Haven. So same picks from both teams as yesterday's games.
There you go. Not changing anything up. Obviously, not having any of those pocket strats coming to the tournament. Pretty slow-paced pistol from the attacking side, but the setup in towards Octagon should be absolutely money for Mindfreak here.
And the Nebula, no, rather the Dissipate's going to be utilized as Infrequent catches on toward Lakers. Pex to trade on through. It is going to force Ninim back right now as well because his team isn't here to assist on it. You do have a little bit of a lurk happening over toward the showers, and only the one player for Mindfreak being over there as well. The Spike is going to maneuver over. You can see those stars start to be deployed too, with these Nebulas being strung on up. Scroll off the distance, seeing what he can do. Shock darts out to try and deny the spike from being planted. There's still lots of time on the clock, but we're going into a 4v4 retake, and Noz he is just going to narrowly dodge the next shock dart. RDW to decapitate Watt, and now Mindfreak starting to limp in amongst this retake, seeing what damage they can kind of trickle out with. Norston needs to find 2 here, but absolutely gets reamed by Swirl, and this is just being well formulated by Wildcard. 2 players are quite low. Ninim doing good work to get out of this one, and really it has to be on towards Scroll to do something here. You do see Pex though managed to find 1, and in this 1 versus 3 can't quite formulate it.
Got very, very low. Definitely could have gone either way. A couple of stray bullets could have been making the difference there, and Scroll, nice attempt to be able to deny that plan of the spike coming in. Would have, maybe done a little better with a volley or something like that, but a bit hard to line something like that up from Heaven. Seen that a couple times in other regions. Either way, though, I'm going to see the save in from Mindfreak post-pistol. See if they can chip down any damage here, but money's still looking pretty phenomenal over there on Wildcard. Definitely saving a little bit of extra cash if things do get a little bit hairy later on. Very, very slow anti-eco. This is what you want to be seeing. Just taking their time, holding all the extremities, holding the center of the map with a couple of the boys. Just need to see some of that utility being used to clear out annoying parts. You're already seeing the Sova drone through Hookah. They've cleared that out. They've made sure there's nothing happening over there. So they've got a pretty good read here, Wildcard. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just head towards B and keep things simple.
Yeah, just these pistols for Mindfreak, of course, opting for a bit of a gamble stack over towards A, which inevitably, you know, it's a well thought out plan. If it works out, you can get some damage, take these guns off of Wildcard, but for all of their explosiveness over into the B site, it's not really going to be met with anything. RDW might be in for a rude awakening here in towards the U-hole, and those are some shorty misses that Mindfreak are not going to be happy with.
Oh, wow. The 4-man TP. You're going to get the nade in. This could be Infrequent farming up his ult super quickly here. Only 3 more to go, and he can get himself that rocket ready to go. Chucks out another nade, and he's on the hunt. He really wants to farm this ult up super quickly here.
Oh, in toward the shorties. Only going to be able to find another one, and with that death means that he is going to be one away from the showstopper coming into that next round. The gravity well is going to be utilized. Well, misses all the bullets of the Spectre, but the pistol does get it done in the end. But Mindfreak, I mean, only upgrading a little bit on those shorties. It's a $200 investment, and they find 2 kills. It'll keep things interesting going into this next round, at least.
Both of these Razors getting very close to that showstopper here. Farm themselves an orb or something like that, or even just find themselves an opening pick and get that blast pack out, and you could see a very, very early rocket coming out. Either way, bonus in here from Wildcard, keeping their money pretty strong, 2+K across the board. Just going to try and do some economic damage to Mindfreak or go for a bit of a set play. You can already see it coming out. All of the boys going towards B. Nice suck in towards bathrooms from the Astra. I believe that's Noz on Wildcard, just trying to keep Mindfreak guessing about what's happening, trying to stop them from taking that bathroom control as quickly, maybe make them second guess, but they are going to choose to take bathrooms. And in the meanwhile, Wildcard getting ready to hit this big site.
And Frequent, I mean, it is only the bonus round for Wildcard here, so he's going to be onto the sort of lesser weaponry equipped over towards the Wildcard crew. For Mindfreak, they need to just make sure they're not really dropping anything, knowing that they do go into the proper weapons of Wildcard next. But the rocket available for Infrequent could be utilized to open up onto this site. In not being done so, it means we're onto a 5 versus 5 post plant and retake for Mindfreak. And this is where things could certainly get awkward. The showstopper does get brought out. Nets a frag on a scroll, and now they're looking for the hunt on towards this elbow location where Noz is able to dispatch of Pex, and this is just all going Wildcard's way. Norson is good for one. They know where what is. They heard the TP come on through, and this should be well played out from Wildcard from here. What and Norson really need to get into it, but not giving anything up is Wildcard. They're all just hiding in toward the site, and this is looking to really shape up for this third round for Wildcard.
Yeah, they've won this bonus pretty flawlessly. Nice little 1B in there from Norson, but that's where you're going to see starting upgrading these bonus weapons. Vandals and the Phantoms being picked up on Wildcard, so a hell of a bonus from those lads. You just see them upgrade all of their weaponry, win that bonus. Their money is absolutely cruising along here. 3 weapons upgraded there. You look at the cash, it's absolutely unbelievable. Mindfreak, they're going to have to go down to the drawing board. They have to take a safe here, getting pretty close to some of their ults though, but the Astra Wall and the Hunter's Fury almost up for Wildcard, so that could throw a bit of a spanner in the works. I've seen recently with the team that I've been watching play a few scrims and stuff like that, they've been using that Astra Wall and like Viper Pit and stuff like that on the retakes and the post plants and things like that, and it's so oppressive.
It is always interesting, again, you know, teams changing up their composition for what they feel like they might work best on toward the maps. We never really saw Viper be played for blind, of course, until that update that kind of buffed her exponentially. I guess you could put on that one, but for right now, we don't have that as the play for these teams. It's what they are tried and tested in, maybe more so for Mindfreak, as the addition for Noz was only recent for Wildcard. Now for Wildcard as well, they've gotten the info that there's been no hunt for this orb. Cage will go down from Norson. Shock dart thrown on through as well with some bullets to just kind of force him back.
I have the spike.
Just the group up from Wildcard. This is how I would love to run anti-ecos, really. Is just go into this A site, maybe like smoke off that U-haul area and just take the long-range duels. You get the drone in for a little bit of extra info, and they're going to start executing in towards the site here. A lot of players here for Mindfreak could definitely put up some pretty strong resistance. We'll see how they go with it.
Yeah, the entries for
30
Wildcard really
seconds
need to be
left.
found right now, because any just aggression from Mindfreak might be able to gather them out this round. They got 4 players in the side, an exchange that has only just met the reward of it. Norson, 2 shots on the Sheriff. Ninim and RDW to at least buy it back. Ninim good for another, but the plant really needs to go down. Shot down, it's denied from what? Manages to get the spray down in the end for Mindfreak to win the round on a Bear Eco, a Thrifty coming through.
That more than makes up from losing the bonus. Will help them really start to get back into this game. See, Lakers has got a really strong bank. Got the Showstopper available, as well as that Neural Theft. Almost all of the ults up for Mindfreak here. But like I said, Astral Ball and Hunter's Fury is available for the boys on Wildcard. So you're going to start to see the ult dynamic changing up how some of these rounds do play out. Got the Operator on Infrequent instead of Ninim in the opening parts of this round. Wants to try to go for a pick towards Bathroom. Not sure he's really going to find anything. Every time you've been seeing that immediate Omen smoke towards the back of Bathroom. So he's not really going to get an angle unless he's patient enough to wait out that dark cover. And there you go. He's just going to fall off the line pretty early on here. And they're going to start grouping up towards that B site where Lakers is having a field day. And that's just unfortunate. Ninim would have definitely preferred to have the Operator in that duel, but unfortunately he only had the rifle. Operator was put over towards Bathroom's peak. Pex is going to find himself a pick as well. This is just all going up Mindfreak here.
Yeah, of course, the Operator in Lakers' hands. It's one of those weapons that if he's got that or the Judge, you know, it can be pretty scary. A little bit interesting that RDW was just walking in towards Hookah with the Dissipate that, or rather the Nebula, just straight on through it. He gets his head taken off by Pex, but things do start to settle down. 45 seconds for Wildcard to bring it back. They're going to be bringing out the Hunter's Fury early on Scroll, as Lakers does manage to find Swirl. Now the trade finally comes out from this Operator in Infrequent's hand, but there is certainly a mountain to climb still for Wildcard to get back into this. They are stuck in toward the B site, in amongst Hookah as well, where if you're Mindfreak, you might even just be playing for a bit of a post plant right now, allowing yourselves to play on the back of a numbers advantage, not giving any opportunities over to Wildcard to be able to find something. And I guess with only 10 seconds to go for Wildcard, they're probably just looking to save now.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, name of the game for Mindfreak is just keeping as many guns up as possible. A Wildcard will save. They've still got a fair amount of bank on these players. Scroll going to go for a bit of a shoulder peek, looking for a duel. Definitely doesn't want to be overextending here. Forget about it though. Pex, so sharp. We'll chip down one more of those guns, and at least the Operator is still retained there. Noz is going to hold that one over into the next round, and again, drop it over to Infrequent. So Operator going to the Raze instead of the Jet. It's an interesting choice. Over there on Mindfreak, though, their money is fantastic. What a turnaround. I thought that Wildcard were going to start to run away with this half after winning that bonus, but it's completely turned on its head, and a lot of that is off the back of that massive play from Watt on that A site. It's completely turned the economic game of this half around.
And the early beginnings as well. Hunter's Fury does get brought on through, this time by Swirl, looking for something. He's going to catch a bunch of damage onto Watt. He's actually going to eliminate him in the end. The ultimate orb's going to be up by Ninim. That means the Blade's going to be brought out as well. And now if you're Wildcard, you can kind of settle down in this player advantage.
Don't need to overcommit to anything. I like that they're just taking their time. They know just how far ahead they are. They're not rushing things. Sova drone through the middle of the map, making sure that they haven't been pushed out on the flank, just dotting their I's and crossing their T's. The only way you can lose a round like this is if you get, flanked, if someone has extra information that you didn't do your due diligence in limiting. So it's good stuff from Wildcard. They're just waiting for Mindfreak to make a mistake. They know that they're at a pretty distinctive advantage at this point, so they know that Mindfreak has to cut some corners somewhere, and finally they're going to start to make a bit of a push in here. Astral Ball goes across that U-Haul area, and here's the ult from Pex. Only gets one with it.
Looking to do another thing, but unfortunately not. It's going to be Noz to somehow calculate onto 3 with this Spectre. How has he gotten away with murder? The Cosmic Divide is up, but straight through the wall, and Frequent goes. The audio is obscured with that one, so it's good to see that the focus was there from Scroll, but in the end, it's Noz to be able to find a 4K on the board, and that is just insane, kinda.
3 of them with the bloody Spectre transfer. That's I don't think I've seen a Spectre look that scary in the whole time that I've watched this game so far. And that's just massive from Noz, the man. He has the wall down, and then he's already got 4 out of 7 on his next wall from just a massive impact 4K, and that's really going to chip down the money of Mindfreak here. They're up 4-2 here, Wildcard. If they pick up this round, they're really going to start putting some economic pressure on Mindfreak and start steamrolling ahead. This game is going back and forth in terms of the economy. Nice pick from Lakers, though. That's going to give Mindfreak an early advantage here, and Wildcard need to decide what they want to do. It seems like they're just going to slow things down. Don't try to overcommit at all at this point. Drone comes through. Lakers still holding on to Hookah here, still feeling confident. Extra rotation does come over for Mindfreak. Squirrel's in town now, so should have a pretty good time holding this B side.
Deploying drone.
Our drone out is going to spot a bunch of information. The shock darts didn't really get anything seen, however. Now it's going to be on to Norton to see what he can contain. Wire to be destroyed as well. No cages to be able to deploy. He is quite vulnerable and going to get revealed by that deep dart as well. The clearance of 3, however, Norton being revealed as he manages to find 2. Can't quite get the next one, but the damage had already been done. Now infrequent falls, and it's all on to Swirl. 45 points of HP in a 1 versus 4. This is going to be severely difficult, and there you have it, Lakers. Close it out with 3 big ones on the off.
Jeez. These rounds, at the moment, this game is literally just one team absolutely pummeling the other team and then just going back and forth. Both teams, when they're winning rounds, they just don't really look close. The closest round is that round where Watt had to step up and get a 3K, and that was a round they weren't really supposed to win. But now Mindfreak, they've earned themselves a bit of staying power here. Money's looking good. Wildcard's got to go down to the eco. So they're going to be quite happy with the position they found themselves in. They should be evening things up 4-4 as long as they don't go down to a couple classics and sheriffs. And they should have a much stronger economy than their opponents heading through the next parts of this half.
It looks like we're going straight out in toward the A site right now as well for Wildcard, although Watt is trying to get something done with the zoom in of the Vandal. Can always be a little bit awkward, and now he's going to have to rely upon some crossfires with his teammates that aren't going to really be allowed to be done from Wildcard, although Noz might have given up bag here. Infrequent, he falls in quick pursuit. At least they've gotten a plant down, but they really need to start getting a couple more kills if Wildcard wants to win out this round. There's another one to at least equalize us to a 3 versus 3 scenario. Lakers can airbend some smokes out to be able to at least obscure some angles, but Ninim is an unknown factor right now. Is able to find Norton, and with it now just being Lakers, wants to hold on to this operator to dear life. Lost bonus will give them a bit of extra money. It was a good flick onto Ninim there, but a 1 versus 2 needs to get on toward it. Good shoulder peek out as well, and this round is looking to be Wildcard with just the bare sheriffs going into it. There you have it. The Thrifty.
That's why this game just keeps turning and turning and turning around every single time. It's just no consistency, especially with the anti-ecos from a lot of these teams. Just keep losing the pistols. That is a really, really bad situation for Mindfreak. They're going to be kicking themselves. They were so far ahead in this game. If they just win with 3-4 players alive up against the pistols in that last round, they would be steaming ahead in this half. They'd have 2 to 3 buys that they could string together going forward, and now things are even. Wildcard has now another opportunity to break their money and try to come back into this. Showstopper available. Another Cosmic Divide for Mr. Knowles, because he's just been multi-fracking like a champ on that Astra, having some big impact. And Wildcard exploring this B side of the map. It's just going to be that retake setup from Mindfreak, using the Sova and the Cypher trips to try to find some picks as the execute does come in, but no smoke on CT means Lakers might have a chance to find a pick here. He's not going to commit through the Astra wall though.
Oof. Yeah, no smoke, but the Cosmic Divide being down will give a great amount of coverage over towards Wildcard, and that rocket is going to go through where Norton knew he had to fall on back. That does give over elbow control now to Wildcard, and Frequent can't shoot through that, but at least try to get some sort of information. A good swing to come on out in this 1-to-1 trade. It does extend over towards Mindfreak's favor now, however. Their advantage going in for this split retake through the elbow and the spawn location. Good use of the paint shells as well to at least reveal some of the Wildcard player locations. Nebula does obscure some vision here. More shots to come on through. Ninim and Noz do get the job done in the end. It's all down the Lakers on this hop, and it can't get it. As Wildcard, they now at least tie up at the half, finding 6.
Man, Noz is having a hell of a game. You gotta say it. 9-4 on the Astra. A lot of these kills are multi-frags in rounds where he's like putting a lot of pressure on Mindfreak's economy. Like the impact is just immeasurable for this man. Not to mention the fact that a lot of his util's been pretty on point. A lot of these Astra smokes that I'm seeing are giving a lot of cover to Wildcard to come in and take these sites. A good placement on them. So Good performance from the man coming in here. Big shoes to fill if you're replacing someone like Wizard on the smokes. That guy's an absolute legend.
If I remember right, when Wizard was on this this roster, be on the Killjoy. So in Wizard saying or not being here, Mitch does kind of meet in to Wildcard having to change everything up. And I mean, it kind of is working for them right now. It's definitely different.
It's interesting. Like, it's even more like in CS, you would say changing one player can change a whole team, but in this game, it's like if you don't find a like-for-like role replacement, it's going to be a bit of a difficult prospect. Ooh, what has he stuck past there? Oh my god, that is just ridiculous. Please, someone fix that weapon. You can't be able to do that. That's just busted.
They fixed one of the shotguns, being the Bucky, but the judge is still evidently so broken. Lakers finding Swirl, and now it is all going to be on to Ninim, a round that you thought might have gone Wildcard's way in the purchase in the beginning. Maybe not. 10 HP, 1v3, only a single shot will do it, and there it is from Norson. Is that that's the third thrifty we've seen come through?
I'm getting tilted, Dion. But at the same time, I can't even be upset about it because I have to remind myself this isn't Counter-Strike. This is a game where ultimates and really, really strong, you know, half-bite weapons and crazy shit can just absolutely turn around on its head, you know, out of nowhere. So I can't even be that surprised. There's more variance. There's more crazy stuff that can happen in the middle of the round, and we're seeing it this game. And again, man, I'm just trying to get a good read on what the money's looking like. I mean, Wildcard, they've gone for a purchase. They're going to rely on those jet blades just to make things a little bit more dangerous where they might not have been. Lakers still with his hands on the op, which means this round is still dangerous. And Wildcard, again, looking to try to pick up the pace in towards his B side of the map. The right click straight away from Minim is going to give them the man advantage. And they're going to maintain it, a 1-for-1 in Octagon still, but not pushing any further. Mindfreak, very heavy on this side of the map still.
It's always scary when the boombot does come charging at you. The operator could have technically got the kill onto the bot, but nevertheless, in the end, Lakers does take a great amount of damage as Wildcard do hold on to a 2-player lead. They go through the TP and look to come over towards A, although this is all a ruse. Noz has already got the spike in his hands and it's going back to B because look who's pushed all the way through spawn right now. RDW doing what he does best. I remember the days where he was so impactful on the Cypher, and he is looking to bring it back. And it's one of those interesting things with this wildcard roster as well, right? Because usually you'd think RDW Cypher, Ninim Jet, they changed it a while ago, but now that they're back on it, it is looking very good, falling back into the comfortability factor for them. Now Lakers is just kind of lost. Is going to take the op into the next round.
Planted.
Oh man, we finally get a bit of a breath. Like the pace at points in this game has been absolutely insane. It's just blow for blow with these two teams, and the wildcards seem to be pretty consistently coming out ahead, even when you wouldn't expect them to. Let's see if they can hunt down this operator, because we talked about it. Lakers plus operator equals big win condition for Mindfreak. Obviously, you can say the teamwork is very important, but it's always a plus to have this man. Wow, okay. He gets the pick and he exits knife out into the A side. I mean, I know it was a plant on B, but I guess he must have felt like RDW was the lurk. You were talking about it before. I mean, I'm not as familiar with wildcard there, but is that a kind of situation where you kill RDW and you're like, all right, no one else is anywhere near this bloke?
I think it would come down to the fact that looking at the money situation, maybe wildcard just didn't want to throw all their forces to take the operator out of his hand, but they wanted to.
Alrighty. Well, last round and a half. Lots of ultimates across the board for the boys on Mindfreak, but Neural Theft and the Omen TP obviously being the lesser impact of the ultimates in this server at the moment, but both of the Hunter's Fury could play a pretty big role.
Oh.
Slow round for Wildcard, taking their time. Old mate Lot just dies to the nade. He doesn't even try to TP across. I think he felt like that was a little bit further away from him than it might have been. And an easy man advantage there for Wildcard, not to mention the fact that that nade kill gets Mr. Infrequent his rocket.
It's almost like when you don't think the molly is going to spread over towards yourself in Counter-Strike, of course, our other territory game, but it just spreads out to you. The paint shells there, you think aren't going to tickle you, but they do. And in the end, you lose your life to Infrequent, and now Pex follows in quick pursuit. Wildcard, they are just going to stroll in towards this A site. Good usage of the Hunter's Fury to get some damage out from both sides, as Scroll manages to find 2 on that op, at least giving a little bit of work in toward the round for Mindfreak. They might still be into water, however, that shows the Proud does get Scroll. Norson revealing himself as well in this 1 versus 2. You talked about the new rule theft before. Pilski did not really have too much impact in the round, and for this one, it's going to have nothing, as Ninem posted on the line. We don't tie up the half, we end the half with Wildcard doubling the score of Mindfreak.
Yeah, man. And you're looking dead in the middle of that half, all right? 3 in a row for the boys on Mindfreak, then 2 back from Wildcard, and then 1 back from Mindfreak. And that's where I was saying, okay, these guys have got this half locked down. Or actually, I can't even really remember exactly. Oh, sorry, it's swapped around on this scoreboard. Is that what I'm saying? Okay,
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is there was a point in that half, Dion, where, remember I said Mindfreak, they had sick money. All they got to do is beat these couple of Sheriffs and Classics, and that didn't happen. And here we are at 8-4 for Wildcard. So, you know, we're a few steps away from the dream for Mindfreak, which never got realized. You know, some people just never make it. I know that as a hard stuck B-stream caster. So, you know, it's a bit of pill to swallow, but let's see if they can pick themselves up like I do, getting out of bed every day.
Well, the biggest thing I think for that as well, Pilski, is the fact that Wildcard got that rolling on the attacker's side. You know, this map tends to lean over towards the defender's side. So for Wildcard to have 4 rounds of padding and cushioning right now, they are dreaming going over to this normally well-structured side on the defense here.
Pretty slow stuff from Mindfreak. Keeping tabs on all the different parts of the map. Everyone's having a little bit of a look on the CCTV, seeing if anybody's getting sticky fingers inside the shop. Try and pick themselves up a free bag of crisps with the 5-finger discount, but not this time. Very slow pace, very different to the earlier parts of the half, but it's about to heat up a little bit. Contact in towards that short position. All of the Mindfreak boys just sending it straight towards A. Infrequent, as well as RDW, want to try to chip down the numbers before they can get into this site here, Dion.
Oh, and there is going to be Lakers starting things off. Wants to Tailwind away to get not killed by Ninem, but it does turn out that Ninem will best him in that duel. And he's stuck in toward U-Hole. Now his lights are shut out. And it's a 2-player advantage for Mindfreak, looking to play the post plant. And for Wildcard, of course, going to be going in for the retake. He's going to be difficult. No stars for Noz to be able to shoot on down, but that doesn't matter because they were vulnerable. He must have used either the Gravity Well or the Nova Pulse earlier, because that's 2 quick kills with the extra damage of that vulnerability. And now they just have to make sure that they can kind of find the remaining 2 players. Scroll, I think, has just shot out that start as well, revealing where he was, but it's all been a bait for where Norson is. And now with Noz on 21 HP, he might look to lose his life very rapidly, and there it is as well.
Out of charges.
Good recovery from Mindfreak, getting themselves that pistol. It's the start they would have wanted. They need to fix that scoreboard, Dion. That's very misleading. That's very confusing.
Yes.
I guess the colors
someone
do something.
who
We're looking at
is
colors
colorblind.
instead of, yeah, the lines, but oh well.
There's many
So what
things,
is
of
that?
course, that the obs tools can be changed and added to.
Yeah, you would know much more about that than I would. I'm sure you have a few solutions that you wish you could employ, but you know the technology is just not there, man. You know, we're just not there yet.
Yeah. Oh, Ninem, he might not be there yet anymore as well, being tagged on up by that owl drone and damaged down to 20 points of HP. But again, just the stark difference on these teams on their attacker's side. We saw a lot of faster paced action from Wildcard, not really from Mindfreak, and RDW has just gotten away with a kill that he probably should not have been gotten away with.
We're going to talk about lurker extraordinaire. All the boys TP and old mates in your spawn. Pretty good effort from the man. I want to see how much damage the boys on Wildcard can do here. They're definitely chipping away a few kills and a fair bit of damage.
There's another one. Big shot from Noz. Plant goes down Infrequent on 1 HP as well. The paint shells will end him. He's stuck behind the triple box. It's going to be pecked on the Spectre to get it done in the end. Now Noz will follow as well. All down to Ninem on the flank. He was the one that was taken down to 20 points of HP very, very early on. And he at least gets another frag where 3 players falling for Mindfreak is really unfortunate going into this now bonus round.
I'm going to call Noz out because I've literally only seen the man right-click the classic. I don't think I've seen him left-click it, so that's a bit upsetting to me. Maybe something that needs to be fixed with this game, but we won't get into it. So we head into... It's not really a bonus anymore once you lose a handful of guns. That's the problem, but somewhat of a bonus. 3 of the boys 2k across the board, but this is the issue with losing guns anti-eco. Things get messy from this point.
Hmm.
A sort of drone off the line. Couple stars being chucked down. See if they're going to be used by Mr. Noz, and there's one of them. The gravity well dashed out of by Lakers is trying to take the U-Haul control, and it's been given. Wildcard playing pretty far back, giving the boys on Mindfreak a bit of room to work with. But we'll see if they are punished when they start to put a few more toes deeper into the bomb site.
Give me those back.
And Ninem, he will be rewarded from getting the Blade Storm in action now, but being without Blades anymore, it actually doesn't even matter. RDW's been able to figure out 3 frags into the round, and now Swirl will end it. That's a flawless to come through for Wildcard, where you look at Mindfreak, they surrounded the site completely, just nothing went their way.
Well, I mean, it was very clearly a setup. You know, Wildcard, they were saying, they're leaving the front door wide open. They're saying, come on in, nothing bad will happen to you. This is definitely not some kind of Home Alone-esque trap. And then a million bloody gravity wells and stuns coming in and just crazy stuff flying everywhere. And all of a sudden, it's a 5-0 sweep for Wildcard. So they've done a hell of a job there, not to mention the fact that Mindfreak's money's absolutely cooked, and Wildcard in a very strong position here. Let's see if they can hold on to it. This is what I was waiting for, the contest over bathrooms. The Razors doing the boombot dance. I've seen this a couple times now.
Just a little bit of that pressure, and Wildcard choose to form back. Lots of utility used nice and early on. Our drone sent in for more info. Rocket now available for Pex. It's pretty straightforward so far.
Yeah, they're just taking their time moving through the map. Not a lot going on. They haven't punished any pushes for Wildcard, but the Sova from Wildcard has droned through Long B and knows there's nothing there, and Ninim's got himself an opening pick without having too difficult of an issue. Starting to walk back there. Now you do have the 3-on-5 as Ninim's just continuing to find heads. Infrequent finds one as well, and Mindfreak haven't even got boots on the ground in the site, Dion, and they're all bloody dead, mate.
Yeah, it doesn't really give good vibes over to the side of Mindfreak now, losing a big grasp on it. It seems that Wildcard's attacker side was just very damaging, and it has carried over on the flip up and the change up of these halves. 20 seconds to go. You really need to see some shots by Mindfreak, and I mean, in the end, they didn't have the best weaponry going into it, but only getting 1 pick at the end of it really doesn't give you some good feeling of substance on this attacker side.
Doesn't really feel like there's anything going for them. It kind of feels like Mindfreak, they run the default and they've gone, great, we've limited the info, we've made sure nobody's made any pushes anywhere, any sort of aggressive positioning and things like that. Now we get to do our game plan, and then they get about 1 step through the game plan and they've lost half their players, you know. Or they go to establish that spike on the site, and Wildcard is just, you know, firing from all angles. So things not going well, especially over towards that A side of the map for the boys on Mindfreak, and they're going to start to change things up. Head towards B, see if they can find more luck, and already it's going a little bit better for them. Scroll is going to find the opener. That gives him the Hunter's Fury. He's found another one, and Scroll is digging deep for Mindfreak. He's keeping them in the game right when they need to.
Oh, and Lakers just missed right-clicks on the Blades as well. RDW looks like a bit of low-sense gaming to try and navigate onto another frag, but it doesn't get coming out in the end. And this is actually finally looking like Mindfreak might be able to gather a round on this board. At least tries to crawl back into it. What will manage to find Swirl, and now Noz has been pinged on up. He gets shouldered out and is flawless back over towards Mindfreak. That was much better for them, and especially opening up on the back of Scroll.
Nicely done. Mindfreak really keeping in it right when they needed to. And they're building up a bit of money here. One more round, put in some good effort, and I'm sure they're going to be pushing Wildcard to that point of being broken, starting to even up that scoreline. Raise rockets available. Neural thefts on both sides. You got the Sova ult for Wildcard as well. This is where the operator might make a bit of a difference. Ninim's already been basically using the Vandal like an operator, just absolutely obliterating people and 1B'ing them and just getting out of dodge. So now that he's got the scoped weaponry, I feel like it's even scarier. And again, another pretty slow defaulty kind of round for Mindfreak. This is good. Adds a lot of consistency to your game, but at the same time, I almost feel like I've seen a lot more 1-4ing and stuff like that than defaulting in Europe and stuff like that recently, because I almost feel like running a pretty spread out default in this game, there's just so much stuff that can just kill you outright. You can just die for free. And without a whole lot of support from the boys, it's just, you know, pretty senseless. Either way, though, it's worked well for Mindfreak. Their default definitely isn't the issue so far. It's been pretty consistently finding them info, finding the map control. It's basically what follows that's been a little bit tougher for them.
Well, we do extend down in toward the B site right now, and they do look to catch it cleanly. The Hunter's Fury now coming in from Swell, hasn't gotten any tags yet, looking for at least 80 points of damage, but I don't even think he got anything out there in the end. Maybe he got some over towards Pex, who now shoots out the showstopper, but that rolls over onto a number that isn't very favorable for Mindfreak. Plant going on down. RDW manages to get Pex out of this round early on as well, but they have to get in toward this site. Have to get in toward it now because the flank is happening. Watt finds infrequent. The communication doesn't seem to be there from Wildcard on that one. Still, a player advantage for Wildcard. Neural theft used for the information in the back of the Cloudburst as well. Pushing on through. Lakers gets his head taken off. It's all on to North and tap on that defuse. Not sure if it's being stuck. It doesn't matter because it can now. RW cleans up. And Wildcard, they make a good retake happen.
Their retakes have been superb. Just, they seem very, very comfortable giving up a lot of these sites and coming back into them, giving Mindfreak control and taking it off of them. Been a big strength of this Wildcard team. They seem totally comfortable just, you know, giving away control, punishing Mindfreak, overextending, winning a lot of these important aim duels. Now you do have Mindfreak, though. They're on the ropes here, Dion. Couple of blokes running out of money here. Not a whole lot of ults available to them either. They got a lot of digging to do to get them out of this hole. Well, again, pretty slow start to the round. Mindfreak just slowly moving through the map. Aggression in bathrooms from Wildcard. Looking for some control, looking for a pick, but that camera will keep them in check. Nice little tag onto the Raze. Make sure that it is known the push is not an option. Now the regroup for Mindfreak. After making sure there was no push towards B, regrouping, moving back into a 1-4. The drone from Scrawl, as well as the drone from Swirl, actually, moving through both parts of the map. Both extremities. Just trying to make sure no one's in vicinity, no one's pushing, and finally we do start to see some movement again towards short A for Mindfreak. This has been a disaster for them in this part of the map recently. Let's see if they can turn their fortunes around.
Definitely want to turn this around and find that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But whether or not the skies are going to be clear, that's up to these boys to be able to tell us. And Pex, he's just swinging on out to try and secure the gold himself. Does get caught in reload at the end, but with all these trades starting to come on out, it does favor Mindfreak in this situation, though. Ninim is still alive with the Blade Storm out. This is where things could get really scary. Smokes to be laid down by Noz as well. And Ninim clearing out all of the close corners. It's only a matter of time before someone on the Mindfreak side has to peek on out. And Ninim, he's been quite silent now. The right click though, Norton tucks under them, and Noz only good for one in that crossfire out from Mindfreak, so they do hang on. And we don't see the 12th yet for Wildcard.
Gets bloody close though. I'm keen to see how this money's shaking down and who's getting close to their ults. Especially on Wildcard here. They've got that Cosmic Divide, they've got the Rocket available to them. I want to see the cash. Show me the cash. I need to see it. Yes. All right. Well, Wildcard's out of money, so that's massive round for Mindfreak to win. Actually, that's a huge impact 1v1. Yeah, talk about impact from what? Wins that 1v1, puts them on a half bite. However, Sheriffs and Judges, arguably scarier than what they've had to deal with, and Ninim still has a Vandal.
taking their time. That is for sure right now.
They're just clearing out both extremities. A couple boys towards the bathrooms, a couple boys shouldering. Long B there. Holding short A as well, holding short B. Again, it's just this spread default. Mindfreak just making sure they're, you know, keeping an eye on them extremities. They are important. And again, does seem like they're heading towards short A, which I like much more in the anti-eco than I've liked in some of these other rounds where they've seemed to have some difficulties.
Problem.
Judge in the corner for RDW. See how it goes with it.
Showstopper 2. That is very close here, though paranoid out. The judge can't find it at that distance, unfortunately. And RDW, that has to be really low sensor. I want to figure out what he's playing on a little bit later. He's good for one, but there's the showstopper that I mentioned. Gets the absolute damage out. And with only 20 seconds, they're going to be so vulnerable looking to get this plant on down right now. Scroll goes for it. It's actually a fake as another attempt comes out. Wildcard, they're not even budging on the back of this. They have the Cosmic Divide even if they want to throw him down. But on the back of that plant, Scroll has the Hunter's Fury, though he's not with a head now anymore. And a 1v3 for Pex has to go massive. We know he's capable of doing so. There's the first one. Has the sixth sense. He knows where both are now as well. One on the defuse and one shooting at him. That's Ninim. Dashes away. Now it's taken off the swell.
Got the nade.
Talk about Pex being able to do it. Payshell's out. And gets it in the end. Big round to come through for Mindfreak.
Look, it shouldn't have even had to get that close. And I was just looking at Ninim on that blank. As soon as the Cypher died for Mindfreak, as soon as Norson went down, there was no longer the trips, and you were just able to see the man walk through on the flank with the Vandal, the most dangerous weapon of all. And I thought he was just going to lock that one down for Wildcard. And to be fair, it should have been locked down. End of the day, though, even though they don't pick up the round, they've done a lot of economic damage to Mindfreak, who should have another buy in them, but just really don't. After that, again, comes down to one player surviving multiple rounds in a row. 4 ults available for them, though. And what a round for Infrequent to go for a short push like this and get this much information. This is usually a pretty contested part of the map here for the boys on Mindfreak. So seeing absolutely nobody and being able to push through here gives them so much information to just heavily move some players over there towards that B side of the map. Drones going through for both teams. This is going to be a very quick one onto the B side here for Mindfreak, but maybe an extra player than they were expecting to be here.
Have a bit of a hard-fought feeling for Crash right now to be able to navigate which kills to be able to showcase to us, but we know he's going to be good for it. Unfortunately for IDW, gets a dink out actually as Noz takes the first frag in the round. Norson trading it out on that concussion. Does spell the disaster for Noz, and here comes the confusion and a neural theft actually. 3 versus 3 scenario. Scroll with Hunter's Fury available, but there is a massive flank happening from Infrequent as well. He eventually will clear out Hookah and come to assist his teammates on this retake. Though Swirl is just trying to draw all the focus fire from the Mindfreak guys over to this location. But Norton swings out, lines them up, and that flank for Infrequent is almost just nullified now that he's in the 1 versus 3. Needs to do what Pex did, but can't quite get it. And Mindfreak, they are now knocking on the door of Wildcard.
It's the basics, Theon. Doesn't matter what bloody FPS game that you're you know, playing. The triple walk through elbow, just all the boys sticking together. And I know it's Norson that looks the impressive of the bunch there, getting the double spray down to basically secure that round. But even if he gets nothing done there, both of the boys are right behind him in that post plant. They're just sticking together. They're just limiting the ability for Wildcard to pick them off. And they stay strong. They stay in this one. 10-11 here. Getting very, very close, and it's what I asked for, Dion. I can't be complaining about it. We've had a lot of one-sided games so far in this competition, so the fact that this is back and forth, the fact that we've had so many bloody thrifty rounds and crazy clutches and things like that, I'm living for it. And RDW, he's doing what he does best. Already on the flank, this man, already in the opponent's spawn. And I suppose you can't really be too upset about it when he's on the eco. Why not go for a bit of a push, bit of a misplay, and he's picked his timing perfectly.
Hello. Oh dear. Oh, he gets it in the end, but tries to escape. At least he's found one, I guess. Exploited a weakness.
Bit of a miss push there from Nods. I feel like they had a lot of info. Don't know if that was necessary so much. Either way, though. Ninim's the one you got your eyes on with this Blade Storm. Quick right click and see you later, Pex. Surely, yep, he's going to get himself a Vandal now as well, and the rest of the boys trying to force it through Octagon have got their work cut out for them, Dion.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit dangerous though for Ninim as well. He doesn't have his teammates really to assist him from this one position. From the shadows, gets utilized from Watt to clear the site of A, and the rest of his team use the normal TP as well to at least get over here to assist. Mindfreak, as I said, on the door, on the porch, on the front step of Wildcard to get this round, but Ninim has just turned things in favor for his squad. Lakers revealed as well. They're coming at it from 3 different angles. Lakers manages to find Swirl. Taken down to 8 HP in the charge though. And on that 1-on-1 trade, it is all on to Ninim. Shots out, misses 2 onto the Vandal as well. The shots from that gun though get it done in the end. And Wildcard, they now find map point.
Map point, you are right. It's going right down to the wire. And again, another 1v1. Every bloody round comes down to an XVX between both of these teams that just really could go either way. Money's still good for both of them, of course. We're going to end it with a buy round here. Operators out for infrequent. Lakers won't have the cash for one to return, but does have the Bladestorm ready, the Showstopper, and the bloody Hunter's Fury. So that's pretty much the trio of ults that you'd want to keep yourself in the game here as Mindfreak. And as long as they've got a pretty decent plan to employ here, they should be able to do so. But the Operator might be a change up. They're not expecting infrequents on this line towards short A. See how he goes with it. Does seem like a quick execute towards this A site here. Already both of the Omen smokes down. The cam up there, that's a cheeky spot from RDW. You can see absolutely everything. Infrequent just playing off of the info. And Mindfreak, they've called a halt. They've slowed things down, but now they don't have any Omen smokes left. I guess they're just waiting for the third Omen smoke. They'll chuck one to heaven and try to send it. We'll see how it goes, though.
Dangerous.
Frequent's got to watch about 6 different angles. Man's got his head on a swivel right now.
It's all down to when they want to pull the trigger on it, and I think it might be now, although maybe that's not where the cage was intending to be deployed out from Norsen. He will be able to pop it and all come through together. There's Dart on towards the reveal on Infrequent. Hunter's Fury out too. Peck to get things started, and Lakers in the U-hole is able to find Infrequent. Swell, though, on the return, finds one, and this is a player advantage scenario for Mindfreak. Now doubled, in fact, is what manages to find that kill. Swell at least getting some damage out from the Shocky. As the trade comes out, there's a player advantage for Mindfreak still as they elect to go through the teleporter. Will they be able to get cut off? Ninim's here. It's not an Operator in possession, but it is a Vandal, and you know he's good for the frag. Spike down, and the gravity well as well, but Lakers sharp on it with the Operator. Now it's on the back of Noz.
It's been pretty good. He had a lot of very, very big impact multi-frags in the last half. Big straight into Lakers, though. Which, by the way, was gifted that Operator by Infrequent. Maybe not something you'd want to be doing. Either way, though, that's not the kind of buy you'd want from Wildcard to close this game out. I'd say we're going to OT. Unless Ninim goes huge with an Operator or Mindfreak runs into a stack of, you know, the... Man, so many not broadcast-friendly words I have to say about the, you know, in-between guns in this game. But, you know... The fun guns, they're really fun. We all love them. Anyone can win a round with any money. And we're going to have a short A push. We'll see how it goes.
They pop the Nebulas right now. Lakers with the Operator. It's not the greatest weapon you want at a situation like this. They're even going to get revealed twice into this short elbow area. Norsen not really revealed. But we look to just kind of go back towards an estranged default. Then I'm looking for a pick, but is it going to be provided so?
Oh, perfect timing. He's got so much info right now. Wildcard knows exactly what's happening. They're going to force stack this A site. They've still got a couple Cypher trips up. They've still got that U-Haul control. The Sova's heading over here, and this is where this A hit's going to start to get kicked off for Mindfreak, but they're running into a stack, Dion.
Oh, and there comes the Stinger. Good for 1.5. But is that going to be enough? It does turn over now that we are all equal. Noz being down as well as the Cypher there. That means that there's 2 ults that Wildcard can't be able to play with in this last round. Lakers manages to find Infrequent, and as the plant goes down, that is a brilliant shot to come through from Swell. How's he done that one? Now Ninim is up to the task. A 1 versus 2 with an Operator, and Squall might even just hear his footsteps dancing and prancing around. Definitely will do so now. They know where he is primed from. Dark cover down, blocks off one angle, does go for shot, tags what as well. Imagine if that was a headshot and found the frag. This would have been even more so interesting, but he's just being very paranoid around this smoke right now. He knows that time is ticking all the way, gets revealed out by that dart as well. He's just trying to see if anyone of Mindfreak does reveal themselves. There's a good flick, but they do both be seen. And what will find that headshot? We are going to OT. And talk about Caster Curse, you wanted a close game. It's as close as it gets.
Dude, it's reverse Caster Curse. Give me some credit. Come on. Caster Curse is when the opposite happens. All right. Glass cannon for Lakers, who has been definitely doing his due diligence with the operator here. Pretty close score lines across the board from pretty much everybody in the server here. No one really lagging behind. Everyone's stepping up to the plate. It's an important game. And I would say two pretty evenly matched teams. I mean, you've been keeping up a little bit more than I have, Dion, but you know, I am not surprised that this is a bit of a banger between both of these squads. Wildcard back on the attacking side now. Are going to start to make their way up short. Drone through. Isn't going to go low, which means it's not going to get rid of that trip. But I think it's pretty clear what's happening here for the boys on Mindfreak. They hear all of that util. They see everything going on with a great can from Norse, and that hasn't been found at all. So he knows exactly what's going on. He's common the position of all 5 players. This is great info from the man.
Spike down A.
He'd be pinging on the floor as well instead of tagging with the camera, so it still does lurk about and be able to be very well utilized. The amount of info just on the back of that is insane. Now it's Ninim Noz getting the job done. However, it quickly turns upside down as Watt reveals himself. Ninim dashes through the TP. Very wise idea. Watt's only got 30 HP as well, and you talk about all that information there, Pilsky, that Mindfreak was actually getting off the back of that one camera. They didn't really exploit it, unfortunately.
Yeah. They had perfect information. I was like, this round's over. These guys can just spam through smoke. They know exactly what's happening. All they got to do is have good execution. End of the day, though, doesn't matter because Wildcard are too sharp, and Ninim is on for the 30 bomb, having a bloody good game for himself. And you love to see it. It's one more for Wildcard, and they're going to have taken this hard-fought first map, a hard carry from Ninim. You love to see it from the man. First game I've watched him play, a competitive game, and you know, I'm impressed. 10 out of 10. Would watch again. And we'll have to watch again because I'm contractually obliged to watch it again.
One of the biggest things to note with, you know, Ninim is once upon a time he was taken off the Fabled Jet, and then the whole roster kind of changed for the agent deployment of Wildcard, and that's where things kind of got a little bit shaky for them, if I'm going to be honest. You know, they were looking to be top, like, 3 in the region and everything up there with the Order and the EXO, but then they started just to fall on off, and, you know, now that they've added Swirl into the roster, Wizards out, and Noz is here, it is really starting to work for them on this change up of agents, but I guess it is still kind of early territory for them on this setup.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, in this game, you do have to be somewhat fluid with the roles, especially in the long term as your team gets older and older. You can't just keep throwing the same strategy over and over again. You need a bit of diversity, bit of the splice. Little dart towards the back of the bathrooms here. Are we going to get any spam kills through the smoke? Mindfreak's ready for it. Beautiful stuff from Pex and Scroll, just getting rid of that. Again, they're running their default. Mindfreak under a bit of pressure. They know this is map point. They know that they definitely had their chances to just win this game fairly straightforwardly, and that is now fallen by the wayside, and they must deal with the pressure that is now looming. They are taking this bathroom control though. Done a good job of just utilizing the utility to minimize risk. Spam for those players up on the cheeky top of the box position, and they're going to get that orb for the Sova. And in the meanwhile, Mindfreak haven't gotten any control towards B, haven't taken Octagon, haven't taken Hookah, but they've made sure no one's pushing there. And it's worth mentioning Wildcard are just 4 stacked on this A site because of how often Mindfreak have just run this default and gone late A. It's literally such a common play from them, and Wildcard are just thinking to themselves, I mean, why not? We've already got that 1 round advantage. Let's just go for the read that we think is going to work.
30 seconds left.
Into it. Lakers gets RDW out. 20 seconds. They do need to get onto all this plant as well. Trying his due diligence to at least deny this spike from going down with those shock darts. But now it does start to come on through. He's actually going to send the out drone as well. Get the tag out onto the plant. But no, it does get destroyed in the end. Noz failed attempt to try and get something situated. But it is all going to be down and in him. And we are going to be going into another round of OT unless Ninim can come out with a 1 versus 5 on the operator. 100 points of HP. Certainly is going to be
It's
difficult.
just insane,
Maybe finds
Dion.
one.
How's this happening? Like, these teams just have perfect reads. Mindfreak the other round, perfect cam. Was that his 30? Or is he already over the 30? I'm wondering.
That's
And at the end of the day, though, they had a 4-stack.
Switching sides.
They had a bloody 4-stack on the A
Overtime.
side. That was his 30. So pretty stylish 30 frag, but they had a 4-stack and they didn't get a single kill until Nidham did that, you know, B-hop, you know, quick scope action, which is, you know, didn't really have a whole lot of impact, so whatever. But it's just insanity. The amount of times that these teams, they're in a, you know, technical bad position. If you did a bit of a freeze frame before all the action happened, you'd be like, man, this team's probably going to win this round, but it's not happening.
Back at it again. We do see him in the OT. I wonder how long this is going to go, though. Seems pretty even right now.
Oh. Well, pretty slow things from Wildcard on this round. Just a 1-4 from these lads. Getting ready to hit this A side of the map. Watt's ready with the blind. Drone comes up. Was actually a smoke there, actually. Waiting for the contact. Drops the blind and the smoke. Blind maybe a little bit too high. Jesus, Norton's really taking it from these shock darts.
You know what, the site is the best thing for Wildcard right now. They need to establish this objective and they need to kind of do it now. 40 seconds to go. The pressure is building up from Mindfreak's forces. The player in Scroll is already going to lose his life as well as Swirl. Both of your servers down, but Ninim plants his feet in amongst the U-hole. Lights are on for him. Looking for another one right now as well. And it's 2-player advantage of 4.
player
Wildcard,
standing.
it's all down to Mindfreak to see how they challenge out these angles. And for Pex to be in a 1 versus 4 with being seen, he finds the first. 30 HP is going to be severely difficult. Now they know exactly where he is as well. He gets swung upon by Infrequent, and that is the round. It's Wildcard to lead on the exchange, and Mindfreak to send us into another OT if possible.
Match point.
Yeah, they got themselves another map point. I know you need to focus on this game right now, Dion, so I'm going to test your casting prowess. Ready? Okay. Presented without comment, keeping in mind that April's Fools was 3 weeks ago. NIP signed device.
Yeah, device. Yeah, no, I put that in chat. My Twitter timeline's blowing up right now. I was having a good little thing with D's in the chat there as well. But yeah, minus device from Astralis, plus into NIP, and that's interesting, right? Because that's now res and device together.
Well, that actually almost happened like years ago, is the funny thing. But tangents aside, do have a attack pause here. Teams realizing that this could be the last round of the game, or the last round of the map rather, which makes it an important one. Ninim's just bloody on one, mate. 32 frags for the man on the jet.
Oh yeah.
Why the hell would you take him off of it? I'm not really sure. Either way.
It's one of the big things that I had a conversation with RDW a couple of weeks ago when he told me that Ninim was going on the back on toward the jet. My immediate reaction was good. It should have never been taken off him. So it is really good that he's back on it because he's just impactful.
Well, Mindfreak mixing things up. No slow default from these guys on other sides of the map this time. It is going to be a very, very strong push from all of the lads over here towards that B side of the map. Ninim's on the deep line to bathrooms. He's got a lot of information. Infrequent's ready on that quick rotate. Look at those trips. Those are filthy. That's going to catch your jets dashing into the site. Things like that. Anyone coming out of hookah with the blast packs, drone through Octagon. It's a close setup here. Noz up close doesn't get tagged, actually. It was the player in elbow, so they have no idea that Noz is in this close corner. And this crossfire could be immense. The nade's ready on Infrequent. 4 players on this B bomb site. Surely this is where Wildcard get it done, Dion.
Well, this is where you would expect them to do so. That is for sure. They've got all the information they need with the push up through the showers. There goes out the paint shells as well. Lakers has to dash in front and to his demise as well. Now it's Beck's turn, who is still frolicking about and is able to formulate a frag as well. 3 versus 3. Make it 3 versus 2. Paranoia in. They're going to go through the TP as well. And Ninim is here, locked and loaded on the operator. They are not expecting it. There goes Scroll. It's all down to what? The leader of Mindfreak. In this 1 versus 3, Ninim has his number, shouldering out this position. There's no time on the clock as he gets the good headshot onto Infrequent. He has to tackle against Ninim, who swings on out with the Ninim pick as we know it. And there is Wildcard finding victory in map 1 of this best of 3.
Already feels like multiple maps at this point. That was a hell of a game. I'm very, very happy that this is the night that I chose to cast here. So already good stuff on Bind. Hoping to see the other maps deliver just like that. And already a banger matchup. And we've got a whole nother one to get to after this.
Yeah, that is exactly right as well. Big things that were just put up on the board there. Ninim, immense on the fragging department. Absolutely insane with just everything that was coming up. And you look at the beginning of it as well there, Pilski. You know, it was 8-4 at the half with Wildcard leading. We see them take an even better lead. But then Mindfreak, you know, they start to build it on back. So that was well placed out by them, but they can't get it over the line in the end. Ninim too strong.
Yeah, there was definitely points at which Mindfreak could have won that game. You know, a lot of thrifty rounds going back and forth, a lot of 1v1s, XVXs that could have swung differently to maybe not even put us into OT. But either way, it's already done. Wildcard going to lead 1-0.
Well, we will lead you all to take a bit of a breath likewise for ourselves right now as we will throw it over to a break. And when we come back, we will be ready to get into map number 2. Stay tuned.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi, which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Good evening and welcome back, everyone, to the Valorant Oceania Tour for 2021. We're in stage 2, the closed area, and we've just witnessed map number 1 of our first B03 of the night be taken in double OT. I think it was double OT there. 15-13 by Wildcard. Of course, joining me tonight is Pilski, and you did ask for a closer one to start us off.
Yeah, like I said, reverse caster curse. It's taken many years, but I finally worked out the reverse caster curse. Oh, actually, I feel like I've had it for a while. I've called some pretty insane plays in my time, going back to like casting Asian Pro League. Of all the 30 people that were watching that, I'm sure they are well aware. But for everyone else who watches, relevant competitions, then they haven't seen it up until now. Welcome. Now we're going to go on to Haven, and I could have possibly predict what's going to happen on Haven because nobody bloody can. The map is an absolute mess.
Yeah, no, 100%. I do agree with you on that front. Of course, we aren't the only game that is going on at the moment, Pilski. We do also have Kanga and Paradox being played over on the LPL_Valorant stream. That is currently 1-0 in favor of Kanga. They won Bind 13-8. They also go into Haven next in a similar map pool, though their final map will be Ascent. Ours here, Icebox. I will be keen to see Icebox, but that is now going to be up to Mindfreak because, it was as close as it could get there on Bind. As we go over to Haven, as you said, it literally could be anyone's map from what we've seen so far.
Well, it's Mindfreak's pick, so I'm hoping, I don't know how much the picks and bans really matter when you got such a narrow map pool at the end of the day and you get to ban one map or like 1/5 of pool out. But you'd be hoping that Mindfreak can definitely turn around their fortunes on this map because they definitely gave it a good shake of the sauce bottle. I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of. Gotta love Kevin07 on that last map. So, this is where I'm hoping they can push it through to Icebox, which is another map that I've seen them play it a couple times. I haven't watched that many games of OC Valorant, but I've already a handful of them have been Mindfreak on Icebox, so they should be well familiar by now.
And I think one of the things for me, if we do get over to Icebox, is because Noz is still very new in toward this wildcard roster, they might not have, practiced at all going over into that map, right? It's one of the maps that is more strategically heavy in terms of like the agent pool if you're looking at the Viper coming out instead of your more so Omen or your Astra and everything. So if they wanted to align over to that, that could be where it's different because I know that, they like to get that Viper out on towards wildcard. We see it from RDW, but because of Noz being brought in, they might change it up, put him on the Astra again or something like that. So it can be kind of up in the stars to what we see on that front.
Yeah, it's that cancer meta that you hate to see. It's just like, I always feel like it's like playing World of Warcraft Arena or something. Like you just get stunned for like 3 seconds out of nowhere and there's just like, lose half your HP pool or something in a tactical FPS. It's a bit crazy. And obviously, watching teams like FPX and things like that over there in Europe just using combos like that to the best of their ability, it shows you the potential of what could be really broken. Not sure how much teams are going to be able to harness that, at least in the short term over here in OS, but I'm keen to be surprised.
Well, you said crazy there in that. It was crazy in map number 1 between these two. Will it be crazy or not coming into map number 2 here on Haven? The map pick, as we've seen it, of Mindfreak. So it would suggest that Wildcard would maybe be starting off on the defensive side here. They had that big run over on the attacker side on Bind, so things could definitely change up here.
Really? I want to see them start attack. I feel like I would always start attack on Haven, but I don't know.
Okay.
Depends. I like starting attack anyway. Like I've always liked starting attack in CS, even like back then. But I mean, I guess Wildcard, I want to play that defensive side out first. Try to get in the comfort zone. Let the frags come to them. Although it is worth mentioning that with the amount of defensive aggression you see on this map at times, it's almost like you're playing 2 attacking sides sometimes. Either way though, not too much of that aggression from Wildcard. Chilling out in the pistol, looking for an opening pick. Let's see what's going on here. Bit of a contact up long. Oh my god, Ninham. 2 quick 1Bs. That's going to be it for Mr. Lakers in this round.
And something that I've noticed for Mindfreak as well is they are actually bringing back onto the chat in Breach right now. Pex is able to find 1 pick in toward this round, but Ninim is still alive and dancing around. And he's just found what through the smoke as well. Take a bow, Ninim. That is a pistol round with some very sharp shots.
That was bloody crispy. crunchy. A bit like the Anzac biscuits that my missus made for me that are a little bit overbaked, but it's an Anzac biscuit, so you can say that it's historically accurate or something like that and not just, you know, a bad cookie. But anyway, do have the save coming out for Mindfreak. They're going to potentially look to try to test their luck further on here. Been 1 for 1 in the pistols so far in this series. Nobody winning the majority of them. Going a bit back and forth, but 2 for 1 now on this map, at least for wildcard. So gets himself scanned, but he's not really in any danger. Not that he can know that, of course.
Enemy kill.
See you later, Norson. Nice to know ya. Wanted to go for a bit of a stroll through middle, and Ninim's just doing Ninim things. He's no-scoping his bloody Marshall here. He's just going to run into the smoke. All right, no worries. He's Ninim. It works for him.
One enemy remaining.
Couple frags being pegged back by Mindfreak, though, keeping the economy a little bit lower, but only 1 kill. I don't think they're going to be too upset about that. No one's going to be shedding a tear. And I'd imagine it's going to be a bit of a bonus in for wildcard now, as they still do have the ghost kept over, and Mindfreak will go to their first bite.
That movement from Ninim in that round as well was pretty cool to be able to witness. You know, the shot out from the Marshall as well, the updraft, just trying to navigate around, and he's somehow managed to just find 3 kills in it. And as you do mention, they're coming into this bonus round. He's even got the Blade Storm available. Not sure if he's going to use it. Yeah, it's back up the Marshall, but RDW's got that Judge as well.
It just hurts my boomer brain, Dion, seeing someone play that hyper-aggressive anti-eco, but end of the day, if you're going to get the blades available to you, I don't think you can be too upset about it. Initial scan does go through, and Mindfreak see both Infrequent and Ninim over there towards long. Ninim just going to fake the updraft, make the boys on Mindfreak think he's repositioning, and then moves elsewhere. But at the end of the day, Mindfreak, they're not interested. They've got that man advantage. They're happy to just chill. They're happy to just work through the rest of the map. Exactly what you saw on Blind. These guys love their slow defaults. They love taking their time in a 5v4, but that's where someone like Ninim is going to find the gaps.
He's found one on that owl drone. Scroll was very vulnerable, and now Ninim wants to try and escape, but Lakers might be able to head him off. Although, as I say that, Ninim still unable to stay alive. Very big. Pex finds Noz, 1 blade out. Ninim has to try and lock it down on A by himself now, and another one out. He does get traded from Lakers. It's just that bonus round, of course, that Wildcard throwing in to see what they can do. But I mean, a potentially costly one. You talk about the Blade Storm. It technically can be farmed up pretty nicely on this map here. Grabbing those orbs over at A long is just going to be Swirl now, no longer. Pex will end him.
Nicely done. 4 alive for Mindfreak. You're going to be happy with that one. Build up the cash a little bit. Heading forward. This is where the buy comes through for Wildcard. Double operator. Straight out the gates. Straight off the roof. Straight into the double ops. Which might not be something Mindfreak's expecting. They need to be on top of that util. Breach and the Sova in particular, as well as what on the smokes. Cannot be giving any opportunities, any gaps for these operators to find opening picks. Because if you win this round, this is a high risk, high reward play for Wildcard. If they win this round, they're going to be cruising. But if they lose this round, their money's going to be crushed.
Well, you can see that the deployment of 2 as well was ready, available for Mindfreak, but what may be caught sleeping or miscoordinated with Scroll, as he is the first fallen soldier in this round. Ninim's even looking for another one. What? He peeks out to at least establish a trade. And a good TP as well.
Cheeky. Yeah, cheeky from what? Just dry peeking him through the edge of the smoke as soon as he hears that operator shot. Now into the 4-on-4. Seem like Mindfreak. Oh, that is disgusting. From Swirl and Noz. Just combining to be able to find that pick, and IDW's pushed down mid at the perfect time. He hears all of these footsteps. The smoke comes from the other side of the map from what? The smoke off of CT, but there's the spike dropped.
And a reveal onto Norton, and he's just going to get toyed with by IDW. Good dink out for a bit of extra damage. The cam doesn't work out from Norton as well, as it missed its mark, and now Watt is kind of left scratching his head. He got something happening over at the seaside originally, but all of his team's just been dismantled by
30
one
seconds left.
little RDW.
Yeah, bit of running Spectre, no problems. Why not? We all love running SMGs in tactical FPSs. We all love double operators. finding success, finding picks bloody everywhere. And I said, high risk, high reward. Couldn't have much better of a reward for Wildcard, although they didn't retain both ops. They still got the round. They still retained one of them. And they've put Mindfreak in a bit of a cooked economic position. Lucky for Mindfreak, they finished that first gun round so damn cleanly. Or this round, buy will not be looking so great. They do have that Bladestorm available to Lakers, which is going to really bolster things. So let's see if they can keep themselves in it, because otherwise they're going to go on an eco, and Wildcard are going to get off to a pretty nice start here.
Going Astro, guys.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked to see them maybe translate over towards the C site, grab that orb on Pex. The Rolling Thunder would then be available to back something up and to go into maybe the B site with the concussive force, but they are just going to send Lakers in what looks like pretty dry.
He just sended it. Bladestorm out, dashes straight in towards Seacon, and see you later. Shot in the side of the head. Noz is going to find that man advantage for Wildcard, who have got a pretty good idea of what's going on. There's a player in B site. That's been cleaned out. The rest of the boys are in towards Garage, but they don't really have any control of either of the sites.
Oh, and that is a great combination of utility as well. RDW caught jumping in the end, but the usage of the bolt, or maybe it was the tag from RDW's camera, I didn't catch it exactly, but the gravity well to back that up as well was the good kill through the cage. And now what is just going to be here with Norsen? See what they're going to be able to re-establish in toward this round. At least they've got the spike on their back to be able to utilize, but around the C site, Wildcards still do lurk about.
Pulling up a couple fold-out chairs in the garage, trying to comfort each other, have a couple beers or something like that.
30 seconds left.
Now I'm going to put the spike down on C and try to navigate this 2v3. Dark comes out. Oh, Swell, the slow peak doesn't end up favoring him. A double 1B from Watt, and it's all on Ninham here, Dion.
Yeah, and they must be expecting him to be in for a flank as well. They've got the control down towards the defender spawn, and now he's shot out some bullets from the Vandal as well. They can look over towards his location. It took a little bit for them to exactly do so, but with the smokes going in down, Ninham does have a lot of positions to clear on out, and his Cloudburst has actually just allowed a pathway for Norsen to get in amongst the dark cover, and that was played very, very, very well from Mindfreak to be able to bring that one back.
Yeah, Watt taking a bit of a risk on an aggressive angle like that, but when you're a man down, someone's got to dig deep for the boys, and he's done it. And that was going to be the economy-breaking round for Mindfreak as well. Like, what? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I'm looking at a lot of these games. Look, he's going 15 for 15. He's going even in kills, deaths, whatever. But you got to remember, he's leading the boys. He's doing those IGL duties. He's throwing out all the great smokes. And then, when Mindfreak need him most in a lot of these impact rounds, he's having some big ones.
Certainly is. We do maneuver onto a new round. The ultimate orbit A will be farmed up yet again by Mindfreak. Ninham just onto this Marshall to see what he can do. Oh, if only he shot. If only he no-scoped. Would have found Scroll's head.
Never
Imagine that.
Surely if the drone comes out, he just dashes straight in. Never mind. He's going to go away there. I thought he was going to send it. I don't know. Maybe I don't know Ninham as well as I think I know Ninham after watching him for one game. I figured he would be one of those sent it kind of players when he hears the outro. Either way.
I think it was the Marshall.
Yeah, maybe. Just no-scope him. No problem. You know? Why not? Either way, though. You talk about Marshalls. It is only the half bite, which is why you're seeing such a slow round out from Mindfreak. They're not taking any chances. They got a whole bunch of ults, and there's one of them. Rolling Thunder clearing out the whole of the site here, as well as the dash up draft in from Lakers. Smoke onto Garage. They're going to put this spike down. Old mate Cypher's got mid under control here, but he's going to have a whole lot of players heading in his direction north, and he hears all these footsteps.
Enemy down.
And there's the first frag as well to be found. Swirl down. You saw the damage earlier on by Noz with that Sheriff on towards Pex and Lakers, which is why they're relatively low right now. But for all intents and purposes, it's just down to Norsen to see what he can farm up. Hold on to this Vandal. You know, it's not the most perfect bio in the world for Wildcard in toward this round, but anything that they can get and upgrade on towards will be better off for them. As Mindfreak, they will look to equalize here 3-3, but how many of their own rifles are they going to be able to hold on towards? Ninham getting peppered down. Will take Pex as his prize. And maybe the spike with him as well.
Yeah, gorgeous damage. RDW pushing in on the flank here. Almost finds one, but not quite. He's just going to hold on to that Vandal there. So end of the day, a couple of losses sustained here for Mindfreak, but they're going to have no problems buying up, and they've got a bit of extra cash in the back pocket if things get a little bit too dicey. heading into this round. Do have that cost once again, as well as the rocket for wild card. You do have that Sova ult for Mindfreak. So a couple things, a lot of ults actually. Three of the players are one off their ult for wild cards. So this could be a pretty crazy round coming up.
Standing ahead.
Scroll's been pretty silent in this one. Couple of pulses off that recon bolt, but in terms of the kill department, bit quiet on this one. I guess it was a little bit likewise the previous map as well. So all on that assistive perch for his team.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Sova player. Swirl, on the other hand, is just going to win a duel against Lakers, and then Nidham gets a pick on Norson down C long, and this is what I'm saying. Haven's a crazy map. Individuals just going aggressive all over the place, just dry peeking through the smoke. Why the hell not? Put the spike down on the B side and see how you can get working for yourselves if you're Mindfreak, because they were down 3v5. Someone's got to step up a little bit. Couple of flanks coming out here for Wildcard. They've got to push through A lobby and C long here. And then Scroll's trying to make the big play through Garage.
Oh, he's going to catch Noz in the astral form as well. There's the first frag on the board. Love to see it. The showstopper goes the wrong way, and as RDW manages to find one. Ninim likewise as well, and they actually all do fall over for Mindfreak. Thought that they might have been able to piece things together into that round, but unfortunately not. RDW, some tactical crouching. Hot under the pressure. I like hot chilies. 4 on the board for Wildcard.
Me too, dude. Me too. I think that was a more impressive round from the Observer than the actual players in the server there. Don't think he missed a single kill. 10 out of 10. Love to see it. Alrighty.
This goes here.
Another buy through. Didn't start well that round for Mindfreak. They got pushed on multiple sides and lost opening picks. They definitely are not looking to keep that one up. And Ninim's having another one of these games. 12-3. I mean, when someone's having a pop-off game like this, I don't know if this is characteristic of Ninim because I haven't seen too much of him play, but this is the kind of game where you really got to dig deep as Mindfreak if you want to win it, because Old Mate's having a hell of a game for himself. Oh, that is a great Hunter's Fury. Look at all the tags coming out for Swirl.
Look at the utility combination in this one, Pilly. From all of it on Wildcard, the paranoia, the Nebula, the Gravity Well, the Ultimate, and then being perched up on the plat as well. That can get chaotic in the comms.
I mean, it's a round-winning Hunter's Fury. He only got like 1 kill and a tag with it, but it's just the info that it provides. Like, they know exactly what Mindfreak's going for about 3 seconds into the round. Another tag. The Sova from Swirl here is absolutely immense for Wildcard, just applying so much pressure to the boys over on Mindfreak, and they're going to try to reroute, head away from that Sova, but that's where Ninim stands with his Blade Storm, and I thought he was going to get another right-click for himself, but that's the key frag that Mindfreak needed. Now they can get boots on the ground in this 8th side, put the spike down, and try to play a bit of a post plant. They are a man down, so maybe they might need to go for a cheeky little push somewhere. Surely someone is going to, and of course it's what again? Trying to play these cheeky off angles. Hex has got the stun ready for the man.
Noz puts down the Cosmic Divide and a Star to potentially use as a Gravity Well or that Nova Pulse to just get some damage done. Although there's the good usage of the Gravity Well on towards Scroll's position. What gets to trade out? Swirl finds what? Now it is all down to the last Soldier and Pex, but Swirl just says no to that one. 3 on the board from him and the Hunter's Fury in the beginning that you did mention as well. That is a very big MVP-able round from Swirl.
I would agree. Just straight up Sova diffed him. You love to see it. Big impact round from the man. Now Mindfreak. Their money's pretty cooked. Big impact round from Swirl. I'm going to say it again because it needs to be restated. Just look at the effect that's had on Mindfreak's economy. Wildcard going to start steaming ahead on this defensive side of Haven. See what Mindfreak are going to be able to do. Some of them are full investing. Okay, they're starting to sell. Keeping things sensible. Not forcing into this one. Quick dash, straight down sewer from Lakers. Infrequent seen him. Knows exactly where he's at. Gotta drop the boom bot. Nidim's got long under control. Of course he does.
Bit of a dink. Oh, thought that was Ninim for a second there, but it was not. It was Infrequent. Now stretching out into the B site. Noz finds what? Not dropping too much in this round to the pistols is a confidence booster. You know, we saw too many thrifties to count in the previous map. So it's good to see not that many this time.
What's been walking through a lot of smokes. What's going on, Mr. Lewis? Must just be because they're on the eco. And I think the other times I've seen him do it, they've been down a man or down two players. Hold on though, Mind Freak. They're making a bit of a run of things. Lakers is pretty low though. Swill's trying to right click him. Was actually RDW who finds the kill there, and it's all on scroll to see how much more damage he can find. None. Can't find anything. RDW positionally is hard to test, I guess. Now this is where wildcard. They're up 6-3, but it's more than just 6-3. It's the money on top of that. The money's fantastic.
This could be ultimately one of those rounds as well that if wildcard do put the punishment down to Mind Freak, they might not be able to gather another one for this half, and you're looking at just a dominating half from wildcard.
I'm thinking that it might be. This is one of those rounds, though, where the ults won't really influence things too much. Mind Freak looks like a pretty quick one towards this B site. They're not playing around. They're going to head straight in there. There's a star and the trip at the ready, though. And there's the updraft dash straight in from Lakers. He's got his way to the back of the site. And again, Noz, every time anyone stepped deep in towards the B site, he's been so good at punishing them. Ninum has found the trip on the flank there.
Okay. That was maneuverability and not punished as Infrequent finds Norson. Ninum is still just alive somehow. Infrequent able to find two, and it's all going to be down to Watt, who went in, got the plant down, got the dark cover to cover something out, but now that he finds Infrequent, they're already on to Watt the defuse, and there's another one from Watt. Puts a nice well here as well, but no, he's covered off by Ninum. And that is a close round, but Wildcard do gather it in the end. And one thing that I just wanted to touch upon as well, times that we see Haven with an Astra in form, they can put the gravity well on toward like that B site default plant location and pull the planter off into the open instead of being tucked in toward the corner. I saw it a lot yesterday. I didn't really see it from Nos too much yet.
Yeah. Oh my lord. This is meant to be Mind Freak's pick. They're kind of getting slobber knocked right now. See if they're able to pick up a couple rounds towards the tail end of this half, because there's only a few left in it. Do have that Sova ult at least, but the rocket's ready for Infrequent. Bit of a slow round for Mind Freak. Taking their time, moving through the map. Lucky that Pex doesn't shoulder pick that any wider, because Ninum was ready on the line, but still, a pick might be found from the man. Mind Freak walking through grass, but it does seem like they want to test garage while Norson explores A.
Oh, Noz has to make sure he does something here to assist, as Infrequent does get a frag in the end. Noz actually managed to find one as well, and the show's on out. Actually looked over the wrong line. Next able to find the one. Maybe a second one is on the cards, as well as Noz is still stuck up in toward this window. Scroll actually manages to find it in the end. So we lay back a little bit now as we're on a 3 versus 3. Look who's already pushed in towards the A site, however. Norson, he's gotten so much information, though his teammates are very low, and if he doesn't go heaven, IDW might be able to win out this round.
Oh, he's got it. Oh my god, RDW, how does he know? Did he see him on the cam? I would love to know. Either way, doesn't really matter at this point. Mind Freak going to try and navigate this 2-on-3. They've got 2 ults to work with, but they're both so low. Any stray bullet could start to take them out, and that's just a 1v from Ninum.
Scroll does get one reveal out, but with 29 HP, RDW finds it in the end. He did not have that information, I do believe, as well, with where his camera was situated in hell. I think that's just a point of, hey, I didn't clear the side out for a while. Is anyone flanking me? And finds the right timing.
Big brain. Good awareness, good game sense from the man. That's what you want from your Sentinel player, though. Just knowing what's clean and what's dirty. What are the possibilities that the other team can throw at me? Not getting complacent. You know, if you're talking about CS, that anchor role, that's exactly the skill set that you need. And then if you're going on to the Sentinel in this game, same thing. Double operator out for the boys on wildcard, and the weaponry getting a little bit skew if Mind Freak. Couple bulldogs out. At least they got 5 ults to work with in this round. So surely they've got some kind of cute play. Need to make sure they're not losing players going through the map, though. The breach flash is nicely avoided by Ninum. But he gets scanned and stunned off the line. Actually, double ops towards the A side of the map.
5 ults to none.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder straight in toward the B site. Noz is going to get pushed back at the shields. Well, to assist with some shock darts, can put a reveal in as well, but he actually manages to find Pex in this predicament. No scope doesn't work out for Ninim, but Noz is here to do something more infrequent as well, and this is just turned upside down. Lakers misses all of the blades, and I don't even know if you call that a retake. It didn't really feel like it was from Wildcard. They just shot what they needed to, and hey, the spike was planted. Now they defuse it.
Yeah, that's just one of those rounds where, like, that B site sometimes feels so sketchy for attackers. It never really feels like, even when they're putting the spike down, that they're winning the round. You know, like it's always just like, well, they're surrounded. They don't really have any control of very much at all, and they're struggling to put the spike down without taking too much damage. So that's just one of those rounds. 9-3 on their opponent's map pick on, I don't know, I would say the less favored side. I feel like this is pretty attack-sided with the 3 sites, but you never know. Alrighty.
It does tend toward it.
I'd say this should be Wildcard's game. They're just looking like the better team mechanically at the moment. I'd have to see Mindfreak step up a little bit to keep themselves in this map. We'll see if they've got what it takes. Pistol is a good starting point.
Go get him.
Pretty cheeky camera.
Oh,
no.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I wish it mattered, but it doesn't. Wildcard just shooting harder at the moment. They're just going to pounce straight into the C site. Little Astra smoke, and then the flank straight through Garage from RDW. Man's always in the perfect position with his crosshair trained on your head. And the 4v2 for Wildcard, they put that spike down on C, and they're setting themselves up lovely to win this pistol.
Infrequent was the bait over at A. Everything was happening over towards C, and Mindfreak were just caught off guard, caught with the pants down. What couldn't get anything done, and now it is down to the remaining 2 soldiers for MF to try and get something in. The Sova and the Breach, that's information for sure, and maybe some flashes if Peck still does have them, but paint shells to buy a little bit of time. The fault line, I think, is what's being lined up right now over toward that cubby. It is going to stun out Infrequent, but they can look to get on toward this defuse. They know nobody's on it as Swirl finds one. Squirrel for the 1 versus 2. Infrequent goes for the challenge. Didn't need to necessarily, but survives in the end with 1 HP, and Wildcard picking up that pistol there, Pilski. Double digits. It is certainly looking to be run away with, and I mean, we could have said that a couple of rounds ago, to be honest.
Yeah. Individuals just really firing on all cylinders for Wildcard. Mindfreak a little bit slow in this game. They're going to try and force buy here. A couple judges, a couple SMGs, and a sheriff. Could be a recipe for success, but it's kind of predicated off Wildcard making a bit of a misplay, I think, losing a round like this. But we'll see.
Bomb buddy out.
Frequent. Little bomb buddy to clear out Sewer. They're going to go for a bit of an exploration towards Long, where Norson does have his camp, but that's been taken out now. Cam does get taken out in mid as well. Lakers just going for a bit of a push to take that one out with the classic. And just good utility from Infrequent to clear out all of these annoying corners. Ooh. He's not overcommitting. He's not getting too close to get caught off guard by that breach flash play. And Wildcard have seen a fair few players over here towards A, at least 2 of them. They don't know Scrolls here yet. But they're not going to commit, at least for now. They're going to take their time. They should get a sense that there's a lot of players here. And when they see that dart, they know that's a 3rd player at least.
It's pretty well rounded by them right now as well, just clearing everything that they need to, or at least not over extending in toward the site to that potential stack, though they are starting to lead the time very low. And on the back of that, they do choose to go in with haste. Norton started off, does get traded out in the end. The Aftershock is going to miss its mark. Ninim's already in toward the site, however, but they need to establish this plan. And they need to do so now. Infrequent is going to be the last one alive in a 1 versus 3, but it doesn't matter what's on the judge. And finally, Mindfreak, they do get something back. They chose to force up into this one, and it works.
I mean, they have to. They're so far behind. They've got to cut a corner somewhere. And I was saying, I think you could only really lose that round off the back of a misplay from Wildcard. I don't know, like you get this sense for when you're pretty sure that something is a wrong play, you know, like when you're just seeing that much util come out, you're seeing them pressure angles, you're seeing them fight things. You know that they're playing quite strong towards that site. You know, there's 3 bomb sites on this map. And I still got the feeling that Wildcard just wanted to force things a little bit too much, and it just felt wrong, and it didn't work out for them. So they'll have to go back to the drawing board, which that's a lifeline thrown to Mindfreak. You know, they're kind of out at sea at this point. Didn't look like they had a hope. But they could actually give this one a bit of a crack now.
Farm up the Blade Storm for Ninim. Will get revealed by the trap, but doesn't get killed out early on. Wildcard looking for damage here, looking for plant, looking for a bit of that extra cash. They are going to lose Noz, however. The camera out as well. Maybe they start to lose a couple more. Scroll with a good dart. Starting to really feel like he's having better impact in toward this game now. But Norson, he wants to jump out of this window. Definitely know it. There's another one for him. There you go. I mean, Wildcard plant, a kill is okay.
Yeah, 4 alive rather for Mindfreak though, so they're going to be quite happy with that as well. Only trailing 5 rounds there. Getting back into things, getting rolling. Slow start for sure on their map pick is not what you'd want to be seeing, but I mean, we can't go back now. All they can do is just take this round by round and keep trying to chip their way back into this game. Definitely wouldn't be happy with how they lost that first map in such close fashion. You know, they knew they had their chances to take that one. Well, money looks pretty okay for them. 3 or 4 of the players could definitely reinvest next round if this one goes awry. As for Wildcard, Ninim wants to try to grab himself that C-long orb so he can get the blades up. The rest of the boys buying up.
Bomb buddy out.
Beautiful from Infrequent. Nice little gravity well there from Noz towards Long. Early on is going to make that kill a little bit easier to find the spam through the smoke. What? Well aware that Nidim wants to grab himself that Blade Storm. Could have gone for a bit of a spam, but doesn't end up doing so. Long range duel goes away. What there? Good stuff from the man. Just challenging, finding that pick in the 4-on-5. Evening things back up. Lakers, the timing push could make the difference here for Mindfreak, and it will. He's found the right timing, but can't find the frag.
A minute to go. Looks like we are going to extend out in toward the A side as well. Lakers is here with Pet and rotation from the rest of the crew to be able to assist as well. The combination of the gravity well, usually you see shock darts be put there, but Wildcard, they actually choose to send them over towards short together to clear anybody out that would be in that corner. They're at a player disadvantage now as well, and they've just been seen down towards Long. Well, Will managed to lose his life to Scroll, and now it's just going to be down to Noz, who's good for 2. Okay. Might be able to flush this one out. They line up in his vision, but not together. And in the one in the end, it's just what?
It's made it bloody expensive for him. That's for sure. Chip down the old money a little bit more. Now Wildcard. Going to go for a bit of a half buy, see if they can keep that economy nice and low. That's the second time, though, that Wildcard have just kind of tried to force a triangle through a circle hole, try to force their way onto a site that's been pretty heavily stacked, and it's just not worked out for them. I think that's where they need to let someone like Infrequent go on some aggressive lurking with the Rays, or maybe RDW can be that person to lurk towards top mid. Give themselves that plan B, start to catch some rotations and give a little bit of doubt to Mindfreak, who have been pretty heavily rotating. Jesus Christ. I shouldn't even be surprised at this point, but Ninim's just raw adjustments are just so crisp. There's no I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. There's no like hesitation. There's no dead zone in the aim. It's just snappy, straight on the head. It's disgusting.
It's that conversation where you talk about the mechanically intense battle of CS versus Valorant, where Valorant has all those abilities and everything, but if you've got aim in this game, it can certainly take you a long way. Ninim certainly has the brain to back up that aim as well, but with the player advantage that Wildcard do seat themselves in right now, I'm kind of just waiting to see Mindfreak's adjustment here.
Yeah, again, Wildcard on this A site. They've lost that pick multiple times. I feel like they've been up players, but then they start dropping picks right and left. Another pick being lost to Lakers, who finds a great time to peek out heaven as soon as the Astra Smoke goes down. Cosmic Divide, as well as that Sova ult, are available for Wildcard, but I don't know if they're going to be investing them in a round like this.
Oh, and Frequent manages to find Norson. The gravity well doing its work as well to disconnect the boys on Mindfreak, but in the end, this is all for naught. Well, can't get anything formulated either. So Mindfreak Once again, they do hang on. They're starting to get something known on this defensive side, Pilsky.
Yeah, maybe counted them out too early. To be fair, they did get a massive break winning that force fight. That was kind of the turning point, really.
Right here.
But once they've gotten on their gun rounds, definitely putting Wildcard through their paces. Operators in full swing for Lakers as well, who's been having a bit of a quiet one, but now he's got that operator available. It's a whole different ballgame. Couple ults available on both sides. Cosmic Divide, Sova ult available on the other side. You do have the Sova ult and the Breach ult available. So that could make a pretty big difference. Wildcard is just infrequent again, botting towards A. Trying to make it look like the same kind of round, but in the meanwhile, Wildcard's sort of putting pressure on other parts of the map. Exploring long C. Taking a look in middle. Infrequent's come back nice and early as well after using that boom pot. So maybe a different play on the cards here. Drone down middle from Scroll.
The Cosmic Divide in this round, potentially.
Yeah. Cut a couple of those sides in half. For sure. Could make a big difference. Does seem like it's going to be a C hit. And what? He's read this one pretty well. It's him and Lakers over here. In pretty forward positions.
Couple of missed darts. Time ticking down. Send in the recon at the same time as that Cosmic Divide, and now you just have to clear the corners. Frequent looking left, right, and center, but can't get anything done as Watt manages to play on his feet and find 3. Almost single-handedly just winning this round for Mindfreak with how low the time is. RDW, yes, he gets the flank happening, but it's expected. And with him being dinked as well, he's going to be onto Noz trying to get in toward this location. You see farewell to RDW, and Noz follows in pursuit as well. A fabulous round by Watt.
Gorgeous. I love to see it. That's a Watt round. He read it right from the get-go. Man was in that position most of that round. Just waiting for the C play, rubbing his hands together. This paid off beautifully for him. 17 and 11. That's a big impact round. He's going to get his ult now. That's Wildcard. Yet another Sheriff half buy, and all of a sudden what was an extremely one-sided game has flipped back the other way. 5 in a row for Mindfreak after the pistol that they lost.
Here, get out of my way.
Bit of pressure towards Lakers here. RDW, Scott Scroll with his pants down. Unfortunately, can't adjust the aim correctly. Bit of an awkward situation. C site's been left open though, which means that it's open for business for Wildcard.
Certainly is. A minute to go. Plant going down nice and early. That trap wire is going to get destroyed in the end. Watt knows exactly where the player is in RDW as well. That is pretty pristine in the end. They're going to utilize the Rolling Thunder. Ninim is going to bite the dust on that one, but Infrequent's not a one-on-one trade, favoring over to Mindfreak. Lakers has actually missed all the blades here, but his team is at least able to assist. The slack is being picked up. Norton finds a second on the board, make it a third. And it's going to be Mindfreak finding now 9. Surviving with 4 players as well to pad more of that economy where they've actually got a lot of credits behind them.
It's looking great.
Out of charges.
Money's great. Going to be quite hard for Wildcard to make a concerted effort to get back in this one. Ult's not going to play too much of a factor here for Mindfreak, just the Omen ult. But Sova ult could do something. Infrequent used his ult last round. He was 6 out of 7. They gave him the plant to try to make something happen with the rocket. They felt like that C push that they had going for themselves was going to be the ticket, and maybe the rocket would be what secured the round, but only really ends up going 1 for 1. Maybe not finding the impact that they wanted for Wildcard. This is where economy strong for Mindfreak. Wildcard has a lot of loss bonus, and this is where you start seeing the optimal change up this game a little. The drone's so high, I'm surprised he doesn't want to try to break some of those Cypher troops with that drone. Go in a little bit lower. Oh my lord. Great pick from Nods on the extremity.
Did they just bounce the shock darts to destroy the camera or attempt to do so? I think they did.
Blocking sight.
Either that or getting rid of the trips. Yeah. So it's good heads up play from them.
Well, landed in the corner.
Straight into
Maybe if
C,
there was a
though.
player there.
Scroll's on his own. He's got to go big here. He's got to hold strong. Can't really do much except for a little bit of damage to Noz and Infrequent. And again, C site is going to be the point of contest here. Trip going up for RDW. Cheeky boy. To try to make that retake a little bit harder, as if it wasn't hard enough on the 5v3 with Ninim already on the flank.
Yeah, and we've seen 6 rounds in a row for Mindfreak as well, so this is going to be finally maybe one back over towards Wildcard only after finding the pistol in this half so far. Dash in from Lakers is going to be nullified as RDW is only good for 1. There goes all of his utility, but now Ninim on the prowl on that flank as well. He is drawing all the attention out from Pex, does the Ninim peek and wins in the end. Able to pull out the rifle just in time. Surviving with 4 in this one though, Pilski, for Wildcard. Necessary as well because they didn't have a lot of credits.
Yeah, rely on that loss bonus. Keep getting bankrolled by the sugar daddies. Wildcard getting the engine started right towards the end. Things were starting to get a little worrisome. Mindfreak on a really big comeback, but that's a great round to get right at the perfect point to just keep the confidence going for the lads that they can close this out. Drone through from Swirl, investigating long, exploring, seeing what's going on. Ninim's just going to follow it in. Trip though will keep him in check. The re-aggression though. Oh, that could have gone either way, and I'm surprised that it goes that way. Like, no one really going down there. A full disengage from both sides. A dash out. What on the secondary operator is not what Noz expected, but he's moving, and he gives up the opportunity.
He's dropped bag in this one. Has to reposition and try another attempt where the darts are actually going to be lined up by Swirl as well. If this was shock darts to land doubly so on what, he could say farewell, but it's going to be the normal recon. He is going to ping him as well. There's a lot of information. Now Swirl brings out Hunter's Fury. What is dead to rights? The gravity well as well, just to make sure they find that frag. Brilliant entry. Great coordination from Wildcard, but now it's on towards Mindfreak to go back into it in this retake. Player disadvantage through the smoke though. Lakers able to find 2 somehow. How's he got away with the one onto Ninim? But now RDW fights back. He's able to establish one. It's down to Swirl, though. A quick change of events. And Mindfreak, they are hanging on to this one. Cloudburst for 4 seconds. Defuse onto it. Norsen's actually sticking it very, very reliable as Lakers finds 3 in the end. Mindfreak, they make it work.
That really could have gone either way. That round was an absolute mess. But it's good to see Mindfreak pick it up. Keep the pressure on. Wildcard, money is not looking good for the boys. If they lose this round, they're going to get reset on a couple of these players, whereas Mindfreak, like we said, a big streak from them means they have actually a little bit of cash behind this. Even if they go down, they can still try to fight for OT. This game getting very tense. Only 2 ults available for the Cypher and the Omen over there on Mindfreak. Wildcard, the drone through long again, as well as the Boombot into short. Using the utility to clear out the angles. Norsen's the only one on this A site, relying on the trips. And again, that Sova drone not getting rid of any of those trips. I want to see him zoom it in a little bit closer to the ground there. But he's actually just, oh my lord. Again, that's what I was saying. The shock dart to get rid of the trips. Norsen hasn't adjusted where he's putting his trips down. Which is surprising considering the man's playing from heaven.
Using shock darts to be able to destroy them, you know that they can counter it, but those shock darts, you couple them with a gravity well at the back of sight or to some expected positions, and sometimes they can find a good frag as well. It just depends where you want to slant things for Wildcard here.
I don't know if it was the correlation of exactly what happened, but losing those trips has definitely made Norsen a little bit more nervous, and now Pex is over there to offer him some support, and this is spread. The rotations may be a little bit too thin. Some opportunities for Wildcard here. He's going to go straight towards this B site. Lakers going to catch Ninim off guard, though, and give them the man advantage. And he's sticking around. He's not scared of this side push. And in fact, he just gets the opportunity to spray down Noz for free. RDW again on the lurk.
Oh. RDW? Oh, how's he managed to find that frag? He's on 27 HP. He wasn't even knowing that Scroll was there, but now the plant has maneuvered from B over towards this C site, and Wildcard are definitely in with an opportunity, but Lakers is still alive. Yes, he is low, but he's got a Blaze Bomb if he wants to be able to bring it out in this situation, though he's not got the operator. So on to the faithful Phantom. Will he be able to get something known? He has to pre-fire this angle, but IDW budges as well, giving an opportunity to Lakers to find his third. He's actually onto the ace right now as well, but he dashes at the wrong time. Prime for Infrequent. Now down to Pex. Will stick through the paint shells, and Infrequent finds 3 of his own as well. Wildcard are on 12. This is the scoreline, though, remember, that we saw on Bind. Mindfreak sent it to OT from here. So let's see if it happens again.
Well, like I said before, at least they had the better money of the two teams to try to recover from that situation. But Pex will have to go down to the Sheriff. So not all of the boys being as rich as each other. Couple of rifles. Well, you do have that Rocket and the Cosmic Divide available for Wildcard. Mindfreak, the Sova ult, as well as the Blades. It's a push down long C. In a round like this, that's ballsy. The double flashes coming in. They trigger that trip. This is going to keep Wildcard guessing about what's going on, but they're just going to sort of take initiative themselves. Go straight towards this this A site here. Couple shock darts coming out. Do get rid of one of the trips again. Pex is going to open things up onto IDW. There's that trip triggered, but with the Cosmic Divide, you can't really spam through at all. Nice little Sova ult to be able to spot him out, though, and in him updrafts just to stay alive. Speaking of updrafts, Lakers gets rid of the spike carrier, so that's going to delay the plant for a couple extra seconds for the retake to come in for Mindfreak, and it's a 5v3 for them.
And the wall's gone as well. They drop on towards the player in Ninim. He's good for one, but traded on through as well. Paint shells actually from Infrequent here can go massive, but it's Norson to go absolutely superstellar. I lied. The paint shells actually did get one in, as well as Noz. He's on to the 1 versus 2. 60 points HP to swing out from Watt as well. It's awkward for both of them, but Watt gets it done in the end, and he knew that that was awkward there. Defuse will come through as Mindfreak do hold on for an 11th.
Another bloody close game. Nail biter. Taking a little longer to take the defuse, maybe a couple extra seconds just to chat, just to get all of the woos out so that you can maximize freeze time. 12-11. Let's take a look at the money. Let's take a look at the buys and the ults. This is the critical round of the game. Alrighty. No ults available, really. Closest being Pex on that Rolling Thunder, as well as the Blade Storm for Ninim. So he could potentially drop a rifle over to one of the boys and just buy himself armor and try to grab himself the orb. Lakers. He's juggling the judge. He's doing the judge juggle over towards short there.
Just a pause to come through right now for Wildcard to get everything in order. See how they want their purchase to go. You know it's already... you know it's Struggle Street when you've got Guardians in play, especially with light shields.
It's a different look this time from Mindfreak, though. Usually it is obviously Norson or the Cypher towards A. This time it's going to be Lakers, so if they take that for granted and try to go towards A, they might lose an early pick. Lakers could go for a push and find some info, though, realistically, because Wildcard, they're just going to go straight towards C, but if they're trying to avoid the Cypher, they're not going to be able to. Watts, again, in another one of these little corners where he saw him multi-frag a C push just like this one, just before. See how it does boil down. Drone through from Swell usually is over towards A long. That's a bit of a tell for Mindfreak that this might just be a straight C push if all of this util wasn't.
Well, we're going to have to see if Norson can plant his feet. He will at least throw the boombot in the end, but Ninim good for one. Traded on out. Big reveal as well on the back of the site. However, the flash is supreme. It's chaotic. Aftershock actually works out from Pex for one too. And in this 2 versus 2 situation, Plant is here. It's Noz and Swirl for the victory here. Lakers jumping up, does manage to decapitate Noz with his Guardian. Swirls on the 1-tap, but he hears Lakers dashing up. Does he know he's dropped? It doesn't matter now. He's gotten tagged on through. The spike isn't planted for him either. 7 HP. Lakers could go for the challenge. Wants to get out the half defuse here. Is he actually fully sticking it? No, he's gotten off it. He knows how low Swirl is. Now he's on toward the remainder of the defuse and shots the through, but Lakers does manage to get it. One more shot would have illuminated him. And folks, once again, we are going to overtime.
Jesus.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Another OT. Maybe kind of regretting my reverse caster curse a little bit. Just a little bit. That's all right, though. I'm happy. I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Bunch of nail-biting rounds, bunch of XVXs, 1v1s. Going back and forth each way, and now we're into the OT. No operators, no glass cannons coming out from any of the boys. I was worried about that last round for Wildcard. Last time they tried to contact into C like that, things did not go well for them. Saw Watt in the corner there. Thought he was going to have the big impact once again, and he just gets 1v by Ninum. Good spam to start things off. There's a lot of damage to Pex. Minus 100 HP for the man. It's going to be a different approach for Mindfreak, though. They want to go quick towards B once again. Smoke's going into either of the connectors. Lakers just sending it straight up there. Gets rid of the boom bot. He's gotten a lot of control here. At least they haven't lost the pick going into the site. That's kind of been the issue for Mindfreak. Every time they've gone B, they've lost the pick to Noz. And he's done it again, Dion.
Yeah, Watt was trying to push himself in towards the garage and does and lose his life. Now it's Norsen's turn on a huge flank, but Ninim's found Lakers, a bit of jet diff in that one. Norsen, though, unleashing his inner flanks. He could be on for a multitude of frags here as well. It's all down to the timing. He does tickle the feet of Ninim, but he does get swung on here by Noz. It's actually Swirl to steal the frag. Aftershock out by Pex, has to land on toward the spike. It'll pull them off it. Good adjustment for another one through the smoke now, as it is onto him. He's doing it.
Oh my god!
Pex! 50 HP from the beginning of the round, and he holds it for Mindfreak. That is insane!
Match point.
Oh my god. This is what I was thinking to myself just recently, Dion. I'm thinking like, Pex is playing Valorant? This guy's a boomer. Like can he even move a mouse anymore? But then I look on HLTV and the guy's 23. And he's already got all this experience. Plus he's got aim like that. It's not fair, you know? How can that be allowed? You can't just be an IEM Sydney attendee and just be one-tapping people all over the place like that. It's gross. You just literally speed run esports. Either way.
We talked towards that bind clutch that he had, the 1 versus 3, and then he's done that one. Oh, man. Holding it on for Mindfreak.
Oh, infrequent. He's deep up short A. He's been time and time again finding this A control. And he's found a pick onto Pex, who was the namesake of that last round.
No charges. Shadows traveling.
Tried to go for the nade into heaven just to take the Cypher out, but needed a bit more juice on that one. Watt, though. This could be another Watt round on the C site. Surely Ninim's taken out of the equation, but he's done enough for Scrawl to come in for the trade and give Mindfreak the man advantage. Spike not on the site just yet. This thing starts to slow down.
Does tickle Swirl. He tries to retaliate with one. Problem being is infrequence on 30 HP. I mean, I even say that we just saw what Pex could do with 50. It's relatively the same. That's the reveal. That's all the information that they need. I think we're going to the next map. I think we're going to Icebox, folks. It's all on a Swirl. And there you have it. 14 to 12 to Mindfreak. And literally, you look at the whole build-up of that, a 9 to 3 half toward that overtime. And that overtime round from Pex, best round of the map.
Yeah, I mean, a hell of a lead for Wildcard. They're going to be kicking themselves. I think, like I said before, if you didn't see Mindfreak just win that force buy, that could have been a completely different game. That should have been an easy lockdown for Wildcard. They should have just secured the series and, started to look at how the next two teams were playing in the next series. But massive comeback for Mindfreak. That takes some serious resilience. Big rounds, big plays in here, but for the most part, just pretty solid play across the board to drag them through that one, kicking and screaming. And now we go on to Icebox, which I don't know which way this is going to go, but I would probably lean towards Mindfreak because I've seen them play it a little bit more. But then again, what do I know?
Well, it's one of the things that I touched upon earlier, isn't it? Noz being brought on through, whether or not they choose to fall back onto something that they did with Wizard, where he was on that Killjoy. They got the Viper out. I don't think they're going to be able to do that now. I think Noz is going to be back onto that Astra, but we do have to take a little bit of a pause for that one and send it over to a break. We've had 2 maps of overtime. Will the third follow in pursuit? Stay tuned.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour for 2021. A nail-biter of a series is currently where we see ourselves between Mind Freak and Wildcard. 2 maps, overtime in both of them, 1 apiece as we look to transition into our final map in Icebox.
Yeah, should be an interesting one. I think you're already sort of touching on it, but looking through the games for Wildcard, it seems like they're pretty all right at this map. Seems like they do pretty decently on it, but you already said there's a big caveat that obviously Wizard was playing before pretty recently, and he was over on that Killjoy, and now RDW is the man who's usually on that Sentinel role, but he was playing Viper. At the same time, though, like if there's any map in the pool that you don't necessarily see, like one of those Sentinels, like a Killjoy or a Cypher being played, and you just forego it, Icebox is probably the one where you're going to do that.
Yeah, of course, Icebox coming into it as well. The big onus on toward our Sova players as well. Swirl, if he's going to pick it back up on toward this one. And, on the flip side, Scroll as well, who's have a bit of a quiet series so far. If we look at the statistics, it's going to come down to a lot of reveals in toward this map and, playing on the back of that information as well. One thing that I personally like, and I'll say it time and time again, is, bringing in a Sky in Haven and on Icebox as well can sometimes be really fun. You couple that up as well with the Sova. We saw that be utilized quite nicely with the Breach instead for those flashes on that map there in Haven. But the point in playing that, I like the Sky. I doubt we're going to see it, but we do, of course, have to just wait for the agent pool to see what we're going to be witnessing for these guys.
I mean, Ninim's plus 23 in this series, so not too bad for the man. Not a bad day at the office. Really keeping Wildcard very competitive into this one. I think I saw Swirl on the Sage last time for Icebox, the last map that I looked at, which is obviously a pretty important character that you want to have access to on Icebox with all of the post plants that you do have, the Sage walls going back and forth. Keen to see who's going to be filling that role.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I guess why we do have a little bit of time in lieu as well right now. Just to touch upon the other game that's going on right now, Kanga and Paradox, they are currently tied as I just bring it up right now. Map number 1 was 13-8 over towards Kanga on Bind. They went to Ascent next, where it was 13-9 over towards Paradox. So they move over into... hang on. These statistic picks are showing that it's Ascent for both of these maps. Paradox picked Haven, so that's just wrong. Haven was the second map, it looks like. Ascent is the closer, which they are on now. So 1-1 there. Loser will get eliminated.
Yep. Clutchy is apparently playing Sova in that series and doing pretty all right for himself, which is interesting. Guess they're doing some weird stuff, doing some wacky stuff, because obviously they are not going to be together after this tournament. So why not try some different stuff and try to diversify your skill set a little bit on the way out?
Well, trying some different stuff, Pilsky, is exactly what we're going to be doing right now as we do transition over into our final map of this best of 3 here. Who is going to take it? Who is going to continue their run in the upper bracket and get into that final to play off against the winner of Order and Bliss, which will be our next BO3? We go to Icebox.
Both of these teams definitely do play this map, are quite familiar with it, so it should be another great game. Already had 2 OTs. Why not? Just have another one. Let's chuck another one in there just for fun. Alrighty, so no Sova for the boys over there on Wildcard. They are going to go double duelist on Icebox. Whereas for Mind Freak, they will have the Sova instead of the duelist. But apart from that one slight difference, we do see mostly similar lineups, but not having a Sova on Icebox. Interesting. We'll see how this works out for the boys.
Yeah, so it looks like Noz is just going to be slotting in 1-1 for Wizard in this one. Unsure how versatile Noz is on the Killjoy. We'll have to wait and see a little bit later on, but this toxic screen is going to be taken down, and then they're just going to push through this one. See what we can get cleared out in mid, as Wildcard are going to endeavor over towards A.
Yeah, just want to try to put that spike down in a favorable post plant. Infrequent. He's got that Sheriff out. Never mind. He's been taken out pretty quickly. A very, very, very quick flank coming out. In the meanwhile, Wildcard just want to go take their opponent's spawn. They're going to take the duels towards screens. This round is very messy, but it seems like Mindfreak are coming out pretty far ahead, unless Ninum has anything to say about it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Unfortunately, he's just actually going to get one shot out by Scroll, who is on the scoreboard very early on in this map. I talked upon it before that he's had a bit of a rough series when you do look at map number 1 and 2. But coming in toward this one, I mean, a 3k in the pistol, that defuse as well, starting to get very close to that Hunter's Fury. It's closer than it to not it, so...
More than a glass half full, would you say?
Yes, most definitely. I like that one
no
better.
Force Bite for Wildcard. Speaking of glasses being full or empty, I'm out of coffee. So that's a bit sad.
Oh, dear.
Probably should have made another one in the break. Because we've got a whole nother series to get through after this. See if Wildcard are able to do any economic damage. A couple little scans coming through for Scroll, and a couple spams as well, straight through the Viper wall, and Lawson getting some kills. These are the agents you want to be farming kills up on, if any, but Wildcard turning a few back for themselves, or rather just them.
Plant down. Wildcard looking for some more damage. Ninum, that shot. Swell gonna get peppered down through the wall from Lakers. You see the defuse from Scroll here, of course you do. He will get one step closer to that Hunter's Fury, of course. 2 for Mindfreak and Wildcard. I mean, you really want to see them get off on this attacker's side as early as possible. Now is going to be one of those chances that you really need to see it in this bonus round.
Well, a couple guns dropped are going to make this bonus a little less spicy than it might have been. Watts trying to decide what he wants to buy to keep his money nice and even with the rest of the boys. One off that Hunter's Fury for Scroll, though. If he just finds that one pick or an orb, then he can secure himself that. Does seem like they want to go a little bit aggressive. Initial nade straight through. And the dart, he's going to try and grab that orb right off the rip. And he's going to be allowed to do so. 50 HP left on Infrequent, who did try to challenge the line. Peck's going down quite low as well. And they've gotten away with it. An absolute bloody heist of that A-orb from Mindfreak, putting a lot of eggs in that basket. The drone through does secure the fact there is no one over towards that A side of the map for Wildcard, who put down that Viper wall towards B. That's going to be a bit of a tell for Norse, and is going to let the boys know that this is the point of attack for Wildcard, who are going to chuck that wall down and try to establish the spike on the site. Just a fake for the time being, as Norse did have his mines down.
Hunter's Fury out from Scroll, and you see the reward maybe being reaped in toward this one. No, it's actually Lakers to peek on out and find Swirl. You look at the damage in this game. In our previous 2 maps, damage was damage done. In this one, we've got the Sages, so we can look to get those kills on out, and with this wall to be destroyed in the end as the plant goes down. It's Watt to peek through, and he just wants to get a little bit of a kiss happening in the round, it does seem. But with the plant through, an RDW catching a couple of frags, it's going to be Ninum to close it out. For a life of Wildcard, I honestly thought that Mindfreak were going to get a lot more in that one.
It looked like they were winning that round quite hard, and then Wildcard, just a flurry of 1Bs from Ninum and the lads to get them straight through that one. Now the buy in what was the man who did die in that bonus, so he doesn't have any armor. He doesn't have money for armor. Surely he doesn't go armorless on the Vandal with the Viper. Especially because you can definitely take some HP off of your opponents, but I guess he's going to go armorless and try to play in one of these cheeky corners towards B, or maybe use his one-way or his wall to great advantage. Cheeky spot for Lakers, puts his wall up to try to give himself a nice little angle here. He's going to drop the slow orb, and Ninum's just going to right-click him. No monkey business going on there. He's going to dive even deeper into the site, see if he can find any more Mindfreak players, but Swell's the one to provide support, and Wildcard. 2 players up before they even put the spike down here. Surely they just secure this round quite easily.
And the shock dart just landed in toward that barrier wall as well, so it was looking to triangulate on toward the planter. Not going to come on through. You do see that the resurrection is now available on the side of Wildcard too, so starting to get closer to that ult department on a couple of these players. You would love to see that dart go into the site, but it doesn't, which is actually kind of funny.
As a Sova player, I felt that in a very deep place.
Here.
Just completely caking the darts. You hate to see it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, Ninum. This guy's just too good.
Well,
Where'd he
big thing
come
for
from?
Norton here. If he dies, he does get the lockdown. If he survives with this Vandal, he has a Vandal in the next round, and his team can't really do anything with him. So, is this worth it?
I mean,
Let's wait and see.
I don't think Mindfreak's going to want to even use lockdown this round anyway, so doesn't really matter too much.
I got one off the res as well. Two
Yeah.
off the Viper Pit.
Couple off a lot of ults on Wildcard as well. Plus, they're going to be getting themselves some pretty easy kills in this anti-eco, so I'd imagine next gun round. They're going to have some ults available to them, but forget about the ults. The money, the ult economy compared to the normal economy, it is night and day between these two teams. Wildcard has so much cash. It's 2-2, but it couldn't be further from a close game right now.
Orb is going to be gathered over from Watt here, one closer to the Viper's Pit. You just don't really want to see him lose his life very early on. At least it's something out of this Marshall as everyone groups up. There's Frag on a swirl. Look at this one. Did he not have any armor, or was he tagged earlier? Oh no.
No, it's the Viper. It's the Viper wall.
Snake bite.
Yeah, it's
The
a
wall,
really
that's right,
stupid
yeah.
combo. I've seen it
Minus
quite
50.
a lot, actually.
Instant minus 50 is kind of disgusting, but now he is dead.
Yep.
So that does get turned on over.
Norson was baiting him pretty hard behind that yellow. Obviously, Watt only had the Marshall, so Norson trying to go for the big play there. They're only on a half buy, so it's worth cutting a couple corners. Peck's trying to go for the mid-round push and infrequent. He's got his crosshair placement on point, and now Ninham. He's coming for him. He's taking control of this ace site here.
Spike planted.
Lakers
One enemy
can't get
remaining.
anything extra done in toward this round, and I mean, in the end there, Pelsgate, just a pretty decent cleanup. You only see the one frag be gathered on up in the very beginning, and I do agree with you. You know, this sort of cancer meta is disgusting from Vipers. You just see them come out on binds now sometimes. Specifically on this map is where they really just had their foothold, even before the patch a little bit. Here, you saw over in NA, it was kind of just translated off. But yeah, minus 50 instantly from touching any of her abilities is
Placing swarm grenade.
pretty powerful.
It's stupid. Yeah, it's stupid. That's where that Marshall just one-shots everyone. I've seen a lot of like half-buy rounds being won by those shenanigans. How the hell does that not scan Ninham, by the way? What was that dart? That's weird. Well, I was saying it, wildcard, after the anti-eco, we're getting pretty close to a handful of those ults. You got the lockdown, you got the rocket, you got the res. Mind Freak, pretty similar story, except the Viper's Pit instead of the rocket. So some pretty round-defining ults coming through here. All across that A side of the map from what, instead of the B side of the map, a full retake set up on B. Just Norson. But he's not going to be tested. Wildcard. Going to make their way towards A. The Sage. Starting to rotate off though, but unsure. A bit of indecision from Mind Freak. Now the lockdown
There's
coming in.
lockdown.
They're going to push forward. They're going to fight in this here.
Oh, this is going to be sticky as well. That's minus 50 as soon as they go in towards this. Pex is down. The rocket's going to be brought out by Infrequent. It is going to find Scroll 2. Now there's shots out from Watt and Lakers to bring it back. They force out the res as Ninham denies 2. Now we all even up, although no, I lie. RDW in the back lane on this flank. He's not on the Sentinel. Well, he's not on the Cypher. He's on the Viper. But nevertheless, right now, what? 10 seconds. All he's looking to do, he's just wanting to deny the plan. If he gets the right timing here, he might be able to do it. Ninham swings through, and in Ninham stance, there's a 4K from him.
Oh, that lockdown. Did that lockdown... It got killed by the Raze nade, right? I think Pex logged in the nade that got rid of it. Because they were quite confident that was getting destroyed. Not sure. I didn't see what killed it. But it's good stuff from Mind Freak. Almost made that round very competitive, even though there was a lot of ults invested from Wildcard. But competitive has not been good enough for Mind Freak so far in this game. And Wildcard, another round. Not to mention the fact that they just have so many buy rounds on buy rounds on buy rounds with how bloody strong their economy is looking right now. You can't fault these guys.
Well, Norse's the only one here. And they didn't know it, but now they do. He just put to rest. Big rotation. Come over from Mindfreak. Bring out a res on this round as well, when Mindfreak have really only ecoed, is pretty decent from them. Can't rely upon that later on if you go in for a bit of a full take against the rifles. So if you are a wild card, you just need to make sure that you don't really drop any other of your forces right now. Ninim is going to get up on top of these cargo containers and see what he can do on top of the toxic screen. Pex is eventually going to be seen up on top of the site, but he's split in what Julie wants to take. And Ninim does, in fact, fall in the end. This is a workable round for Mindfreak if they reformulate everything where they need to. On toward the defuse. Snakebite has to come on out. Pex is perched up still. Gets a sharp shot on toward Noz. This is starting to be very costly. Although we know how far the credits are for wildcard anyways.
Yeah, not going to matter too much. Still got that Snakebite ready for the post plant. I'd say this round's probably just over. Unless Watt can get some kind of a crazy defuse happening. But that's the strength of that Viper in the post plant. Look, Pex farming a couple kills will help him out with this showstopper, but in the grand scheme of the economy, wildcard don't really care. They're going to take that round to be happy with it, and guess I had a bit of a misread on this one, you know. I was hoping Mindfreak would be the more convincing team coming into Icebox, but again, wildcard off to the races, off the back of the engine that is Ninim, going 12-3 yet again. Bit of deja vu coming in. Feel like every map starts this way. Wildcard just going up pretty hard in the scoreline. Ninim farming. Already, what, plus 23 in this series. Love to see what it is after this map's done. Win or lose. It's going to be pretty ridiculous. Wildcard. Looks like they want to pick up the pace towards B pretty early on here. This time it isn't just Norsen, it is Watt as well on the Viper. But he hasn't got the one-way Toxic Orb up on top of the box there, so Wildcard given a little bit more control, a little bit more quickly.
Well, there's a gap. That's exploited. Ninim catches the head of Watt. Norsen, though, to bring one back. It is all Ninim right now, looking to lead in this charge for Wildcard. Found a bunch of space. The Viper's Pit is going to be brought out by RDW as well, but here comes the lockdown, and with that ice wall up as well, it's not going to be able to be destroyed. Stroll's position unexpected as Ninim does lose his life. It actually does get destroyed with Noz being in the back lanes. 3 versus 3 scenario. Paint shells push Noz out as Norsen decapitates him. The showstopper to be brought out as well. Very clean, followable round right now. It's actually a great location as well there from the showstopper as IDW is looking to clutch it out, unleash his inner Tux, as we know how Tux is powerful on Viper on this map. RDW has found 2, looking for the 3rd, which he finds as well. Wildcard, a firm grasp on this map.
Love the air horn to close it out as well. You don't like the air horn?
No.
Well, get hype, mate. Get hype. How else are we going to keep the Zoomers interested when we're playing RTS meta? With pause coming in. And you could take those extra seconds to just soak in the fact that Wildcard is so bloody far ahead of this game right now. This is going to be such a tough comeback. Mindfreak already showed some great resilience in that last game. It's their tack, actually. And they're going to have to do exactly what they did last game, essentially here, Dion. They were down 9-3 at the half. They got a bit of a break. They won a half by and made a massive comeback all the way to overtime and then won it in OT for the 2nd map in a row. But surely, at some point, that madness stops. Like, Wildcard, they just have to close one of these leads. They're so far ahead right now. This game is like, this is an easy, like, what's this, like an 8-4 half, 9-3 half, the way that it's heading.
Yeah.
There.
Now we need to see some big things come up from Mindfreak now. They at least need to... I would say they needed to at least get 6 in this half, but now looking at it, if they can get 4, 5, maybe they get a roll on their attacker's side in the beginning. Now going for something here very early on, and that's just strugglesome for Ninim. Good turnout for Scroll to find the opener.
Wildcard going to see that there was a push of most of the team over there towards the A side of the map, so they're going to pick up the pace towards B, start pushing through middle, but rushing might not be the advisable option at this point. They could have been punished on some of those peaks, making their way very quickly through middle, but they won't be. Watt's still lurking over towards B long. He's got the judge out.
Well, he might be the only one to survive here, or be the last remaining soldier. Goes on up the rope, but Swirl finds the right time, and he will find what in the end. 4 alive for wildcard. Mind Freak now. This is where they have to show us the substance and their depth on this defensive side, Pilski. Because if they don't, we're going to see wildcard just run away with it.
Do another gun round. Another chance for Mind Freak to try to redeem themselves, but no ults to speak of. Rockets out for Infrequent. Swirl, you know, usually it is the Sage putting the spike down, and if he does so again, he's going to be able to grab himself the res, and there you go. Gets thrown the spike there. So potentially a 6v5 on the cards for wildcard in this round. Oh my lord, the shock dart in combination with the push from Pex is so beautiful. Takes Infrequent straight out of the round, and he's the man who had the rocket ready. Do they go for the res here? It's a pretty safe position, question mark. He's a little out in the open, and there's the orb being farmed by Swirl, who will just go straight back for the res.
Your duty is not over.
Res up. Back to the 5 versus 5. Showstopper still available for Infrequent as everybody surrounds this A site. We're going to say farewell to RDW. And for wildcard to try to get back into this one, they have to start to get some frags up. Infrequent finds Lakers. The heal's still able to be brought out as well. I'll say the same for Mind Freak though.
Rocket's ready. Still use that for the post plant, or just to be able to try to create an entry here. Pex playing from the back of the site will be walled off. There's a little gap in the left side. Not sure that's going to matter though. Noz is going to find a cheeky little angle. And there you go. The gap does matter. Pex just walks through for free. He gets 2 kills for himself. Surely if Frequent takes him out here with the rocket, but Spike being diffused with the snake bite too far away. Planted rather, with the snake bite too far away to stop it. And a 1v2 for what?
Do they swing out together here to try to get what, or they give him an opportunity? It looks like the ladder here, Pilski, but no, he can't quite get the aim on toward Noz in the end. For Noz to pick up a 3k and put wildcard onto an 8th round on this board. The money scenario for Mind Freak as well. They're going to see what they can force into here, but it's still, it doesn't really give good foundations of this defensive side from them. Wildcard have just been too destructive.
One got bloody close, so they had a chance, but wildcard just having that extra res in the back pocket. Now they've got the lockdown ready. Does seem like they just want to keep things simple towards this 8th side of the map. Norson setting up here, though, is a bit of a different look. Push down middle could be punished. Lakers with the Guardian. Not really the weapon you want in an awkward duel like that when you need pixel-perfect accuracy, and RDW is going to punish him for it. Now the lockdown in the 5v4. Pex throws out the nade to try to get rid of it. But it's still going to go through here, which means Norson might be caught. He's going to be detained here. 2 players actually detained, which means a pretty easy plant here for wildcard.
Him shooting through the X-ray of Scroll there. It looked like he just saw the placement of that bot. That's where he was aiming for. 2 satchels out from Infrequent, 5 at a time. His retake has to go flawlessly, essentially, for Mind Freak here. Pex finds the flank in RDW, very expected. The rocket out as well on a swirl. And now there are only 2 paint shells to be deployed deep. Paint, poison out as well. The Viper's Pit tagging onto Infrequent. This is looking very difficult now for wildcard. They can try to get on the defensive line up for Noz, but he can't quite get him. Oh, dearie me.
They're also low, dude. Now. You saw it happening. Oh. Yeah. I was looking at that lineup. I was thinking this is a Noz round. Saw a few of them in that first map, I believe.
In the half.
Well, Mind Freak, they scraped around together there. But this is the contrast between these 2 teams, Theon. When wildcard wins a round, it's like, it looks pretty easy breezy for the most part. But when Mind Freak wins a round, it's like, oh man, like, could have got dicey, could have gone either way. That's not super convincing. It's a similar story for wildcard, actually. You know, Ninum is obviously the standout, but RDW on some of these sentinel/supportive characters is kind of like the sidekick. He's still putting in pretty consistent performances. It's good to see from the man.
Yeah, it kind of brings me back towards Pants Down days when he played Raze and he played like damaging and everything. But coming into this wildcard roster, he tried to do a little bit of that, but kind of got taken back. And I mean, I always like to see him on those sentinels and supportive characters. I think it works better for him, but you know, it works better when shots do calculate. And that's what we're seeing right now. 3-3. The pit is available for RDW, but the flank from Noz is here to try and rip him apart. On to Pex trying to get something happening here now, as he has been seen up on top of the site. Gonna eventually wait and see Norson flank around, but this is gonna surely be difficult for them.
Yeah, Noz has been a bloody nuisance on the lurks through middle. Spike being put straight in the dirt from RDW, who's hiding in his little pit there, trying to be cute, trying to play around it. Does have the outline advantage. Pex 1 HP is not where you want to be on the decay factor inside the Viper pit. He's found maybe a timing here. Who might?
And the lockdown as well. They know that they're going to try and destroy it. It gets done through the wall in the end. And RDW just has the right idea of where Norson is in that situation. Think he might have heard the stomping in the sand. But regardless, that there concludes the half, Pilski. 9-3. It's the biggest disconnected scoreline I think we've seen. 8-4 on Bind, and Haven... Actually, was Haven 9-3?
Yeah, it was 9-3 last match.
Because there was 6
Same
in
position.
a row from Mindfreak after they dropped the pistol.
Yeah, yeah. Let's hope they get the pistol this summer out. 5 ghosts. Don't want to have to see them try to win another 4 spite. Don't really want to rely on the other team making a misplay to get you back in the game. But that's how it be sometimes. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and then to give yourself that window, that opening, for you to actually play your game. I would say that's kind of how I would characterize that that last map going. There you go, the Viper walls intersecting there, making a nice little some kind of graph maybe.
The problem, yeah, Cartesian plane. The problem that I see with Viper on this map is when you use those walls, you can't like reutilize them. You have to almost go with them. And with the poison cloud as well, you're only obscure another angle on towards the site. If you don't put them toward the site, you have to clear everything pretty much out as a complete team. And I mean, Mindfreak, they have managed to do so in this pistol so far, but now they're opening up the opportunity for a chaotic retake. And Noz has managed to actually left click in the beginnings of those frags. Right click out was there as well. Swirl finds Watt and Frequent finds Lakers. It's a pretty pistol round for a wild card. Not really feeling any damage bar that last dink there, and little do you know, Sheriff works a treat for Infrequent.
All right, 10-3. This is where I was saying it before, wildcard. You just need to see him close the map here. Like, no losing to a 4 spy, no shenanigans. Don't do anything crazy. Just keep it simple, you know? Run the anti-eco setup, make sure they're not pushing, deny the info, and just go see the site together, you know? Obviously, the last map they did run into a stack, and it's a similar position. Mindfreak, because they're so far behind, do feel the need to go for a force. And I'd say if there was a map that I don't really see you winning a 4 spy round with pistols and SMGs and shotguns and things, it would be Icebox, but you never know. Ninum started things off well, gets himself a cute little tag there. Frequent's got the Vandal, but he's quite low, needs to be careful not to overextend, and he's actually staying in the site. Oh no, Dion. It's happening again, my friend.
Well, we're getting the rumblings of it indeed. Different wall deployment for Mindfreak as opposed to what Wildcard like to throw out early, but it is the plant going down right now, which makes things very, very interesting. We'll see what close proximity duels can work out for Mindfreak here. There isn't any flanks as well. Very one-dimensional retake for Wildcard here as Pex has found his damage in the round. It echoes on through from Wildcard though, because they get a couple more picks into the mix. But Scroll, he picks out, he finds one now. It's what? The turret gets something for Noz, but only before he gets bested out by Scroll, and that is a save round to come through for Mindfreak, wasn't it? They didn't completely invest into that one. They did completely?
They forced. Yep. They had to. They were so far behind.
Yeah, they just looked a little bit
Sheriffs and the Spectres get it done for them. And I think in part that was due to Ninum and Infrequent just being quite aggro on some of those lines. And fair go to them. They had the Marshal and the Vandal available to them, but when they were on those lines, they didn't connect those first few shots. Like, that's where you want to see them do a fair bit of damage, maybe find an opening pick as Mindfreak are trying to come in towards that A site, but they kind of fluffed the first couple of shots, and that created the space for Mindfreak to step forth into the site, find some damage, put on some pressure, find those picks, and as the icebox dance goes, once you get into that post plant, thanks to your Sage Wall, it's Killjoy util, it's Viper util. It's a pain in the ass to get back onto that side. The Raze util, the shock darts, the amount of post-plant denial that you can dish out with this kind of a lineup is gross. And we're not even playing an Astra.
Is this... I mean, the round's live. Wildcard looking...
Are they saving? If they're saving, they might just be having a chat. You know, the old school tack pause.
Yeah. About to think that, yeah. Oh, we'll see what they do. Around 8, plant to go down. Just see, I guess, what damage they can kind of chuck out. Well, you know how high his sensitivity is, as opposed to RDW, who's actually looked really low in this game. Again, just kind of see what they can do. Minim is able to find something here. Swings out, though. They aren't going to get punished as somehow manages to find Noz there. And it's all good in the kill feed for Mindfreak.
It's good stuff. Similar trajectory to what we saw on Haven. Now they've got to go for a bit of a bonus for themselves. RDW playing Viper and Bison Odin. Gross. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, usually you see the Sovas doing this on a map like Ascent over through B main, get out the big old damage, but in RDW, he definitely does like his Ares and his Odin for whatever reason.
Oh, infrequent. He's zooming across the zippy. Venom's up there as well. They're going to find that opener. Oh, two opening
so
picks
good.
there. It's going well for Wildcard, but in a round like this, you're not that upset for Mindfreak. Like, this was kind of their bonus round.
Yeah.
Really, now they're kind of... Their goal shifts away from winning the round and now shifts towards damage. Trying to chip down that economy and make their next buy round a little bit more effective. But maybe they walk into this site and hit a couple shots. Who knows?
Ninim swings out. He was pinged in his location. It does work out for what? Now you got the rocket available for Infrequent, but he had that a little bit ago. It's Pex to be able to get his on the back of that ulti orb, and maybe if he finds one, albeit two with the rocket, their objective may sway back in towards winning out this round. In fact, it might have already done so. Spike on the back of Norson, who's down very, very low in HP on 12. There comes out the rocket over toward the heavens, though, and it's very, very deep. He actually expires through the nano swarm, and Norson now has to go for a 1 versus 3, which is going to be insurmountably difficult. Because of a nano swarm on his own kit. Swirl is elevated, and Swirl finds the frag. That's just kind of really unfortunate for Pex there. Misses the rocket and dies in a full nano.
Well, they've chosen the Killjoy ult over the Sage ult for Wildcard. They've secured themselves an 11-5. Mindfreak now going to go for their full purchase. Having done a little bit of economic damage, maybe would have wanted to take 1 or 2 more guns out of the hands of Wildcard to feel a little bit better about how this game's going. And trying to make that comeback happen. You can see money's pretty decent for Wildcard, especially if Ninim can get his hands on an orb here nice and early on and get the Blade Storm. That would keep the money a little bit more strong for Wildcard. And he's going to go for it. Doesn't even drop a smoke there. He just picks up the orb and B-hops away. All right, why not? The slow definitely helps him out from Swirl, so that's pretty heads up play. And the blades do come out for Ninim, and he's going to use them beautifully. See you later, Pex. Nice knowing ya.
He's always just so destructive, isn't he? Now they have to get the res out. They have to utilize their own wall to do so, which means if they go for a plant at the B site, they're very vulnerable to the spam.
The Sage Wall is like the single most important piece of utility on this map. It's round defining on the plant, like the pre-plants and the post-plants. Really struggling with my words now.
What's your thoughts on the wall going up defensive side in the tube?
Oh, bad. Yeah, bad. Just shouldn't happen.
Kind of not used anymore.
Well, there's a reason. Like, I don't know. It's a tangent that we shouldn't get on. Maybe we'll talk about it in the pre-break. Either way, because they don't have the wall, they're gonna have to use that toxic screen as well as the orb. Norson, hello. You're seeing Ninim. And Infrequent doing a lot of damage with the nade and the rocket. Ninum doesn't even need this kill, really. He's just trying to keep Norson locked in, and he does find it anyway. The Viper's pick coming out from Watt. He's the lone survivor, or rather from RDW. Oh no, it is Watts.
It's
Am I
Watts.
losing it?
I'm losing it though. He has to try and destroy it. He's managed to find RD, but he doesn't know where the lockdown is, and now he's detained. They could knife him if they wanted to, and they're going to do so for good measure. Swell, tactical crouching, gets the res out for good economy. Wild card, map point, series point, not elimination point, just down in the lower bracket. Mind Freak, 7 in a row is what they need to find.
It throws me off with the UI because usually when characters are using their ult, it's green, but for what then it was yellow. So I was like, is that his Viper pit? I thought it was his Viper pit, and then I looked at his character and it's still yellow on the screen, and I second guessed myself. I'm like, what's going on?
There's a couple that it stays yellow in the UI, right? I remember it used to be Jet that stayed yellow when she brought hers out, but I think that's now fixed.
Yeah.
Sages, it just disappears when you use it, I think. Straight away.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Hello. Sneaky boy, Swell. He's given an opportunity, and he actually takes control of the situation. That is not an ideal ult, but finally it does find Swell on the 3rd attempt, and we go 1 for 1. Cheeky spot from RDW. Trying to play up the top there. Very weird situation to be walking into if you're Mind Freak. An insta-wall into a toxic orb up there. Infrequent's also opping.
No.
Luckily fluffs his shot, so Scrawl going to be thanking his lucky stars that he's not sent out of the server nice and early on. But look where Ninum is. He's got full info of mid and all of B. Noz maybe taking a bit of unnecessary damage here, and Mind Freak still trying to force it into this site. Lakers still has his wall available to try and get the plant down. This round is an absolute mess, and the Odin just breaks the wall for free, and that's going to be the plant going down. Scrawl gets one back, and this is a 3-on-3 now.
30 seconds to go to get that plant down as well. Peck's vulnerable, knows he doesn't want to take that challenge, but with Noz on 20 HP, it's a bit of an even duel at that point. However, RDW manages to get him in the back, a bit of a king hit, and now it's all down to the last soldier in Scroll. He actually needs the ace at this point in time, and he can't quite formulate it onto Ninim. That does best him in the end, and a bigger scoreline discrepancy this time. 13-5, wildcard claim victory. We go from 2 OTs in the first 2 maps to that one, and I mean, yeah, it got the better of Mind Freak in the end. Explosiveness from Wildcard was really good.
Yeah, much better job locking things down on that 3rd map, not allowing the comeback to come to fruition for Mind Freak, who had a slow start in multiple maps today. Maybe something they need to look at, because, you know, it's one thing to have a good sort of game plan as a team and get things rolling in that regard. But if you're losing out on the momentum, you're losing out on the firepower advantage, it's going to make all of your series so bloody hard to win. And that's where, you know, you need to win those swing rounds. If the clutches don't go your way and you're getting out-fragged and you're starting every half slow, then you're just going to lose every series that you play. You're basically going to be 100% reliant on those XVXs going your way. And as everybody who's played Valorant or CS knows, that's the most exciting portion of the round, because at the end of the day, it could go either way. It's got a bit of variance and timing to it.
Yeah, so of course that now does kind of sit us in the fact that we do see Mind Freak drop down, right? We've got Wildcard that do move on forward. We can talk about this right now while we do wait for a connection in for an interview with one of the players on Wildcard. Actually, I've just been told that it's in straight away. Thought it would have been Swirl a little bit earlier, but it seems like we do have somebody else. Riley, mate, how you doing?
Yeah, pretty happy. Yeah, pretty happy, Komodo. Got a big grin on my face.
Nah, that is very good
very
to
happy.
hear, my friend. Congratulations on the win, although it took a little bit to get there in the end. Those overtimes, what happened there?
On which map? Was it bind or Haven? I don't remember. Both of them. The bind one, just let it slip, just a little bit. It's just a lack of practice for us at the moment, because we've had nulls for a bit, so it's hard for us to close out rounds. And just a few times our setups would fail, miscoms, shit like that. We're trying to get used to it at all, but we're getting there, definitely. Haven, we completely threw. Oh my god. So many close rounds. We just whiffed a shot, whiffed a kill, started to get a bit tilted, a bit inting, started running through smoke, stuff like that. So, but like Mind Freak played really well at the end on Haven. Really really fucking countered us. It's hard. Like, they slowed us down on attack almost every round. It was just one after another. We might get a pick, but they would instantly refrag it. It's just 4v4 again. It's very hard. They played really well.
All right, tell us a little bit about how Wildcard's going as a team at the moment. You alluded to it a little bit, that lack of practice. You've chucked a new bloke in the roster. It seems like you guys have been kind of playing musical chairs with the 5th player position a little bit. How has that been going for you? And what are we expecting to see Wildcard for the future? Is this the 5-man roster? Is this the one you're going with? Are you going to lock it down? What's going on?
We still don't know yet, to be honest. It's Wizards just sick at the moment. We're just running Noz at the moment. See what happens after tourney. See what everyone wants to do. But at the moment, we're just running with Noz for the VCT because of Wizards' health, and he just can't play at the moment. But yeah, everything's been really good. Prax's been really good this week. Noz is putting in so much work. Like, generally, the wins basically go to Noz, and obviously Ninum just carrying.
Yeah,
but Noz has put so much work in.
Oh, Ninum's
like
performance.
all strats. Yeah, he was popping off. His bind.
One thing I want to know on this bit is Noz hasn't been in this roster for too long, right? I was kind of questioning because I see him sort of play about, and we know he's on the Astra. Had you guys practiced Icebox at all with Noz coming into
that
it?
was our first ever time even touching it.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting you guys to be able to run the same comp as before, but yeah, Noz was on the Killjoy because I don't think.
No, that was quite generally the first time as this 5 we've even talked about Icebox. So the fact is, we really wanted the 2-0. We were really worried about Icebox, to be honest, because we had nothing. Like, we didn't even know our comp. We just got in there like, oh, what are we gonna play, boys? We had no idea. So we went in pretty confident anyway. Just went, this is a map where Angel's going to win, and Ninum was feeling himself. Jesse was playing really well, and Froken I'm in. But everyone played really well. Like, Icebox is a map where you can do some default stuff, like combine ults really easily. There's a lot of choke points. My Vipe was pretty cracked. Been working on that for a while. It worked out. Like, it lets Ninum go free on Icebox, but yeah, we hadn't practiced it once. Like, literally at all. We haven't had the time to. We've had Noz for a week. We've really only played 2 maps, which is Bind and Haven. So, yeah, we've really enjoyed it, though. Got to put more work in there. Now we have time. At least a little bit.
Well, do you have anything more, Pilski, that you might want to ask? Otherwise, we'll look to close it out.
Not really.
Yeah,
not really. Just a good win. Looked convincing in the 3rd time. Didn't let the extra comeback go after running into a force by stack, and hoping to see you guys with a good level of performance against your next opponent, because it's probably going to be a difficult one. Either you're playing Order, which is a bit sad, or you're playing Bliss, who are playing good enough to beat Order. So either way, it's going to be tough in that upper bracket.
Absolutely, but keen to play it either way.
Alrighty, any final words, Riley, before we do send you off?
I'd screech, but I don't want everyone to get banned. I don't want to get banned from ever doing this again. Nah, I'm happy.
We'll
thanks for the little interview here, guys.
Thank you very much, mate.
See you later.
Well, there we do have it. RDW from the winners in wildcard on that one. He does love a bit of a talk there, doesn't he? But there we do have it. We look to now move on over essentially in towards our next matchup. It's been a little bit. It's 10 p.m. and we haven't even touched our next BO3.
Yeah, looking forward to it though. It's gone 3 maps deep. At least the 3rd one was a little bit quicker. But I'm actually keen for this next map. This is an interesting one because Bliss, it's a team that they've been putting a lot of work in. They've gotten their invite status, and they're playing the best team in the region, which is kind of like the ultimate test for a team like Bliss. Keen to see how much they can push them or even get a little cheeky upset. Who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, of course, for those that might not know Bliss just yet. If you have seen it, they were formerly of a Fun Crew. But before we get too deep into it, we are going to throw it over to that break to come around the corner, take a little bit of a breath. And when we do come back, we will break down what we're going to be seeing next. Stay tuned.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Good evening and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour for 2021. We are one BO3 down now, looking to go into our second one of the night. Of course, I am Dion Komodo Prada. Joining me tonight is Mitch Pilski-Pilipowski, and we are ready to get into what could maybe be a more disconnected game than the first one, but it also could be really close. We don't know yet.
I think it will be close. I'm looking at these guys just played 16th. What's that? Like 7 days ago, a week ago. Last Friday they played, and it was 17-15, 13-11 in favor of Order. So it doesn't really get much closer than that. I'm hoping that we see a similar thing, although by that same token, sometimes when you see like these upcoming teams like Bliss, they play a team like Order. Order starts to get a bit of a better feel for their style, might throw in a bit of a counter strat or start to adapt to some of their tendencies. And that's where things get a little bit harder. When you play one of these better teams closely enough to make them respect you a little bit more, then maybe the second game is a little bit less close. But I don't know. I'm having a hard time getting a good read on Order's form and whether, they're going to be able to have that potential to just completely dominate a team.
It's an interesting thing for Order at the moment, isn't it? Because I feel like they almost feel like they've had a clean run from here on out now that EXO's gone, but then they got tested a little bit the other day by Mindfreak, and now it is sort of, did they get kicked up the behind that they need to put in a little bit more focus into it? And of course, the little transition period now that we've seen from Dick Stacey going in toward that coach slot and Signed being brought into it as well does kind of change things up, where you could kind of see the grace period still be there, but now I feel like it's not really, it's past that.
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking forward to when that coach slot gets unlocked a little bit more. Obviously, getting the actual coach slot would be a great start, so you can have these coaches in the game, because I feel like it's going to have even more of an impact in a game like Valorant than it is in Counter-Strike. Even more potential for your coach to have a big say on what's happening in the game and things like that. But yeah, I mean, just irrelevant things aside, I think this should be a pretty interesting series, and it could definitely deliver. I'm kind of wondering which way it's going to go. The storyline for the team that's meant to win, whenever they play a team close, like I said before, sometimes it does get a little bit easier for them second time around, or sometimes, on the other side of the equation, the underdog team gets the confidence that they need to make it happen the second time around.
Well, speaking about the teams, why don't we have a little bit of a look-see up at who we are going to be seeing in the server tonight. First up, and I'm very glad that we've got photos for these two teams coming into it. It is Order, Tux Texter, Autumn and Disco, and then Signed being brought on through. You kind of have your two teams of duos in this one. Of course, Tux and Texter playing together for the longest run. They brought in Autumn and Disco, and then a little bit later, Signed had popped in to replace Dick Stacey, as we do see it. But looking forward tonight, they are looking to try and take this victory to go up against Wildcard now.
Yep. Look, Valorant's great and everything, but I just wanted to say, Tux and Techstar, you guys are free, by the way.
They are.
You can go back anytime. You don't have to stick around. You can just go back to Counter-Strike. It's all right. I give you permission. You can do it. I believe in you. Well, I think they're pretty happy sitting at the top of the Valorant scene either way. So, maybe quite comfortable with where they're at the moment. And you can't blame the lads. They've been having a great time of things. Definitely the top team in the region right now. But as we've mentioned time and time again, not without being tested by a few of these smaller teams, you might say.
And of course, moving over into their challenges, their competitors, their team they need to beat for tonight, it is going to be Team Bliss. Looking at it, it's easy. Fleshist, Major, Ronsky, and Jungle Wow. Of course, Ronsky being one of the newest additions into this roster leads into some big things. We know absolutely how powerful he can be on the Reyna, for instance, if we do look at a map like Bind. And this is another roster that, kind of changes it up a little bit here and there between it. Fleshist, of course, is going to be on toward the Cypher. Might bring up the Killjoy if they want to as well. Of course, he has a FIFA background, if you didn't know that one, for the folks at home. So it's interesting. Usually you see players, come up from the sort of FPS background. Nope. This guy came up from a bit of a soccer background, which is really interesting to see how skills translate from that game.
I'd say they don't. I'd say the only thing that really translates is the fact that if you can get really, really good at one game, you know, sometimes you get these multi-game talents, and it's an interesting point because that's what I see when I look at EXO, for example. You got people like Crunchy and Major who have gotten to a pretty high level in multiple games, and they've got that early movers advantage now that we've moved over to Valorant. So maybe there's a little bit of that in someone like Fleshes who, you know, obviously is from a bit of a different game, not a tactical FPS background as much, but can translate some of that work ethic into getting quite a good level in this game. And I think he's been one of the better performers for the boys over there on Bliss. I mean, even just in that last series against Order, he did a pretty well for himself.
Well, Bliss's run so far in this bracket has seen that they took the 13-5 victory over straight out of the zoo, and Major was actually one of 30 bomb in that one, and he is one of the players that we do see in our head-to-head right now, going up against Disco. Of course, we know that these guys are going to be on the power play duelists, looking to lead the charge with the big old damage for their team.
Yeah, these are like the rifle-centric duelist players. Disco's kind of been the best performer for Order in the last little bit, which is not surprising to me. He's obviously a very talented player, but I've always been looking to Autumn on that jet, or surprised that, you know, Texter and Tux are taking a bit of a back seat, at least in terms of the fragging department in this team. But Disco, he's definitely been, you know, tearing teams up on that raise time and time again. Whereas Major, I'm keen to see what he can do. He's maybe not fragging to the same level as a Disco might, but the interesting thing about Major is that I've seen him play plenty of different agents. I've seen him play Raze, Reyna, Sage. I've seen him play Phoenix as well. You know, This is a man who doesn't mind changing up his character.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we go over to a map like Haven in the pool. We will, of course, wait for the videos to come on out where you normally see that Phoenix sort of come out from these guys now. So it does look to change it out. I still want to welcome in that Sky. I think that, you know, Roy from Renegades is onto something in that department, but we now look to bring up the maps, the videos where we are going to go over towards. Let's see it. Icebox out for Order. That's not, that's expected. Split ban from Bliss. That's expected as well. You don't want to challenge Order up on that map. We see what they can do on it. But Havens to start off with and Bind. So we're guaranteed the same two that we have just seen there, Pilski. And if we get to the third one, it's going to be in Ascent.
It's an interesting one. Icebox got rather close, and that's been taken out by Order. That was... Let's have a look. That was 17-15 in favor of Order, and Bliss had a really good first half and made it quite a difficult game. They went, what is this? 5. They went 8-4 up in the first half, so they've done a pretty good job there. Maybe Order's gone for a little bit of a respect ban, recognizing that they're quite strong on that map. The interesting thing about this map pool in comparison to what we saw a week ago between these two teams is actually the fact that the first two maps weren't played in that series. So this is new territory, and Bliss this is like a good test of their map pool, actually, because they've shown us, all right, Icebox and Ascent, we can play to max rounds against Order. Yeah, we didn't win, but now we're thrown onto two completely different maps. If they could push Order on these two maps, that is bloody impressive for a team like Bliss that's only recently got that invite status. That they've literally shown that across the entire map pool there, they can push the best team in the region, and that is something that definitely deserves respect.
Yeah, I would always go to say if they are able to do so, like in Haven or Bind, or even forbid, take a map off them here, that you would look to seat them sort of like Order still at the top, I guess, but then you'd be looking at your Mind Freak and your Bliss in that area. You could see Wildcard up there as well. I would put like Wildcard, Bliss, and Mind Freak kind of at the similar area, and it really just comes down to consistently running into all these tournaments and trying to best each other, because if we get back and forth nature, then we can get really interesting to all these teams, and it makes it more interesting on who is going to take that slot and go overseas. But folks, without further ado, let's get into this first map of our best of 3 to close out the night. We move over to Haven.
Looking forward to it. Should be a hell of a game, although it could also be not a hell of a game. It's really up to Bliss to turn up, I feel. You know, you're talking a little bit about, you know, Order being the top team and then a couple teams slotting in beneath them, sort of fighting for that second place kind of thing. I don't know, man. I feel like all of these games, like, don't get me wrong, Order is the best team and they win every time. But with how bloody close all of these series are getting, I'm almost getting a bit of a feel for like that weird era in Counter-Strike a couple years back with like Greyhound and like a couple of teams all sort of fighting for that number 1 spot. It feels so close, like any of these teams can beat each other. It's really hard to call. That is a hypothetical conversation for another time as we head into the first pistol. Bliss on the attacking side are looking to test this B site here. Boombot and a little bit of a dart to the back of the site, trying to find some info. And there's the nade into the con, pushing Tux back.
Oh, pushing him back, but he wants to keep invested in toward the challenge. Easy's good for one before getting traded on through, and he does get overwhelmed by the forces of Bliss right now, looking to take away a pretty clean pistol round. It's down to Autumn with a frenzy on through. Doesn't have any shields, but can use a devour off the charge to be able to get some. But what does he want to do? They're looking for the crossfire. They've actually gone into the astral form, and Major will be able to find it in the end. Bliss, as we do see it there, Pilski, that is a pretty clean pistol.
Dink, dink, dink from Jumble. Wow. With that tiny little crosshair on the classic. Just clicking away. Clicking nothing but heads. That's going to be a nice pistol to get themselves kicked off here. Keen to see them just send it in the series. You got so close last time. Almost secured that series. I just want to see them playing their absolute best game. Play with confidence. And just try to win it. Order's looking mortal lately. Surely the upset comes through at some point. Will it be this series? Will it be from Blitz? Who the hell knows? Big push out from Order, as well as the Barrage, trying to do damage with those pistols, and they're getting great damage done. Multiple frags coming out. Autumn gets his hands on a frenzy as well. This is maybe not where you want the game to be going for Bliss. They're going to lose another pick to Autumn's Reina here.
Oh,
only one player left.
The turret has taken out Jungle, and it kind of looks like it's done a lot of damage to Fleshist as well, but the pistol, there it is, can find a one-tap. Pretty into the future. Order, they bite back.
All those times in the last map when it was force buys and you said they didn't invest anything into that one, right? No, they force bought. This time, for real, Dion. They literally had classics, mate.
Yeah, it's a fickle thing, isn't it? Because that completely turns things upside down where there's no money for Bliss now. They have to just take a bit of an eco to go at it and play a belated bonus in the next one.
I think literally from what I've seen, every team in this region needs to work on their anti-ecos. Every team. People stop losing those eco rounds. Be very different series that we're seeing. But easier said than done. And maybe I am taking for granted how easy it might be to lose an anti-eco at a game with variants like this. Either way though. I think Bliss are taking a save, which is foreign to me in the current Counter-Strike meta. You lose the force against the force buy. There's no way in hell you're saving. You're fighting for that economic control, and you're never letting go, and you're force buying until you can't force buy no more. In this case, a different story.
Bit chaotic in the very beginning of this one, so they do get very quick in toward the site, and when I say they, I mean Order. Disco and Texture straight on through. Jungle to try and do something, but that is not going to be allowed. Now it's down to Fleshist, who also gets taken out by the judge at a bit of a long distance. So they take away a plant here. They'll at least get them something better in toward the next round on their proper purchase, but I mean, they already have the money coming through on the lost bonus, so at least proves that they can get into that B side, I guess.
Interesting that Order's not running Jet on this map. Doing Reina Rays instead. Bit of a bonus for Order now, who, Jesus, that economy is fantastic. Handful of judges and suspectors as well, could be a dangerous one. No ult for any of these players, but if somebody multi-frags, they are going to have an ult available to them. Bit of a sucker, a stun over there towards Long A. Astra Smoke's going either which way. And Bliss, they're taking that A control. Look at this setup though. Autumn's deep in sewer. Tux has got all of his utility on that choke point. And the rotations come in. 4 players actually ready for this push here. This is an excellent setup for Order.
Yeah, I wonder what setup they're going to have on these gravity wells as well to come on through. You say an excellent setup for Order, but they just get absolutely obliterated. Ronski finally getting up onto things on this Jet that we know he is super sharp on. Major, though, loses his life. Wishes to trade on through for his second in the round. And as Plant looks to get established by Easy, what is the newest addition to Order going to be able to do? Signed, shoots out the recon dart. gets destroyed before it can get any pings out. And in this nebula, and eventually Fades has to shoot the turret as Fwesh's uncharacteristic to lose that duel, but enough damage that Ronski will swing out for his third in the round.
Yeah, not too bad to drop 2 rifles as well, especially when Ronski has access to his Blade Storm now. I was about to say it, he could just drop the Vandal over and pull out the knives this round. Order. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm quite surprised at how that went so wrong for them. I felt like Killjoy Util's in the perfect spot. The rotations are coming in. They could really make this round hairy, but Bliss getting into some strong positions. Multi-frag from Ronski on the jet dispels any doubts that I had. And now Order going for their buy round. Bonus is over. They got the rocket available to them. Knives come straight out for Ronski. The lockdown's available here for Bliss, so they can chuck that one down in sewer if they want to go towards this A side of the map where it is 3 players already for Order. But forget about the lockdown. Ronski's just walked straight up into the site dry. And I didn't think Order was going to be ready for it, but Tuck's crosshair placement's impeccable from the man. He's just going to find that first pick for free, and now Bliss in a bit of a pickle.
Bit of a pickle indeed. But they do look to slow it down at least, to maybe play with the mindset of Order, or maybe just rely upon the lockdown to come on out. But there's some shock darts to be able to destroy that, although they've missed, and that might just fumble Order. How many just get detained? 2 of them, but they are going to be safeguarded at least. They got around the corner. The flanker's going to be shut down as well as the spike looks to be planted. Order will have a 2-player advantage going in toward this. The Nano Swarm will force them back towards long as well. It's going to be on a major. See what he can do from this location, but there's a lot of prowess up at the heavens for Order right now as well. 3 players up here at Gravity Wells to buy a bit of time. Showstopper gets brought in out by Jungle and Major, finding a couple of picks. Autumn got 1 in the return. Out of ammunition. That's what you do hate to see. A couple more trades in, and Order will claim out the round to take back the lead.
Both of these characters do have their ults, so Spike Diffuse not going to help work towards any of those ults early on here. Alrighty, well, you got that Cosmic Divide on both sides, as well as the Rocket. Sova ult available for Signed. This could be one of those messy rounds. You don't see them too often, but with Astra being picked more and more, the Cosmic Divide into Cosmic Divide kind of rounds in some of these post plants is an absolute mess to behold. Almost need a second observer on the thirds just to fully appreciate what the hell is going on. We'll see if that does end up being a factor here. Signed, just starting out, looking for some info. We'll see if he does get a scan from that dart here. Beautiful. Oh, actually, doesn't find anyone. Oh, there you go. And Signed does get that Hunter's Fury out as well, which has got a bit of a tag. Decent info. Let's tag that Astra up. So Order, they've got a decent read of what's going on here. Not a single person on that A side. Updraft for info. Like a bit of a shoulder peek coming out. Oh no, it was a satchel pack rather. Why am I saying updraft? They don't even have a check. Dion. I'm losing it. I'm losing it again.
So something that I think I actually had slipped my mind is we do actually have Mind Freaking straight out of the zoo being played on the secondary account right now, LPL_Valorant, and also Lakers isn't playing that one. Cryptic the sub is going to be playing. So whatever it is, Lakers bedtime potentially. We bring it back into this one as Bliss look to extend out in toward the site. Major's Showstopper is going to find nothing. Does get revealed, however. As they do look to establish a plant, they're going to do so at the back of the site. Very open. There's no breach or anything to aftershock it. The shock darts are Order. I'm going to be able to lay there. And this flank also is being felt out. But Question, he's been good for 1. Traded out in the end. Here comes Cosmic Divide to the side of both.
God, here we go.
This is where things are going to get interesting. Everybody has to get into the site because that's a containment field right now. Ronski and Major. And Ronski able to find some kills. It's all down to Signs. You blink and you miss it. What can Sign do?
Nothing. He can run. Can get on his bike and get the hell out of there. Trying to hold on to that Phantom. Nicely done from Bliss. Gonna pick up that round.
Please.
Felt like Order had a pretty good read on what was going on. But still couldn't convert. 3 apiece for Bliss. They get rid of that rifle as well. Money for Order is actually okay. We'll have to go down to some light armor though. but none of the Bliss players using that Phantom. So that one-shot potential not going to be as big of a deal. All Vandal users over there on those lads. Oh, there you go. Major. He's going to go down to the Phantom. I think it's just better when you know your opponent's got light armor.
Yeah, 100%. Or an eco. Or you got a brimstone.
Yeah. Well, lockdown's available for order. Some of those retakes could be quite useful there for Tux to chuck that one down, but forget about it. He's going to lose his life pretty early on. A 5-on-4 advantage here for Bliss. As they drone through long A, Order taking a bit of a risk off the back of that. They try to push middle, but the Killjoy turret's got them spotted there. So Precious with a bit of info. He's going to stick around towards the backside of mid in combination with the Astra of jungle. Bliss still going through short. He is signed. If he goes big for Order, then that could make a bit of a difference here. There's the dart. Gets dealt with by Autumn pretty early on. Side naded out of position. He's just going to get isolated and taken out. Beautiful stuff there from Major. And
big.
This is great from Bliss. They've kept their options open. They've kept the lurk on the other side of the map, so they can just go ring around the rosy straight back towards C. Disco pushing down middle. He's basically the man who has to make a play here. They got the double flank.
He's going to meet up with his teammate, yep. There's actually some really big picks from Bliss in the beginning as well. They just take out Tux and that's the lockdown gone. Then they just pepper sign down before he even has a chance to be able to get anything established into all the round. And now Bliss, they take the free reign to C, excuse me, and almost just force Order onto a save. They're going to fall back.
Yeah, just that's great. Mid-round calling from Bliss. Not sure who the IGL is, but they're doing a good job. Keeping their heads screwed on very nicely. Knowing that they don't have to overcommit. See some less experienced teams kind of trying to dive into A after finding both the picks on that side of the map. But Haven, it's just the lurks are so abusable. Having that extra lurk, having your options open is super, super strong on this map. You can always have a plan B.
I don't actually think I know who the IGL is either for Bliss at the moment. It's maybe something that we could try to get an answer off from the chat, or we could get an interview with them if they do best Order. I think the chat might be able to get us an answer quicker though.
I mean, whoever's doing it, you know that they're doing a good job. You don't see, like, this Bliss is the team that all of these teams that are trying to come up in the scene want to be right now. You know, they've essentially earned themselves that invite status. And not just that, they're not just resting on their laurels. They're not just like, all right, we're getting invited to these tournaments now. You know, we're happy. They're actually trying to give these top teams a bit of a crack, you know? They're playing Order close in that last series. They're playing quite well, and they're still continuing to put the work in. So big respect to them. Very, very fast ascension. Very slow round, though. It's really taking their time, sitting all the way back, expecting more aggression from Order. Which I'm not surprised about. I've seen a few games from Order. Some of these lads definitely don't mind a bit of a push here and there. Major trying to dive up into that B site, but he's going to get away with his life there. Takes a lot of damage from the nade. But does find that that Killjoy setup is towards B, and he knows that the Razor's over there as well. How does this affect what Bliss's mid-round call will be? They're just exploring A. They're starting to run out of time, though, is the issue, Dion. Wow.
Definitely so.
Majors just found a pick with a nade.
And he was taken down very low in the beginning of this round, remember, as well. So at least he's done some damage into it. Autumn, however, does get caught out in the end in that dismiss. Wasn't aware that there was another thing on the site. But nevertheless, with the lockdown gone, it's all a fake, it's all a ruse. For Order's shenanigans, gets sent over towards the C site right now. Two players are at least here, but Boombot does take Texter down. I don't think he's going to be happy with that one. He's very vulnerable now. The frag actually does a line for him on toward Major, but the spike right now feels key. There's 5 seconds to go, and Tux has just denied it. The peek out, Tux! Hello, 7 HP, 3k on the board, Order equalize.
Yeah, Majors just completely fluffed that one. He was our highlight player, Dion. All he needed to do was land one bullet on Texter backplat, who was on like 1 HP after that Boombot, and that's round done for Bliss. But Once you lose that weird pick when you're running into the site with like 20 seconds and you still have to clear that anchor out of position. It's the same thing in CS, man. That's where like the round just gets hectic. The comms get crazy. You don't know what's going on and you have to start taking some risks. All the boys start wide peeking. That's where you get punished by old mate Tux. Bliss now the ones with the lockdown available. Doing a pretty good job on this attacking side, but I mean, the call wasn't the problem in that last round. It was the execution for sure. Let's see if the execution's a little better this time around.
Gravity well. If they use it, they could get Autumn. But he is scary with a judge in that location.
First two kills are going pretty well for him.
Looking for the plant here. The only problem is they don't really have any control around the site, Bliss. They're going to be attacked from the heavens, from deep end of spawn, and from short. Their only real saving grace is long, but a couple of shots they will be nullified in. And Autumn, how's he been able to get away with that one onto Major? It feels like Major's really just been slowing down right now of the quick little get-go we had at the very, very beginning. But in the end of this one, Disco falls. That round from Bliss just fell over.
Yeah, they didn't have that trade potential in towards sewer, and that was kind of the main issue. I think they won forward both times they went towards A. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. And only that one player in sewer, if you're not getting rid of Autumn, you know, it's a bit of a tough task. He basically dismantled that round by himself from sewer on that Reyna. Now Bliss, they have to go for a bit of a half buy, and this is where Order can start to pick up some economy, pick up some pace in this game, make a bit of a difference. The two ults from Bliss could make a difference though, and this is Autumn at his best. Just confidence, peeking angles, taking duels, letting the aim speak for itself. That's what he does best.
It's what he does best, hey? Have to just hope to see that keep on going and get the team on a massive roll to take a clean victory here on Haven. Certainly would like to start off the series like that after some very close ones between these two teams before.
Bliss starting to slow the round down after losing that first pick. Still do have two ults available to themselves, but I'm not sure if they're going to want to be using those in a round like this. Garage control in the favor of Major. But Disco and Text are both here. Nade being dropped behind that drone there. And that's a nice combination. The gravity well in combination with that nade. Oh, the spray down for Texter. They all lined up. But Side's going to finish it. That was crazy. It was like the util was appealing, but end of the day, we're getting excited about nothing. Order had that one locked down.
We just get confirmation as well, Pilsky, that the IGL is easy for the side of Bliss.
Cool. Well, he's doing great. Props to Easy. I think last time I casted Valorant as well, over here with you lovely people at LPL, I think Easy had a pop-off game on that Sova where he had like 350 ACS or something. So not bad. RGL who can occasionally put in a big performance and frag. Bliss straight onto this side. Just diving in with the Blazestorm, diving in with the Rocket. They've got full control of C, and Order in the meanwhile are going to start to go for a bit of a retake, but they've got no mid control, and that lurk could be massive for Fleshes. Texter's still got Gary though.
Yeah, this flank, this lurk needs to be textbook from Fleshes. He's able to find one, but at the same time, Tex is able to find a third now in the round. You could use the Hunter's Fury. You could use your lockdown for Bliss, but you can't back it up. Now the Hunter's Fury gets pulled out, but you got 4 hungry players of Order. You're getting charged up by Disco, who's just going to prop on the line, take your head off your shoulders. That's a very, very clean retake for Order. That's as good as you like it.
Yep. That's what you love to see from Texter. He's playing these supportive characters. I don't like it. I don't like it. I just want to see him frag. Just used to frag so hard in CS. That 12-6 scoreline, you see that in the CS game, and you're like, yep, that's normal. That's like every game for the man. But he's taken a back seat in this order team, at least in terms of picking the characters that are meant to get the kills, so to speak. And what a turnaround for Order. Slow start to the half, but it's been all Order the last couple of rounds. Pretty easy for them in the turnaround. Let's see if they can make it an 8-4, or whether Bliss do have a little cute pocket strat. The issue in this round, I mean, first of all, Autumn, in such a strong position like this, might just get a freebie, an opening pick, and be able to dismiss away, but also the ults really favouring Order. And there you go, gets out of there. I'm surprised that the swing doesn't come through from Tux to be able to cover him off there, but into the 4-on-4 now for Bliss, who don't have a whole lot of map control. Lockdown going to keep them at bay for now.
It's good usage of the util right now. It's going to force them all the way back. Cloud burst, just make sure that the coverage is there. Do they attempt to go again back towards A? There's an L drone that's just been sent off through mid to get info on Order's side. Now Tux in this corner might not be expected. Oh, that's not expected at all.
Oh, he's got a flank. That's a nice timing from Tux.
30 seconds
I'm going
left.
down on B for Bliss. Actually, Tux, does he have this timing? Precious turns around at the perfect spot, but a little bit too good on the timing for Tux there.
And Sign is going to dispatch of Vronsky. Tux now clinical on towards Easy, and they're just not faltering at all, Order. They had a little bit of a wake-up call, it seems, Bilski, after Bliss started to get things happening. 8-4, that's the halftime scoreline now, and Order moving over to the attacker's side, which, you know, across 3 sites does make your defensive forces a little bit spread thin. They are in a pretty decent lead for it.
I mean, what was that? That was really back and forth the first couple of rounds, and then it was all Order, 5 in a row. Pretty straightforward. I liked what I saw from Bliss. There was some great moments. There was some good reads, some good calls in there. Not all of which ended in a one round for them. Let's see how they go on the defense, because I'm getting the feeling that Order is not messing around too much. They're playing a pretty solid game right now.
Pulling them in.
It's like Order take that mid control. They're just gunning into Garage. Wow. I don't know if that's a read, but Texter is very confident that there's no one in Garage. Man is literally just bee-hopping his way through the map on the attacking side. I don't know if that was a bit of VOD review or something like that, but it seemed like Order knew exactly what was going on in that pistol round.
Yeah, early information. Or just an early gamble as you do proceed into it. They found the first opener as well with the minutes to still go. Clear up towards short. Get your proceedings in order up towards the A site. The spike, however, is very far from it. It's in Texter's position that we can see just here. He pops a couple of smokes over towards A. Trying to steal a fake potentially here and then maneuver over towards C. And I think that frag is just going to solidify in that factor.
Well, Spike making its way over towards C at the moment for Order. Despite all the pressure from Signed and a couple of smokes as well as Autumn on that A site. They're throwing them for a loop. Disco's deep in his spawn. He's still got a nade to be able to delay.
30 seconds left.
That Spike only just getting there though, which means there is enough time for Bliss to come back in on this rotation. Are they going to try and contest the plant? Well, they really can't at this point. The Gravity Well in combination with the nade. Again, it's such an oppressive utility combo. And now a 4v2 for Order. Surely they close this pistol. It's been all going Order's way, but Major has something to say about it. Can find the first. Double retake from CT. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and they have to just clear all the corners as well. They've done the due diligence to make sure the site itself is cleared. Tux is just one taps jungle. And now it is all onto Major, who gets revealed. Texas swings on, well, doesn't really swing on him, just swings his aim, not his body. Finds Frag, nevertheless, 3 alive for Order. Pretty clean pistol round, although maybe it was a little bit overcomplicated with the fake that they were trying to sell over at A. But the beginning, as you do see it, you know, Texter just straight in towards Garage.
Well, Bliss do have to take a bit of a save now. All the Spectres across the board for the boys on order, who are getting pretty close towards the later parts of this map. And I think this change up in the veto might have been what was needed, perhaps. Because Order is looking a hell of a lot more convincing than they did last Friday, where things were quite close. And Bliss got off to a couple of good starts as well in that game. Not this case around. They're going to have to be the chasers in this case.
One trade out to be seen so far. And you've lost all your control around the A site as well. No flank to be seen here from Bliss. They'll just see what they're going to be able to do going into it. Signs Dart, buy some info, buy some time. Gravity Well is going to attempt to pull Disco in, but he looks to survive. The paint shells has just missed the mark there as well from Bliss. So a little bit of the unfortunate utility usage in at the end as they all start to funnel in from the spawn. Greater usage of the Gravity Well this time from Order's forces, and now Signed and Disco pick up the remainder. It's double digits for Order, and I mean, you talked about it in the beginning, Pilski. Like, we've seen closeness for these guys on 2 maps of the pool. Now they've got 2 new maps in the pool, and Order have what seemingly have a better foundation on this one.
Yeah, like, I kind of talked about it before, like setting up all the possible storylines and the reasonings for it, but I'm kind of leaning in the fact that Order, you know, whenever an underdog team plays the better team the first time around, you can be a little bit slack, a little bit complacent. Maybe you're not as familiar with them. You play them on some of their strong maps, and it's a very close series. Second time around, things get harder. You know, that's where the other team's going to give you a little bit more respect. They're going to try and mess around and play away from your strengths a little bit more. And especially when you see Bliss at such a scoreline deficit, that's going to have to see them really chase back into this game. Look, I'd be surprised if they can do it, to be honest, and very impressed. But I'd say that if I was to characterize Bliss as a team so far, every time I've seen them play, I've been surprised and impressed. So let's see if they can do it again.
Definitely we'll wait and see. That is for sure. Nice little cheeky destruction of the turret through the doors there, but if he looks for more bullets, maybe Disco wants to capitalize upon it. Not going to happen, however. In this bonus round, we extend out over towards A very rapidly for Order. There's actually nobody here for Bliss as well. They're going to have to formulate some sort of retake.
Yeah, the lurk to top mid from Texter on the smokes. In the meanwhile, Order again shoving in towards
left.
A. Bomb only just barely getting out of there for Texter. He's going to make his way over towards A, where you do see Autumn has got some control. Only with a frenzy, but still better than nothing. Major playing retake from Heaven, trying to use the boombot as well as the nade to be able to create some damage. And here's the plant here. Spike only just going down now, and that is beautiful. The Gravity Well in combination with the nade. Ronski dives into the site, denies the plant, and that's going to be it. It was only the bonus. Tux is on the big lurk, but 5 players up for Bliss when that round looked like it could have got dicey is massive.
Yeah.
That's a huge performance from those lads.
I feel like that's a bit of a mishap for Order there as well, right? They leave the Spike in Texter's hands over in through towards mid where he's locked down, and to just try and get out of that with the Nebula, so much time is bought from Bliss, and then going over towards the other site when he finally gets in there, a Gravity Well coupled with paint shells just completely undermines the plant, and then Bliss funnel in toward the site and find all the frags necessary.
Could not have said it better myself, Dion. Totally agree. Totally agree. That was a bonus though. And now we go into the buy round. And again, Order is literally just shoving into Garage. They don't care. That nade is definitely not ideal. You know what's better though? When Major just 1Bs all of your 3-man from the man. I don't want to do play-by-play commentary, but literally every time I'm talking, somebody just starts fragging. Maybe I should shut up.
It's the nature of Valorant though, isn't it? Sometimes you get really slow rounds, sometimes you get really fast ones in the beginning, and it almost feels like the freeze time, there's not enough time to kind of break things down, but hey. We do what we can.
Well, we got ourselves all out of whack, Dion. All right, we need to reset this one. Okay, so this is where I start talking. I'm gonna, you know, put forward. Oh, they're gonna put the spike down. It's gonna be really cool. Look at them, 2v5. Can they do it? There's no bloody way. Surely they can't. I absolutely love this. Actually, the push into CT. You got to make something happen. Spike's going down now. Retake getting kicked off. Someone's out of timing though.
Last player
Oh no,
standing.
traded. And now it's down to Tux to do the exact same thing. It's going to get pretty dicey. And Westus actually manages to take him on out for Bliss to find their 6th round right now.
Gorgeous. Beautiful. Other words that are positive. They're making a comeback here, Dion. Can't count them out. Ults are getting closer for both sides. Lockdown's available. Rocket's available for Order. One off all 3 of the other ults. 2 ults available for Bliss and a couple points off the other ones. This is where the game gets messy, especially with these comps that you're seeing here. It is going to be a save for Order though. They're going to have to bide their time. Can't count these guys out with the Sheriffs though. I feel like I've seen Order win a lot of rounds like this before.
Placing sentry.
Oh. That's not ideal.
No gravity well.
That sentry is not holding very much of anything.
It's holding his hand.
Yeah, moral support, like a Wally or something like that. You know, one of those nice like Pixar characters.
How old is that?
Makes you
movie
feel
now?
better.
Bot coming back.
All right,
I'm gonna Google.
Order. Gonna start
2008.
making their way towards A. Are they going to invest the ults in? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Or are they just going to try to send it on the timing into the site? Does seem like the latter.
Sending it is. Straight on in. A bit of a crossfire that works out a little bit better for Order in this circumstance. Definitely now. As Texter manages to find Westus on toward a convoluted retake of sorts for Bliss. Paint shells are out as the Blade Storm. I'm expecting updrafts as well potentially, but looks like Ronski's not in the proper position to be able to do so. Tux on the lockdown can buy so much time and then have to send the showstopper in to be able to counteract it. So they don't have a Hunter's Fury. That's actually going to be Sign bringing it out very early so. Stop them from forcing themselves in toward the site. And this, just by the lockdown, might be the round in and of itself. A bit unfortunate for the Blade Storm to be brought on out, but we are going to see Bliss go for it. Nebula through, the dash attempt in. Ronski right-clicks Disco out. He's allowed to do so again, but he misses them. A right-click a little bit better there. 2 versus 2. Rocket now out for Major, clearing over towards Short. Isn't going to see any poke-outs. The Nano Swarm does buy a lot of time here. 1 versus 1, though. Could be costly. Although there's no time for the defuse.
Nicely done from Order. I was kind of wondering if they were going to invest those ults, but I like the approach that they went for. They kind of kept things simple. They, you know, just went for the common kind of smokes and sent it into the site. And that meant that they didn't invest all of their ults in that round getting onto the site. So, like, I guess the decision tree kind of goes something like this. You're on the half buy. If you get absolutely blasted out of the server heading into the site, then, okay, you've got the ults for the gun round next round. But if you find success getting into the site, well, then you got a bunch of ults in the post plant, and that's exactly what you saw from Order. Didn't even need to use that raised rocket either to be able to lock that one down. So beautiful stuff. You love to see that. Oh, this could be
a big opener.
A very bad duel for Bliss to win, for Bliss to lose rather. And Order, they're going to use the rocket to just go straight into B, and that is not a kill you want to be losing this early on here, as Order really applying the pressure.
Do you look at using the lockdown now for Bliss to try to get in toward the site? You've got an operator in the possession there as well as just losing Major. Questions has now been seen. It's all crumbling apart. Order are taking Jules outside of the side of B. I mean, it is always a difficult site to take Jules on itself. But those frags there are going to force Bliss into submission. They now have to crawl out of a hole. 6 rounds in a row to put it to overtime.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be happening. Like, especially after seeing them lose that half buy, that's just a round that you can't be losing if you're going to try and make a comeback like this happen. It's unfortunate. Hunt is definitely on, though.
Oh, no.
Oh,
How
you
long
heard the
was
shots
that?
come in. You heard the shots come in right at the end there. Does survive though. Operator in Ronsky's hands. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Bliss though. Look at this buy. It's not looking great. Couple vandals and a sheriff and then a judge and an operator. Look, it's good enough to get the job done. But the money's looking good on order. They've got a pretty good buy here. They've still got the Rainer ulti. Lockdown's available for Bliss though. So could put that to good use early on one of these retakes. There is the gravity well. Darts being exchanged back and forth, like something you'd see at the Australian train station.
Oh no, that's very unfortunate. Funneled in with the judge. Could have seen a world of hurt over towards order, but it's all bleeding on the side of Bliss. So as I say that, looks to equalize and in a 3 versus 3 scenario, yeah, the Empress is out for Autumn. It's going to expire soon, and there is a lockdown available for Bliss too. But on to Ronsky on this operator. Will he be swung on through? A missing shot will allow Signed a little bit of an avenue up toward the site to be able to get on toward the plant. Good headshot from Autumn.
Wow.
A second one is even better. And that might be the round-winning kills calculated in from Autumn. Lockdown here for Precious. Gets shouldered out, texted down. Now they're just going to wait out the lockdown as well. Nanos to come on through for this position inside, I think, actually. As he is going to get nanoed in the end. It's played nicely, although maybe put down at the wrong time. Just going to hide in the corner, wait for Precious to get on the defuse, try to get it down to half here, then he'll be swung on out, forced to take to fight, but Precious, how's he done that one? They're still in it.
Gorgeous. He's kept him in it. He's kept him in it. But one player surviving for Bliss is not where you want to be at economically. Order, they did have strong money going into this. They're going to be able to repurchase. Bliss, you can just see it. They've got to go down to 3 sets of light armor. The Phantoms come out for Order straight away. Headshot potential is definitely there. Jungler's gone to the Guardian instead. But he does have the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury available. So a bit of an ult advantage here for Bliss to try to keep them in this. They're hanging on by their little fingernails.
Going astral, guys.
Let's see if they can actually claw their way a bit more of a substantial foothold. Because there's no room for error now. Slow round for Order. They start to probe mid. They start to take a look at Garage. A little bit less of the pace for Texter this time around, who was earlier on in this half literally b-hopping with his classic out into Garage.
Yeah.
And again, he's going to be the lurker. This is something that I was kind of thinking about when I saw this Astra character and the fact that you can kind of just do all the util from the other side of the map. You just do 1-4s, man. You just leave your Astra in some little corner in some part of the map. She does the execute from art mode and then just goes on a bit of an exploration while the round plays out. That's what Tex is doing right now.
Mages in their spawn. That's how disconnected the team of Bliss are in this round. They got a Hunter's Fury and a Cosmic Divide to be able to throw into the mix. Cosmic Divide will cordon off your long and your short area and force the hand of order potentially later on in the round. They might be wanting to hold on to some utility to be able to take a proper challenge out. But then you've got that counter flank as well available from a Texter. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. Nova Pulse on the touch concusses him. Hunter's Fury does come out as well. It missed from Easy though. The second one goes straight down into the floor. Does get out in the end. Here's that Cosmic Divide that I talk about. And now it is down to these flank potentials. Texter is in the back lanes. Jungle out, manages to find Disco. Major here, manages to find Sign. It's going good for Bliss, but it's on to Texter. He snuck in, and they're not aware of it, although maybe they've spotted him out now. He gets in front of them. He's able to find 2, and that might be the round 1 in it of itself. Major brings back onto Autumn. Texter's known. Texter just baits on out. Doesn't need to go for the complete challenge here, as he knows the defuse has to be stuck up by Major. He's got the frag, but there is no time. That's GG as Order claim it 13-7.
Attacker.
Yeah, a bit difficult to sort of chase that scoreline that Order did put up there nice and early on, although Bliss did give it a pretty good crack. A couple still pretty good rounds in there. I think the straw that broke the camel's back, though, is definitely losing against that half by made things a little bit too difficult there, and maybe not as close of a scoreline as I'd want to be seeing, but Order, you can tell they're definitely taking this one pretty seriously. They're out here to play, and all the boys are fragging up a storm, so they're going to go up 1-0. And we'll see if Bliss can make this next map a little bit closer like we saw last Friday.
Yeah, it's going to have to be the resilience factor for them now as well, right? They've gone up against Order recently, and it got to overtime in both of those maps. Now, it didn't get to overtime. It didn't really get too close. It's sort of in the mid-range there, being a 13-7. But, I mean, what tendencies can you really take off of Order for this map going into the next one, right? Because we just saw a lot of weird shenanigan plays come out from Order on both sort of extremity lines there. So, Bind is going to be a fickle thing.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes for them. I think, we should see them probably go through this upper bracket, but I don't see this as like necessarily a bad thing for Bliss. I don't rule them out of this next game at all. Always going to count them in because they've earned that respect at this point. So we'll see how they play. Either they win and that's great, or they lose and they learn. And, with this team, the way that they're going, the trajectory and the improvements that they're making, I think it's a win-win either way. It doesn't really matter.
Well, we will have to take a little bit of a pause again, Pilsky, before we do get into a bind. We'll throw it over to a break, guys. So make sure you do stay tuned for the next map.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all four corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour for 2021. We're in the middle of Stage 2 closed quals to see who is going to be accumulating points towards the tally to get overseas. And so far tonight, we've had one BO3. We are into the second one, and we are one map down. Order have won out the first one here against Bliss in a pretty convincing fashion. Will Bliss be able to bring it back? Send us into the third one, though, Pilsky.
I'm interested to see. I think we're going to be seeing Astra from both of these squads yet again for the second time in a row. So some more of that absolute shenanigans in terms of the walls going back and forth all over the place, creating all kinds of new divisions across the map, and all the gravity wells going back and forth. Should be pretty exciting. You know, there was definitely moments in there from Bliss where I saw some promise, but I think just getting off to maybe I wouldn't say too slow of a start, because they actually got off to a good start of that first half. But it seemed like once Order started picking up momentum and started picking up rounds, Bliss just couldn't really respond. There was a couple of rounds where maybe they could have actually secured themselves a round or two and maybe swung the game a little bit more. But some of those like little post plants, little niche scenarios didn't go their way. Maybe not checking an extra corner or not quite leaving enough time in certain scenarios.
Yeah, of course, we will have to wait and see. But remember, Haven is very different to Bind. You go from 3 sides to 2 with the teleporters that allow for those quick rotations and everything. Very audible, though. And it means in for those flanks and everything, we could see just different scenarios come on out. You know, we didn't really see the flanks punished, I guess, all too much. But at the same time, we did a little bit there. So I wonder or not if we're going to see that happen over and toward this map.
Interesting thing is, at least in the comps that I'm seeing, for the last little bit, Order have not really been running a Sentinel on this map, whereas Blitz have been running that Cypher. So I'm keen to see if they keep going with the same comp that they've been running, which I think last time was the Astra, Breach, Jet, Raze, Sova for Order, whereas Bliss are on that Astra, Cypher, Jet, Raze, and the Sova.
Sky, yes.
Order, completely different comp. Completely changing it up.
I love it.
Which is cool. And Bliss, this is similar to what we saw in the last game from them. They've been running Raze on Major, but now they've actually chucked him on the... Oh, sorry, no, Ronsky is, instead of on the Jet, is on the Reyna. So they're doing Reyna Raze instead of a Jet on this map, which is a bit of a change up. But Sky, that's double flashes for Order. Excuse me?
Yeah. Instead of the Sova, this could get kind of chaotic. It's interesting. They have run the Sova and Sky and Viper on this map before on the side of Order. But again, this is just a completely new composition. First time being witnessed, according to some statistics that I have brought up. And Disco is going to be able to find the opener onto Major and onto what Easy through the smoke as well. Now it's onto Fleshes, who is good for a dink. But that is all as Signs catches the frack. Autumn finds Jungle, and this is a very clean pistol looking to come through from Order. It is just going to be down to Ron. And I think they all know where he's coming from as well. Trailblazer's being sent in. Oh, now he's been seen and stunned up. Now they're just going to all funnel in, and he's good for one, but that is all.
This is like that meme where everyone was saying there's too many flashes in Valorant, and everyone's just got a white screen for like 30 seconds, but actually, you know, proper game from Order. They're rolling with that Sky as well as the Breach, so... I'm keen to see how many people on Bliss do get chain flashed as we move deeper and deeper into this game. Whether that is a reality. Not a reality that I wanted to live in. And to have the short A push being lined up here for Bliss, this could be a very quick daggers for Autumn if he's keen to farm up some of these frags.
Oh, good for one. Traded out, blinded by the bird. The Hawk.
Ended.
More frags to be seen for Order. I guess while this is just a bit of an eco right now, to touch upon something. I like that flying shot from Disco though. I guess you'd say the closest in air quotes sort of composition for Order that we've seen with a Sky in it was still tucked on the Sky. Disco was actually on a Viper instead of the Raze. Autumn was on the Raze. Signed was on the Sova, and Texter was on the Astra. So it feels like they're trying to figure out what the composition might be, and that was against Tiny Turtles.
Okay.
So that's Clicker, Lucid, Arrow, Leave, and Chilean. But it was 13-9. So they're experimenting.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of a meme comp, I'm not going to lie. Especially with seeing who's on which role. If they're ever going to throw like a weird comp in there, then I'm not surprised it's against an opponent like Tiny Turtles, who, full respect, they did qualify, and they did actually get an upset, I think, but in that last competition, once they made it through the main tournament. There you go. All right. I guess you're not allowed into the site. Just flashes going off the lines, Asterisk utility, and Bliss just play full retake on A. I guess this is the game that we're playing, Theon.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what things are going to turn out for in this one. I just like the amount of flashes that come through from Order. It's pretty painful, not gonna lie. That's 6 total flashes, one of which gives you information as well. Disco now manages to find Ronski, Texter peeks on out. This is just formulated very, very fluently for Order. They're even looking to play out this bonus round and find it flawlessly. Order, they have Bliss's number, Pilski, and now I'm actually considering in 3 rounds, Bliss, what do you guys got to do to get into all this one?
They got flashed out of the site, and then Order played aggressive post plants, and with Astra Smoke on CT and Heaven. And as soon as Bliss attempted that retake, they got flashed and like triple or quad peaked. That's disgusting.
I'm telling you, Sky. It's something that I talked about just before, right? I say that Roy from Renegades found something that is pretty punishable, or punishing rather. And Order, if they adopt it in and can make it work against Bliss now, if they can make it work throughout the later stages of the tournament too, if they get bind again against something like Wildcard, then we could see a very meta-shifting thing happen.
I'm kind of wondering. I'm trying to think about how you stop this. Alright, Tux is just going to send it into bathroom. He just donated them a Vandal. Bliss are going to say thanks very much for that. He was money manning in there, so found a lot of info. In the meanwhile, Order's going to send it over there towards that B side of the map. But yeah, I feel like with Bliss's comp, I guess the name of the game really is kind of disruption, to be honest. Get in there with the Reyna and the Raze. I almost feel like if they had played the Jet this time around, it would have been a lot better for him. The Jet would be a lot better against this heavy flash comp, because you do want to disrupt it a fair bit, I feel.
Well, Bliss, they've got a player advantage going into this retake. The Science is able to equalize it in the end, just looking to hold into these rifles and stop the defuse from coming on out. And all right, they recuperate in the end. They only dropped 2, which is not the end of the world. But now, as Bliss do translate into the fresh round, they are going to be able to formulate a purchase of their own.
Should I play some stars in this reality?
Well, another gun round here for Bliss to try to get themselves on the board. Feel like they're trying to work out what they're supposed to do against this right now. Texas got this star in the perfect spot there to deep short A. They're looking at the star. They're like, are we still going for this? There's the gravity well. And the flash off the back of it. See you later, short push. That was 3 or 4 players there. And you saw, as soon as they saw the star, it's just such a... it screws with your head, is what I'm going for. Forget about that, though.
Yeah.
Do you have the boys on Order doing the same thing again? Diving deep into the site. They haven't cleared you all, though.
Raise dead.
Oh, Ronski finds 2. Might be able to win out the round from here, but on the exit of the dismiss, he's somehow allowed to still live here, rather. As alrighty, Blister on the board. That's a fluff from Autumn.
That's all Ronski, really, that round. That was an Order round until Ronski stole it from him. Couple ults up for Order here. That's the other thing as well, like all of these ults on these characters are pretty annoying. Not the comp of Order.
This goes here. That goes there.
I'm kind of digging this. I'm kind of digging it. I'm surprised that I don't know if this is meant to be a meme comp or not. I'm surprised they'll bring it out in a game like this. I feel like you'd save this strat if it was this effective. Maybe it's not.
Yeah,
maybe it's just this game.
I'm just trying to still think on your thing at what is something that can kind of counter flashes and counter the sky birds. It'd be something like a deployable on a wall maybe that sucks in any projectile abilities and destroys them.
No, but
maybe?
I mean literally, like tangibly, not theoretically. Like, how do you actually stop this? I'm kind of wondering.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
You just got to kill them, honestly, before they can get out the flashes, it almost feels like right now, and just put punishment down to them. But if they're coming out with shots like this, it definitely is strugglesome. Tux is able to find 2 already. They do have the Cosmic Divide going down, cordon off the back of the site, down towards Defender Spawn and over towards your deeper elbow. They flash on through, however, as Autumn's head is taken on off. Oh, did that actually get pulled out? No, it didn't.
I think so.
They still got it later.
Oh, really?
2 versus 2. Their position's known. Tux is on for a big one right now as he does close it up for the 4K. Texted there for 1. An order, they hold it down. And yeah, I'm thinking that he didn't get it off, and I think he's still got it again. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
He does.
Tux wants to go to bed, honestly. I was looking at his Twitter. He said he's usually in bed at 10 p.m. So 4K from the man. He just wants to send Bliss to the lower bracket. He's done playing around. He wants to get a good snooze in, get his rest for tomorrow.
Now, the reason I talked about that the projectile that can suck in abilities is because there's an operator in Rainbow Six Siege that has an ability to be able to do that, or a utility ability, whatever you call it. Anywho, off on the side stream, just while we've got a moment as well, Mindfreak have managed to take away map 1, 13-8.
Nice. Would like to see them progress further in the bracket. That was a very long bird from Tux, sending it all the way into 8. Much slower round from Order. They've been really up tempo, picking up the pace. This time around though, much slower round. Obviously it is anti-eco, so they're just taking their time to dot their I's and cross their T's, clear out the map properly. Tux on the lurk through bathrooms. A whole bunch of 1Bs. You swap to an Order player's POV, and he's tapping ahead.
And you swap to a Pilsky POV, and he's doing the play-by-play right now, but sometimes it just do be, as Autumn takes the head off of Easy. It is just down to Ronski. He has a Phantom.
30 seconds
The
left.
overheal will fade away eventually, before he can get into the side if he wanted to mount some sort of retake. We will look for some damage here.
Order's got a lot of ults heading into that next round though. That's scary, man. Breach and Sky ult. Still got that Raze rocket as well. Gonna be a tricky one for Bliss.
Well, there's one, but only one and done. Order, they are certainly looking to run away with this on the offensive side of Bind as well. Usually you see more over on that defensive side.
Oh, 9 ults ready in the server. This one's gonna be a mess. I'm all for it. I'm ready.
Is Crash ready?
No. He can't be. Got to grow 2 more arms and second PC with a third-person perspective to fully capture what's going on, to be honest. It's going to be a set play towards A for Order. The Cypher Troops are set up over there, as well as the Astra playing Retake in Heaven. And I'd say it's going to be a similar story. They're going to have to play Retake. In the meanwhile, though, Bliss, they push down middle, trying to make an adaptation. The Raze is deep middle. Jungle, while providing a little bit of Overwatch, though, does save his player on the side. And Bush is just getting this pick through this, the cage there. It's going great for Bliss, actually.
Yeah, they just got to hold on right now. They already do have one of their players who has been taken down very, very low as well. And it's Texter now pushing on through. He's able to find 2. A bit of an overstep there from Jungle. And Texter, how is he able to get away with murder right now? It will be shut down in the end. And these Seekers will provide a little bit of info for Tux, the rocket to be brought out. He's allowed to get it shot off. And Bliss, they will gather another round.
Nicely done. They're starting to show some amount of adaptation. Jungle Wow, really the key kill there to keep Freshest alive, who manages... If he goes down, then he doesn't have that trip and that cage down to be able to spam an extra player through the smoke. And then I think it just domino effects, really. And Order start to really come away with that one. But those kills in combination with the adaptation we're starting to see from Bliss there, they're aware they're being too one-dimensional, they're being too passive, giving up these sites, and now they're starting to get a little bit more active. Another push straight through middle from Bliss on that double duelist.
Yeah, this could be spell disaster. There goes one shot of the judge as opposed to one shot of the Bladestorm. And it does work out that the judge is stronger at that current point, but Disco and Signs, they're starting to get things happening. Bring some frags back over to the side of Order. Maybe the rounds that we saw from Bliss were just a little bit of a needle in a haystack, but the Hunter's Fury to be brought on out. Spike not being planted just yet. No damage to be seen. Waiting to find time for the flank from Major. And Tux has no idea. He's not even looking at it right now. I think Tux even is holding just the line. Yep. He gets his head taken on off. Paint shells on out as well as Bronski finding Disco. This is a good retake coming out from Bliss. Though 2 versus 2. TP is pulled as the spike heads to B. Texter is kind of just locked in right now, but he's still able to get something. Major, it's very unfortunate for you. Looking the wrong way. Now, 1 versus 1, Rolling Thunder available. Do you play for the aggression or off the ult?
Not sure. He's playing a pretty forward position though. He's going to start to hear some of these footsteps side.
Oh,
nice little off angle.
Kind of wanted to back Roski in that one.
Nah, no info. There's a million positions that Side could be playing in. And he chooses the most forward one, which is sometimes the least expected. Especially when you got that breach ult available. It's almost like a mind game. It's like, oh, he's playing for the post plant. He's playing breach. He's got his grenade. He's got his ultimate. You know, he's gonna mess with me. Negative. It's gonna get straight in your face. Well, that's Bliss on another eco, and nothing seems to be able to slow down Order at the moment. And what a bloody series Texter is having right now, by the way.
Doesn't matter what aim you play, as long as your bullets out of the chamber do get the kills in the end, and that's exactly what Major's doing right now, although it was a little bit preemptive for him to put out the paint shells. Disco taken to 1 HP, and now the Sign finds Ronski. Order actually do establish a player lead. Easy. He's just going to go straight on through. Shots out from the Classic. It gets done in the end, as he's taken down to 61 points of HP. Stars out. Start destroyed. Easy finds Disco. And finds Texter. Okay.
That was a mess. That round was an absolute mess in bathrooms there. Million bits of utility. I couldn't tell you what's happened. But absolute highway robbery from Bliss, who win themselves a half buy. And actually, it makes a big difference because we're 10 rounds deep in this half, only a couple to be able to close it out. And that actually breaks Order's money down quite a bit and gives Bliss a massive economic boon. You can see a couple of their players a little bit richer, holding onto those rifles. So heading towards the tail end of this game, this could actually make a huge difference. If Bliss pick up this round, they can kind of break Order's money, make things a little bit easier for themselves. There's the gravity well. Disco trapped in the corner, probably just going to go down for free. Again, that aggression towards middle has been absolutely money for Bliss so far.
And now with the very fast pace in towards the site, Ronski's somehow able to find 2, making a 3rd one in the end there. That is sensational, ripping apart Order in this one. But Major, as he finds Signed, it is all going to be down to Autumn. These positions being known as well. Spike is almost irretrievable. Shock Dart is managed to be dodged as well as the second one. But if you're Bliss here, you're just not giving Autumn a chance. You got a minute to play with as well. They've got him locked in toward the elbow. Definitely so now that they've got guarding control from Major, who does peek out. And he'll be able to find the frag in the end as well. Bliss, if they get one more round here, Pilski, we could actually have a game back on our hands.
No, they might. I mean, look at Order's money now. You can see it's a bit cooked on a couple of the players. 3 and 2K, 3K apiece for Disco and Texter together. The other guys will be able to go to rifles and armor. But that's what I'm saying. That's why that half buy win was so important. Because they actually, from a 7-3 deficit, after winning that half buy, 7-2 deficit rather, Order had strong money. If they just close out that half buy convincingly, they probably take 10 plus rounds this half. 10 rounds in this half. CS brain. I actually said it the other day. I was coaching some of the boys and I was saying, like, I think they got pistol and they got a really clean first gun round. And I said 15-0, let's go. And they were just like, what?
It's ingrained in you when you do it for so long. I called it an operator the other day in CS, and Mitch.
Oh, you've gone the other way.
Mitch. Yeah, I've done it the other way a little bit. Conky started making anime references in casts. That's where he's at right now.
Yep, and we are no longer working with the man. The better Mitch has replaced him. I don't even watch anime. So there you go. This is a mess. Diving straight down the different part of middle this time. Short A middle, 1 for 1 so far. Autumn gonna just push forward. The nade on top of him from his teammate. What the hell is going on? The rocket through the TP for Disco, and we're in a 3v2. A 3v1 now. Flesh is just in spawn. He doesn't know what's going on. I again have to do play-by-play. Now let's see if he can 1-on-3.
You may as well continue it off at this point right now, but I will take over on the range to see if Weshes can bring out some individual brilliance. Has to clear over towards the lamps, and it might just be shut eye for him right now as Disco peeks out from Cubby for his 3k on the board. Order, they go back in toward it as they do make a pretty clean half known throughout the regions, 8-4.
Yeah, you know, really not bad. Really not bad from Order in both of these maps here. It's a similar story for Bliss, though. You know, a couple good rounds here or there, but definitely not the kind of performance they were putting in last Friday. So, a bit more convincing today from Order. Not sure how much of that is the fact that Tux really just wants to go to bed at this point, I would imagine.
Right here.
Pistol could be a difference maker, though. Maybe we've still got a close map on our hands if Bliss can get to a good start. Does seem like they want to group up towards Long B here. Tux will likely find that info pretty quickly if he chucks a Hawk out. Obviously, they don't have the Sova drone to scan, but that's going to be a confirmation at least one towards Long B. Hookah set up with Disco back on the site for Order, and Hookah won't be cleared here at all.
Can be cleared. Disco, a little bit of damage on the wall. The paint shells. He's going to get revealed as well and try to get on out. But nope, he is actually going to be relishing in the fact that his teammates are in the hookah location. And this is a bit of a ring around the rosy from Bliss right now. This could be very chaotic because everybody's going to go over towards the deep end as well to get something known as well. Great usage of the flash. I think that was the breach one to come on through. And that is just Order cleaning house. Yeah, West just might be in amongst the A site, but he doesn't have his teammates with the spike to come on over to meet him.
It's going to say hello to the dog. Give him a nice little pat there. And Order heading over. Oh, nice. Just stunned Autumn. Signed. 10 out of 10. Give Tux an extra kill. Why not? Get those Seekers out a little bit quicker. And 9-4 for Order. Oh, lordy. Another pistol for him. It's looking pretty convincing yet again from Order. They seem to be on a pretty good level. And this is what I want to see from Order when they play these underdog teams. You know, I don't want to see close games because I want to feel confident that when I talk about the number one team in O's, they are a convincing contender that shuts down teams that they're meant to beat. You know, that's what I want to say.
And then they'll have a challenge if they do make it into that slot to go over to NA as well. Because you would hate to send the teams over for them to just absolutely come up with nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly right. Well, the sneaker route. And for the classics. All Bliss really want in a round like this is just a little bit of damage, just a kill or two. But not really finding it. Tux is pushing anti-eco. He's saying you guys are taking too long.
One enemy remaining.
And he's farming up his ult wolves as is Disco.
Oh, rounds like these where they do take very, very long, it's kind of like it almost just leans over to only little analysis and everything, not even really just heavy play-by-play. It's you don't want to overhype anything, you don't want to underhype anything, but for something like that, doesn't need to be hyped really at all. It's just a pretty clean round from Order. You're waiting for this one where it's your bonus, and I guess if Order find this one here, Pilski, where they on paper shouldn't, then it's probably over.
Oh yeah, these bonuses are always a pretty big impact. Actually, I don't know. I don't really know if I like the money system in this game, the amount of bonuses and weird stuff that goes on. But it does lend itself towards the kind of situation where you do want to go through a cheeky strat that's a little different to your first gun round. Jungle. That's a good start. Getting rid of Autumn. That is something, your opponent's on a bit of a bonus. You know that they might be a little bit more aggressive, so maybe you want to play a little safer. And that's what Bliss's setup is telling me right now. They're taking their time. They're holding all the angles. And they're doing a good job.
I guess the number to beat will be the scoreline in which they ended up in the last map to see that they can still tackle up against Order in a very, I guess you might even call it an extreme change composition for them. Again, they're not rocking the Sentinel, but a Breach and a Sky is certainly something different. And for that frag to go the way of Tux there as well is a little bit unfortunate. Easy drops over an upgradable weapon for them. And whilst they do have control of the B site now, they are pushing all the way through the spawn where we might see Ronsky be able to head off Disco. No, it actually goes the other way, and that's a player advantage for Order now. We do know that at least Tux can't heal himself. Likewise of a Sage rather. He is on that Sky, can only heal the team. This is where Order for the retake. How do they get into Order? Jungle finds Tarks. Major finds Dexter, and this is better for them. They're holding down the fort. They know where Disco was already. His frag earlier on. Broombot over to his location is the distraction as Major will clean it up.
Yep, Jungle and Major combining to reasonably convincingly take that round away for Bliss. That was only the bonus though. But I'd say 3 players surviving against the bonus is kind of the pass mark. But like I said before, this is the same situation as we saw in the previous series. When you have 2 of those rifles go away, this is the money situation you end up in. 2 of the lads are going to be broke if you lose, which lends itself to a weird buy going forward. Operator is out for Order though, and they are the team with the jet, so they can be a bit more aggressive from Autumn, as if he even needed permission to do so. You already see this man regularly jumping around on Bind and peeking everything.
Look at the creep up. And it works a retreat for them as well. Ronsky's able to find text up, and Tuck knows that he can't overpick because of the possibility of them having player advantages. But he gets out some damage with the suppressed variant of this rifle, the Phantom. No traces to be seen, but taken down to 8 HP. Almost eliminates him out of the round as the plant goes down. He will be decapitated by Fleshes. This is superiority now. Bliss around the site. Rocket to be brought in from Disco, however, sends him to the sky as he does break his feet at the end, gets over the paint shells, forces Easy back into the hands of Tux. Oh, sorry, Signs. But the fault line reveals his position, and now it is only onto Autumn, who has the sixth sense that Major was peeking then, but probably just wants to survive the operator into the next round. No, he's actually going to go for it. They've got 5 rounds of cushioning. Feels like he might be able to do so individually. Updraft on in. Camera will tag him. Force the fight. Questions should be good for the frag, and he will be so in the end.
Alrighty. That's a bit of a pass for Bliss. They get over the hump of that anti-bonus round. Then they take the first gun round, and they take it in somewhat convincing fashion, starting to build up some cash on all of the boys. Now this is the anti-eco where they can really start to steam ahead. This is where it needs to be convincing. They can't be dropping 3-4 guns in a round like this. They need to make sure they're keeping, 4+ players alive. Let's make it nice and convincing. Get a really strong economy going forward and give this series a hell of a crack. Because this is the kind of round where Bliss did slip up in that last map. They failed to maintain economy control. They lost some weird half buys. And that's where the pressure got to them a little bit more, Just get maximum amounts of gun rounds. So even if Order does have one of those pop-off rounds, even if Order does put a little bit more pressure on, you can start to make something happen. That's a great start. Major just winning that duel on Autumn, who did pop the blades there. It's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief.
Ronsky to clear all these corners. Needs to make sure he can find some frag here, not drop over to these pistols. Disco shoots out the paint shells. All the action is just waiting to explode from short. TP's going to be heard double soak from Order. Over to the outside A. TP, B teleporter. Second with one here. Second one in the crossfire as well. That's Spike. This is where things could actually get really interesting.
Yeah, this is getting way too messy.
Oh no.
Jesus, Signs. Oh my god,
Okay.
What did that man just do? You can't even blame the obs for not being on him. You don't really expect him to just 1v3 people in quick succession. There you go. That is exactly the kind of round that I was literally saying Bliss cannot afford to lose, and they've won. They've lost yet another one of those half buys at the worst possible time. Now their money's looking pretty cooked, and if they can't close out this gun round here, they're going to be out of the game. And this is very similar to what happened on Haven.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Might just be do or die time, Pilski. First shot from Autumn. Dashes away. Over aggression from Bliss as well, but allowed another attempt. Great use of the flash to come on through from Order. And with so many flashes available, I mean, you must use them.
Yeah, just send them. Why not? More and more chances for Autumn to re-aggress, to find more picks. 5v4. Order's playing a little bit more passively. You can see Tux has full bathrooms control, so they're leaning quite heavily over towards that B side of the map, and it is the correct call. Good news for Bliss is, yes, they lost the pick, but they did have one Spectre, so at least they will be having all the firepower. Re-peek from Autumn. One more kill and this guy can dash out of here, but not currently.
And the Cloudburst is going to go down as well to at least cover vision from Major's location, who's revealed in the paint shell deployment. Autumn good for one. Signs now on the board for this round as well, with Easy and Jungle Well getting back on it. However, things do turn upside down, and Easy, I'm pretty sure the teleporter was heard from them. They are starting to rotate on over. He's got Hunter's Fury, but he has to back himself individually. Great thing about the Cosmic Divide is it does stretch across the whole map. Protection now, the muffled audio is only good for so much as he does push on through. And Order now find map point, series point, Pilski, to go up against Wildcard in their next endeavor.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bliss pretty much falling at the exact same hurdle as the last map. Can't really blame him though. These Order blokes are pretty talented. They could have these pop-off rounds, and Signed is the new recruit, but he's obviously, although he's playing those breach roles, those Sova roles, the man still has very solid aim. Saw that on the Sheriff last round. And Bliss up against the ropes. The buy's not good. They should be done and dusted here unless they can pull something out of the hat.
Take flight.
And that's one of the interesting things about Sky, that her character actually says blinded. It's like, how does she know that the hawk has seen something? She's just in with nature. She gets stunned. As Tux still manages to find Major. How's he let that happen? And he's been completely blinded. This is absolutely destruction to come through from Tux. He's gotten away with murder there for 2. Order have a player advantage. Spike to be retrieved. The Rolling Thunder as well to force him into submission.
Bliss gonna pump the brakes for a minute. Not really sure how to proceed from this point. The initial contact in the round hasn't gone too well. Not too bad to find the orb there on the Cypher just to be able to find the positioning. Obviously, Autumn was pretty aggressive up short A. Did find a lot of info for them, so Bliss, aware of that, will make their way over towards that A side of the map. The TP on the Cypher will be heard by Order, but it's only one TP, so they're not too sure at this point how much of a commitment this is over towards A. Either way, Autumn posted up in the bathrooms. You got Disco in towards Heaven. They're just going to split up 2 apiece on each side and trust these crossfires and these strong positions.
If you're Autumn right now, do you budge at all, or do you expect the flank? You haven't seen him come out of the TP, so you do just back yourself, even if things do go down on the side itself, and that's exactly why. Finds Questions, now it makes the job easier as he denies the spy from going down. Jungle has no chance, he's not even near it. This is GG as Disco takes his head off, and that is a pretty clean series as a whole from Order.
Yeah, good stuff from them. They did win a lot of those rounds that just sort of pushed them over the top a little bit more, but I felt like they were the stronger team there. That's what you'd be expecting to see. And, you know, fair go from Bliss. Like I said, I harped on it the whole series, but I'm going to repeat it at the end here. You know, last Friday, they played 2 completely different maps than you saw in the opening parts of this series where, you know, maybe the map pool's not deep enough. Maybe it was a case of a couple of these weird half buys not really going their way. That's definitely something that they can work on. But as far as I'm concerned, with a team like Bliss, they've already impressed me enough. They've already made it in towards that invite status. So I'm happy with their progression as a team. And it's a win-win either way at this sort of portion of the tournament. Either you lose and you learn and improve as a team, or you win and you're happy.
Yeah. And of course, Order take the win there, and we get an interview with none other than Tux from the Order side. Tux, it's beginning to come to bedtime for you, mate.
Yeah, mate, it was bedtime an hour and a half ago. A bit tired.
Well, congratulations in that one. I guess not even in toward the game just yet, but what is it like having the transition from Dick Stacey going out of the roster to that coach position and Signs being brought into the roster now? You guys starting to feel some comfort in the game?
Yeah, I think to be honest, Signs clicked like instantly with us. And obviously having Ollie as a coach, he's been very, very helpful. He's doing a wonderful job in that role. And Signed is really easy to work with, and his sober's on point. And he can honestly play most agents, I reckon. He has a good brain on him, good head on him, and he's one of the best aimers in the region, I reckon. So it's been really easy and smooth for us.
I had 2 questions for you. I know you want to go to bed, but I'm just gonna send multiple questions straight at you either way because I haven't talked to you in a while. First of all, the double flashes on Bind. What's going on there? That was crazy.
Well, I think just Sky in general can sort of replace Sober, especially on that map. And then just adding on the flashes. I mean, why not? You know, we can do more with our executes on T side, and on CD side we can probably hold her in a bit more. Like on that final round just then when they tried to hit us up B long, we had the dual flashes there where we could sort of just keep pounding them.
Yeah.
And I think it just opens up more variety for us. Really, we can just do more with our double flashes, at least on that map. And that was actually our first game playing. We haven't scrimmed with that comp either, so that was the first game that we've played. So it was a bit fun. Good experimenting.
Yeah, I was looking at your change ups. Obviously, you started playing Astra a little bit ago since that agent came out on Bind. So playing a couple different comps. Other questions, a bit of a curveball because I don't know if anyone's actually asked you on voice, at least in public, how you feel about it. But you're free, mate. You're free. But now you're playing this game. I'm single tier right now.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of nice being unbound, I guess. But to be honest, I think it is pointless for me anyway. It's good for other people that have been banned, but I really enjoy Valorant and I really enjoy my team at the moment. And I think the future in the game is brighter, in my opinion, and I think in Australia it could be as well. So I'm really enjoying it, and yeah, I mean just enjoying playing for Order in Valorant and helping grow the scene and grow the game and play with new guys that I would never play with in Counter-Strike, and they're extremely talented. And there's just a lot more to this game, I reckon. And I'm really enjoying playing and learning every day and playing and learning with my teammates.
That's
Awesome,
really good
awesome.
to hear there, Tux, that you are really happy in toward this game as well, because it's entertaining for us and it gives us some really good games to be able to watch. Of course, you guys go on to Wildcard next, but I will let you go here. Do you have any final words for anybody watching?
Not really. Just shout out to all the homeboys in TeamSpeak, the Order Valorant crew. Just legends of the game, mate. No doubt about it. And thanks to you guys for casting and the tournament organisers are putting on an Order, of course. We'll see you guys tomorrow night and probably in the grand final. Love, love. Thank you, everyone, for your time. I will see you soon.
Thank you very much, Tux. And there you guys have it. The winners order going up into the next stage of this tourney. Well, I say stage, the upper final, to see who is going to get into that grand final slot. Tux pretty confident there that it is going to be them besting out Wildcard. But of course, Pilski, we have to wait for that for tomorrow.
Yeah, 100% agree. He forgot to thank his mum, by the way. Thanked pretty much everybody but his mum. And as for Tux, I mean, yeah, I feel like a bit hard done by with everything that happened in Counter-Strike. But he did go overseas. He did have, IEM Sydney and a couple of highlight moments, but not quite going to the full international stage. But Valorant is another go-around. And I really want to see him reach that next level and hit that international stage really hard this time around because he definitely deserves it. He's been putting a lot of work in for a long time. He's been a quality player, an absolute legend. So let's see if Order can do it. And it all starts with winning tournaments like this.
Yep, definitely does start with winning tournaments like this. And speaking about the tournament, where are we right now? Let's exactly have a look in the bracket to see what's been going on. Of course, today we've had a bunch of games be played on through. We previously saw that Direwolves have been eliminated earlier today. Paradox as well. They had taken that's a little bit back into what that one. Kanga got eliminated in the 2-1, so ignore that little score. I think that's just around the wrong way. Paradox move on to be able to play up against Bliss now, who have just lost that one out. Straight out of the Zoo are playing Mind Freak at the moment as well, so keep that in mind. We will be sending all of you over into that one next. And of course, Order and Wildcard have made it through in that upper area for the upper final tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of good games to come and a lot of good games happening right now. I mean, that's, like you said, straight out the zoo and Mind Freak is delivering. I think you know, we've kind of got to the point where there's enough quality teams and there's enough variance in the scene to where pretty much every series could be a bit of a banger. So far, a lot more sort of blowouts and a lot more one-sided maps than banger maps, but at least that last series between Mindfreak and Wildcard really delivering, and I'm hoping we get to see a lot more nail biters as we head deeper into the bracket here, because that's what you want to be aiming for.
Yeah, no, most definitely. The games that we had in the beginning, you know, those overtimes in the Mindfreak versus Wildcard one were really stellar, and I think it's just the consistency that Order are trying to bring on forward now after, you know, the close one that they saw with Mindfreak against the other day, where they just need to make sure everything is going straight forward. You heard it there from Tux as well with that new composition lineup into Bind that I thought was really cool. You know, the combination with all those flashes and the utility that you can just throw on out is something different that definitely tonight caught Bliss off guard. So very well propped up towards Order in that one.
Yeah, seemed to work well for them. Seemed to work quite nicely with the dynamic that they have, where they have, you know, Autumn rolling around the map and Disco rolling around the map as well and taking peeks, taking map control. Tux was quite good at throwing out those birds and seeing if he found any info and then going for pushes accordingly. So it's a scary one. It's scary to see Order already starting to switch up their comps all the time and try new things out, because, you know, they've had a lot of success, and that's just going to make it even more annoying for teams to upset them when they're picking out the pocket strats.
Well, we look to close it down now, Pilsky, for the night, and probably send everybody on towards bed if you are, especially from our region. But this is where we'll say farewell to you as well on this weekend. So do you have any final words?
No, not really. I just really like casting Valorant. I think for a similar reason that Tux was talking about in the interview, it presents a new challenge. You're always learning. You're always seeing new stuff. It's exciting, and I can't wait to do more of it.
Nah, I do love classing some Valorant as well. I've always liked sort of, you know, I touched upon it, you know, your Overwatch style where you've just got kits that are different that you need to sort of bring in, you know, in the combinations. And Valorant provides that with the best of the worlds from the Counter-Strike sort of domain as well. So that's why I really love Valorant. And a new game, you can learn so many new things and really find what gets your groove on, as well as, you know, a new map that we'll see around the corner is going to keep things electrified as well. But we look to close it out now as well. We will be back tomorrow. I think we start at 1 p.m. is when the broadcast will look to go live. But guys, from us, that's going to be it. We will see you tomorrow.